Chapter 259 Chapter 259 The End of All Things. Chapter 259 The End of All Things. On the last day, when Zhuang Hao arrived at the foot of Spirit Mountain, he found that the senior was already waiting for them. He quickly went over to greet him and then waited for the others. After a while, the others arrived one by one. Finally, Yuzhen and Wanshi arrived. When they saw the senior, they walked up to him and apologized for making him wait. The senior was surprised. These people had changed in a couple of months. Now that everyone is here, let's go up and see your achievements. The others nodded in agreement. A group of 11 people arrived at the top of Spirit Mountain. All the spirit herbs had matured, except for one white spirit flower that belonged to Wanshi. If they have matured, you can take away 1/3 as your reward, and I will take the rest, said the senior. You can choose which one to take with you. Zhuang Hao hesitated for a moment and chose the best bright sungrass, a medium-grade Bodhi flower, and a low-grade white spirit flower. Once everyone made their choices, they were escorted away from Spirit Mountain. Before leaving, Zhuang Hao noticed that Yuzhen and the others had relieved smiles on their faces. These people were still too naive. Zhuang Hao felt that they wouldn't live very long. After a while, he received a reward of 100 spirit stones from the Law Enforcement Hall for the mission. It was less than he had expected. On his way back to the Spirit Herb Garden, he saw someone being beaten in the woods. It turned out to be Linji. You used all the spirit stones and pills? What's the point of using them when you can't even advance beyond the first stage of the lifeblood refinement realm? A girl in the 4th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm kicked Linji. Yeah, in 3 months, he will be expelled from the sect. Hard to say. I heard that his 2 friends have found someone to help him extend his time limit. It's good to have such friends. Too bad this trash can't amount to anything. It's been almost 3 years, and he's still only at the 1st stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. I've never seen a disciple with such poor talent. Let's go. We can always snatch the spirit stones next time. Zhuang Hao shook his head and walked away. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't intervene. As the mentor, the spirit beast would guide Linji, not him. He couldn't get too involved in this. Sister Zhou, there is no need to be so polite. It's just 1 year. It's no problem at all, said a disciple in the Foundation establishment realm, who was in charge of managing the outer sect disciples. Zhao Qingxue gave him 2 spirit stones in gratitude. Thank you, junior brother. Zhou Chan turned to leave with Zhao Qingxue. They had visited specifically to request to extend Lin Ji's stay. Another year should be enough for him to reach the 2nd stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. Before leaving, Zhao Qingxue also expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, senior brother. It's nothing, said the disciple in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm with a smile. After seeing them off, he let out a sigh of relief. He then looked at the 2 spirit stones and smiled. As for Lin Ji, he took out the list. Lin Ji's name was crossed out. He didn't have any time limits at all. Somehow, the 2 people were unaware of it. Lin Ji could stay for another year. He could stay here indefinitely. He didn't know why Lin Ji was allowed to stay. He had just received an order the other day. It was an order from the highest authority on the Cliff of Broken Hearts. After spending some time in the Spirit Herb Garden and tending to some spirit herbs, Zhuang Hao returned to his own courtyard. He placed the things he had recently obtained on the table. There were 3 spirit herbs, which should be worth about 700 spirit stones in total. Adding the 100 he had received, he now had a total of 800 spirit stones. Zhuang Hao had no plans to sell the 3 spirit herbs. He wanted to see if their effects were similar to other spirit herbs. He also had 10 bottles of Foundation Establishment Realm pills and the magic artifact. The magic artifact had already been appraised, along with 1 bottle of pills. They could all be used as mediums to place the curse. The success rate would be higher. After putting away the items, he waited. The gathering would be held tonight. For Zhuang Hao, who was in the Heavenly Note sect, the gathering was the only way for him to know what was happening outside. The gathering would be quite helpful for him. He had learned about Zhuang Yuzhen's visit to the sect through the gathering. Midnight finally arrived. Zhuang Hao entered the stone tablet and waited in the public area. Today, besides Senior Dan Yuan, 4 other people were attending the gathering. Zhuang Hao had always been curious about who else was involved in this. But for now, it would be better if they weren't here. With too many people, he wouldn't be able to build a mysterious persona and make them trust him. After greeting Senior Dan Yuan, they asked questions about cultivation. Only Xing raised doubts about a cultivation technique that sounded quite powerful. It was called Vast Sun and Moon. Senior Dan Yuan seemed to be quite familiar with the technique and patiently answered Xing's questions. Now that there are no more questions, let's talk about the previous mission. Dan Yuan looked at everyone. Did you find anything about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower? The others shook their heads. That's all right. Dan Yuan smiled. Jing, I have the information you wanted. Should I say it in front of everyone, or would you want to talk privately? Privately, Zhuang Hao said. This matter could be related to him personally, so it was better to be cautious. Okay. Dan Yuan nodded, and then a stone tablet appeared in front of Zhuang Hao. Place your hand. When Zhuang Hao placed his hand on it, he received a piece of information in his mind. The content of the information was: the Great Thousand God Sect is investigating the past and present of the Heavenly Note Sect, as well as its current location, important matters, important individuals, and important objects. The reason the Great Thousand God Sect is investigating the Heavenly Note Sect is that they are working for a mysterious person who is probably looking for something related to the end of all things. The end of all things? Zhuang Hao was surprised. This was too powerful. They provided such detailed information. It was no wonder Senior Dan Yuan could hold such a high position. It was understandable why everyone worked so hard to finish the mission they were given. The information that they got in exchange was worth it. Zhuang Hao calmly withdrew his hand. Thank you, Senior Dan Yuan. Now, let's talk about another mission. Dan Yuan looked at everyone again. The Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl should be somewhere in the Hidden Cloud Prefecture. Now, I will pass on a sealing technique to all of you. If you encounter it, you can seal it using this method. If you have any information on it or can successfully seal it, you can request any information you want. But it would be best to inform the sect as soon as possible to suppress it. Chapter 260 I have a better way. Chapter 260 I have a better way. The Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl has been discovered. Zhuang Hao listened attentively. The Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was still in his possession, so handing it over was out of the question. Everyone said that the pearl was extremely terrifying, and once it broke free from its seal, it would bring about a catastrophic disaster. Therefore, he could only continue to keep it hidden. However, now that others roughly knew its location, he worried that its exact whereabouts would be revealed. At that time, everything would depend on whether the Heavenly Note sect could withstand the attacks. After Dan Yuan finished speaking, a stone tablet appeared in front of the 4 people. Zhuang Hao already understood that this was the sealing technique. He placed his hand on it. The technique was called the 7 Stars Seal. Using 7 stars as anchor points, it connected to space and sealed the objects inside it. The speed of sealing was fast and the effect was powerful. However, the duration of the seal was short. It only lasted 7 days. It could be used up to 7 times, sealing the item for 49 days. I created the sealing technique. So far, only 5 of us know about it. No one else does, said Dan Yuan. Please don't share it with others for the time being. Zhuang Hao and the others nodded. In other words, in the future, if they saw this sealing technique, it would be one of the 5 people who possessed it. Once they received the sealing technique, the gathering continued. Dan Yuan didn't issue any more missions, and it was now time for them to talk among themselves. Gui looked at Zhuang Hao. I have confirmed the sealed dragon. There are no issues. The curses are ready for you. Do you want it now? Zhuang Hao felt relieved. It meant he had passed her test. He remained calm. Yes, I want it now. Gui looked at Dan Yuan. A stone tablet appeared in front of the 2 of them. Once Gui finished transmitting the information, Zhuang Hao examined it. Rather than trying to study its contents all at once, he simply wrote everything down and planned to study them more thoroughly later. After double-checking and confirming that there was no problem, he withdrew his hand. I found 3 people. I have detained them, and they are a little injured. However, they said there was a 4th person. All right. I'll find a way to bring them to me. After that, our deal will be complete. Xing nodded. Lu nodded and then glanced at everyone. Actually, I have been thinking if there is a better way to recultivate. I hope you can help me gather information in this regard. As for the reward, I can offer spirit stones, cultivation techniques, and information. A better method? Said Zhuang Hao. I think I saw something about it in an old book I found. Interestingly, this method also involves borrowing from the power of all things. Borrowing power from all living things? Lu looked at Zhuang Hao. Friend Jing, please go on. The others were also curious. Gui had a strange feeling that Jing was being truthful. He might actually know of such a technique. After witnessing the way he had sealed the dragon, she believed him. Zhuang Hao didn't keep them waiting any longer. Have you ever heard of a secret technique called shifting stars from the Bright Moon Sect? He asked. Shifting stars. Lu looked at Xing. Xing thought for a moment. Indeed, I have heard of this secret technique, but I remember it being a temporary method to enhance one's own strength. This secret technique needs to be used in conjunction with the myriad bodies technique? Gui was quite puzzled. Zhuang Hao shook his head. I only saw it in the ancient book. I haven't fully understood it yet. He turned to look at Dan Yuan. The others did the same. Indeed, it is possible. If it weren't for Jing's reminder, I wouldn't even have thought about it. Lu was delighted. Please enlighten us, Senior. In return, I will offer the promised reward. Dan Yuan nodded. In order to use the shifting stars technique, it requires a clone that can be incorporated into the body. It is best to use a portion of the primordial spirit as the foundation for the clone. Once the clone is successfully condensed, it can begin complete cultivation. When the cultivation foundation is solidified, the clone and the main body are merged, and the shifting stars technique can be used to transfer the cultivation method. During this process, one's cultivation will fluctuate, so it is best to experiment to reduce unexpected injuries. I wasn't the one who proposed the technique, so I won't claim the reward. However, I can provide the formation for half of the reward promised. If you have any further questions, you can ask me at any time. With this, the previous transaction is considered complete. Thank you, Senior. Zhuang Hao accepted the formation, considering the trade complete. Lu looked at Xing. Obtaining the star-shifting technique is not difficult, but it will take some time. As for the price, we don't need to rush. Perhaps someone will show up overseas soon, and you can help me out, Xing said. All right. Lu nodded and then looked at Zhuang Hao. Friend Jing, what do you need? Zhuang Hao had only intended to create a mysterious and reliable persona of himself. He hadn't intended on making a trade. However, he couldn't refuse. I need some information about the end of all things. Anything will do. Whether it's about the sect or any hidden meanings behind it. No problem. Lu nodded. After the trading session concluded, the group discussed various matters. The Bright Moon Sect has begun sending out invitations, inviting people from various sects to the conference. Some outstanding individuals can not only enter the sect but also obtain many treasures. It seems that the true geniuses of the Clear Sky School will also be attending this time. I have heard about it as well. It is said that the Immortal Mansion may hold great opportunities. However, the situation overseas has not been peaceful lately. The sea is turbulent, and some people believe that hidden realms may appear in the deep sea. I encountered people from the Divine Corpse sect. Many of them are in the southern region. They are most likely heading to the Heavenly Note sect. After the last gathering, everyone understood one thing. The powerful individual who had gone into the Heavenly Note sect was from the Divine Corpse sect. Zhuang Hao wanted to say something, but he didn't. He had been in the Heavenly Note sect all this time, but he couldn't reveal anything. It was better to be quiet. After some time, Dan Yuan announced the end of the gathering. Zhuang Hao and the others left the public area. Returning to his room, Zhuang Hao immediately took out a notebook and began recording. He wanted to write down the curse technique he had just obtained. He also wrote down everything he had found out about the Divine Corpse sect and the end of all things. Chapter 261 Chapter 261 Peerless Demon. Chapter 261 Peerless Demon. Early in the morning, Zhuang Hao looked at the notebook in front of him and sighed wearily. After confirming twice that everything was in order, he put the items away. He would let Hong Yuye take a look at the sealing technique later, and only practice it if there were no issues. Although he possessed the universe in a palm technique to seal the pearl, Dan Yuan's sealing technique was stronger. He didn't know any other sealing techniques, so it was a good idea to learn this one. However, he needed to be careful when using it. It could easily expose his identity. It could be useful if anyone in the gathering wanted someone captured, and he could use the 7 stars technique to seal them. It would leave a good impression. As for the curse technique, he would study it tonight. It had been a long time since he last visited the Spirit Herb Garden. Starting today, he decided to get back to his routine. He arrived in the courtyard and saw the beast sitting in front of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. It looked like it was deep in thought. "What are you doing?" Zhuang Hao asked as he watered the flower. "Master, my friends said that Lin Ji might get expelled from the sect." "So?" Zhuang Hao asked, putting away the bowl. "I pulled some strings and let Lin Ji stay back in the sect." "How long can your friends make him stay?" Zhuang Hao asked. 1 year. The rest. Master, that is up to you. Zhuang Hao chuckled. The spirit beast was truly bold and shameless. As a Foundation Establishment realm pet, it had gained some reputation at the Cliff of Broken Hearts. If Lin Ji wasn't investigated, then there would be no problem. However, if he was investigated and then found that Zhuang Hao had let him stay, he might be in trouble. "You don't have to worry about that. Lin Ji can stay as long as he wants. No one will expel him from the sect," said Zhuang Hao and left the courtyard. "Master, did you help him?" Zhuang Hao did not answer the beast. When he visited his master last time, Zhuang Hao mentioned Lin Ji's situation in passing and asked for his help. Since Zhuang Hao had contributed a lot to the branch, his master agreed without any hesitation. To him, it was not a big deal to let an outer sect disciple stay in the sect. Zhuang Hao hadn't told anyone about it, not even Lin Ji. He didn't want anyone to know that he had involved himself in the matter. The spirit beast and Shaoli were examples of what happened when he got too involved. Before, he only thought about guiding them and then releasing them to their own devices. However, now, he was constantly worried about them and wanted to make sure they could protect themselves before he set them free. If they caused any trouble, it would be traced directly back to him. It was very troublesome. "How is Chu Chuan doing?" Zhuang Hao asked. He's progressing quickly. He now says he wants to surpass Shaoli, said the spirit beast. Zhuang Hao realized that he should pay more attention to Shaoli's cultivation. Perhaps Shaoli would be a good guide for Chu Chuan. The spirit beast was mostly a bad influence on people. Chu Chuan was not afraid of challenges, and Lin Ji needed a mentor. Shaoli didn't need to be taught anything for now. Upon arriving at the spirit herb garden, Zhuang Hao asked Ching Chou if he had any difficulties in his cultivation. Ching Chou was glad that Zhuang Hao had asked. He had many questions. Zhuang Hao patiently explained and cleared his doubts. It took the whole morning to finish explaining everything to Ching Chou. There was simply too much information. Ching Chou noted them all down so he could remember them better. In the future, I will explain things to you every 1 or 2 months, and you can jot them down in your notebook, Zhuang Hao said. Ching Chou was very grateful. He didn't know how, but he felt that Zhuang Hao was even more knowledgeable than the seniors in the Golden Core realm. By the way, how is Shaoli doing? Zhuang Hao asked. Junior sister Shaoli is all right now. However, occasionally she is melancholic. I found her sitting alone under a tree last time. I try to sit with her when that happens. Zhuang Hao lowered his head. He wasn't good at comforting people. He relied on the spirit beast and Ching Chou for something like that. By the way, after Shaoli breaks through the 6th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm, let her advance once every 3 months. That way, she can advance to the Foundation Establishment realm next year. 6 years to reach the Foundation Establishment realm was faster than normal but still within the realm of exceptional talent. At night, Lin Ji came out of his house and headed to the forest. This was where he often cultivated. When he arrived, he didn't immediately start cultivating. Instead, he looked around. Lord Beast. I'm here. The beast appeared on a tree behind him. Do you know that you're going to be expelled from the sect? Lin Ji nodded sadly. He wanted to advance, but he simply couldn't. However, he heard people say that he could stay for another year. He felt that it was useless. He didn't think he could advance to the next stage even after a year. But he didn't want to leave. At the very least, he wanted to become a cultivator and a disciple. You don't need to worry about that anymore. You can stay here as long as you like. Really? Lin Ji couldn't believe it. But Lin Mo and Zhao Qingxue said that I could only stay in the sect for another year. Do you know who you're talking to right now? Said the spirit beast as it held its head high. You are still ignorant. In the future, you'll understand what kind of peerless demon you're talking to. I am a great demon beast. Are your friends experts? Can they do for you what I have done for you? Have I ever deceived you? Lin Ji shook his head. He believed in the beast. Without the beast guiding him, he would have been in even more trouble. Moreover, the beast had no reason to deceive him. Should I tell my friends about this? Lin Ji asked. You should learn to observe quietly, endure setbacks, bide your time, and wait for the day when you will make a name for yourself. I'll help you succeed. Zhuang Hao, who was observing from a distance, was speechless. The beast was truly shameless. It even declared itself a peerless demon. If the beast somehow disclosed that Zhuang Hao had helped him stay in the sect, it would be troublesome. That was the reason Zhuang Hao had followed along. Now he saw that he didn't need to worry. The beast was busy blowing its own trumpet. Lin Ji's physical condition had indeed improved a lot. The Star Moon Lifeblood refinement technique had helped him. Zhuang Hao returned to his courtyard and took out his notebook. After learning the curse, it would be easier to cast it on Bai Yi during the night. If he could defeat him in one fell swoop, that would be perfect. Chapter 262, Chapter 262. It turns out curses also requires spirit stones. Chapter 262. It turns out curses also requires spirit stones. There are 2 types of curses. range curses and specific curses. A range curse affected the target's fortune, ranging from minor inconveniences and obstacles in their actions to catastrophic disasters like lightning strike. This kind of curse is not easy to perform and carries a significant backlash. The success rate of such curses was very high. People curse others at the cost of their own lives and luck. However, few living people engage in such curses as they lack sufficient luck, and the backlash may be greater than the curse itself. The art of cursing is powerful but difficult to cast. On the other hand, specific curses target body parts or specific events. They have a lesser backlash, a lower cost, and a higher success rate. Cursing was a practice distinct from ordinary spellcasting. It's difficult to eradicate and has an unusually long-lasting effect. For example, a simple curse of rotting and decay could make the person rot throughout their life, even when they healed themselves constantly. However, such simple curses were not considered significant in the cultivation world, and most people had the ability to deal with them. After skimming through the book, Zhuang discovered similarities between curses and the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. It is no wonder the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl can suppress curses. It itself is a massive curse. But cursing someone is much more complicated than I expected. At first, Zhuang thought it only required simple materials and a specific incantation to perform a curse. But it was not that simple. It required the right timing, a favorable location, a formation, materials, and spiritual stones. It turned out that curses required many spirit stones. It was important to avoid the backlash. The more spirit stones used, the lesser the backlash. Otherwise, one would suffer from unknown side effects. Most of these curses were harmful to the body. Zhuang hesitated but decided to give the curse a try. If it didn't work, he would consider other alternatives. In any case, he couldn't let Bai Yi become a top disciple. Zhuang pondered whether to curse Bai Ye's cultivation or his body. First, let's prepare. He needed to wait for the right time to cast the curse, preferably at night when everything was quiet and there was minimal interference. Next was the orientation. A favorable orientation would increase the success rate. Then, the formation should correspond to the time of birth of the caster. Zhuang observed the courtyard and confirmed the location of the 100 Bones forest. Finally, he began drawing the curse formation. The formation was called the 3-in-1 formation. It consisted of 2 parts, placing the cursed object and casting the curse. There was also a place for the substitute object around the curse formation. He needed the blood of a beast, its head, spirit herbs, and other materials with abundant spiritual energy. The book indicated that without these items, success would be difficult. Zhuang had to buy them. In the end, he spent 60 spirit stones on the materials. 60 spirit stones wasn't very expensive. However, he needed to buy materials to cast the curse for 7 consecutive days to ensure its success. The cost of materials would add up. At night, with everything ready, Zhuang was about to curse Bai Ye's cultivation. He wanted to prevent him from making any progress regarding his cultivation. He placed the Wishful Mountain shield in the formation. He didn't use any spirit stones. Instead, he wanted to endure the backlash. He already had the Misfortune Pearl with him. The backlash from the curse wouldn't harm him much. He wanted to understand the power of curses and prevent others from cursing him. The curse began and the formation emitted a faint light. When the curse was placed, the blood in the formation started to burn. The beast's head turned to ashes, and the spirit herbs withered. At this moment, the Wishful Mountain shield lit up. Zhuang was enveloped in a black mist, and his flesh burned. This was the backlash from the curse. His revival of withered tree ability activated itself and began to heal him. Zhuang was relieved and delighted. He then increased the intensity of the curse. The light shone brighter. His skin was burning. His skin blackened faster than it could heal. Zhuang Hao didn't mind. If he could withstand the backlash of the curse, then Bai Yi might be able to withstand it too. If he increased the intensity of the curse to the extent that he couldn't withstand its effect, then it would be less likely for Bai Yi to resist it too. Zhuang Hao continued to heighten the curse until his body was barely able to. After a while, he stopped. The wishful mountain shield emitted a dark light. The curse might finally be effective. After escaping from the curse, Zhuang Hao took out the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. The damage to his body ceased immediately. The revival of withered tree began healing him faster. By noon, he had completely recovered, but the curse's backlash was not entirely gone. It was only suppressed. Zhuang Hao felt that the revival of withered tree ability could dissolve the curse. Otherwise, he would have to find another solution. After that, Zhuang Hao left the courtyard and went to the spiritual herb garden. After tending to the spirit herbs and buying the necessary materials, he returned to his courtyard. In this way, Zhuang Hao cursed Bai Yi continuously for a month. He only stopped because his spirit stones were exhausted. At this point, Zhuang Hao felt the side effects of the curse from head to toe. The Hong Meng Heart Sutra helped suppress it a bit. However, it wasn't as effective as the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. When he took out the pearl, the side effects of the curse disappeared. After that, the revival of withered tree worked continuously to heal and eradicate the remaining effects of the curse's backlash. If I can use the pearl and the ability to heal myself, why not go all out? However, after looking at the materials he had left, he brushed the thought aside. At least 300 spirit stones were needed for each attempt. If he continued casting the curse, it would take several thousand spirit stones. It was quite expensive for him. He wondered how many spirit stones it would have cost Gui to curse the dragon. Zhuang Hao sighed and opened his interface. 25? Well, it's already mid-January. There are still about 6 months until the challenge between Bai Yi and Manlong. Zhuang Hao felt that his current level of power was not enough. He needed to save some money and try again. As for the peach tree, he would have to wait another year for its incarnation. This time, he would need around 20,000 spirit stones. It was close to impossible to save up that many spirit stones. Obtaining one more divine ability would not make any difference unless he became stronger. The 10 Foundation Establishment Realm pills he had bought were all fake. She had cheated him off of spirit stones. Chapter 263 Chapter 263 The Demoness looked displeased. Chapter 263 The Demoness looked displeased. It was mid-June. In the 100 Flowers Lake, a graceful figure sat by a stone table in a pavilion. She gazed at the flowers. Rain drizzled from the sky, and the flowers gently swayed as if welcoming the rain. At this moment, a white figure descended on the pavilion. "Sect Master," said Baiji in greeting. "Speak." Hong Yuye didn't turn around. "The people from the Divine Corpse sect have arrived in the Hidden Cloud Prefecture and have made contact with us," Baiji reported. "Are they here to save someone?" Hong Yuye asked as she picked up her teacup. "No. They say they've come for the Corpse Realm flowers," said Baiji. "They said that when the Corpse Realm flower blooms, approximately 48 people can enter the open realm. They want to occupy 24 spots inside. As for the price, they're willing to negotiate freely with us. They also made it clear that they aren't our enemies. They said they wouldn't seize the flowers by force. They apologize for Zhuang Yuzhen's mistake, and they are willing to shoulder some of the responsibility. As for releasing the captives, that's up to us." "Are they trustworthy?" Hong Yuye as she sipped her tea. "It seems likely. However, we need to be cautious. Their sect's strength far surpasses ours. If a war breaks out, both sides will suffer heavy losses. Before coming here, they also visited the Black Heaven sect, the Sunset Immortal Sect, the Wind Lightning Sect, and Azure Mountain. They haven't visited any demonic sects, said Baiji. There's a possibility that they want to unite the people in the vicinity to deal with us. Or they might just use it as a threat to force us to agree to their proposal. With a major sect like the Divine Corpse sect leading the way, the others might be tempted to follow. After all, they had all suffered at the hands of the Heavenly Note sect. Azure Mountain was especially eager to fight against the Heavenly Note sect because they had suffered a heavy blow. However, sects like the Black Heaven sect have their own matters to attend to. They might not have enough troops to spare. Otherwise, they would have already joined forces to attack and subdue the Heavenly Note sect. If the Divine Corpse sect wants to come here, then let them come. Keep an eye on them, and if there's any unusual activity, detain them all, Hong Yuya said calmly. Yes. Baiji nodded. She felt that as long as the sect master was here, the Heavenly Note sect would never fall. Is there anything else? Hong Yuya asked. Zhuang Yuzhen has been acting crazy. Jiang Hao may have found some leverage over him. Perhaps it's the people behind Jiang Hao who are helping him. With regard to Zhuang Yuzhen, Jiang Hao needed to visit him in person to uncover more information. Besides him, Zhuang Yuzhen never talked to anyone else. Jiang Hao hasn't visited the prisoner in so long. I can only suspect that he is afraid to go. Perhaps he has no more leverage against him. So, we have no choice but to keep him hanging. He had some connection with the Divine Corpse sect. I suspect a clone from the Divine Corpse sect approached Jiang Hao. The Divine Corpse was killed. The Law Enforcement Hall is trying to investigate the matter, but it's proving difficult. Jiang Hao also had some conflicts with a highly talented disciple. We still have no information about the person we suspect is behind Jiang Hao. We can only wait for something to happen and then continue the investigation. Baiji hadn't pursued the matter further. There was no need. As long as they monitored the corpse realm flowers, everything should be okay. After all, their goal had always been to lure out traitors. There's information that someone from Azure Mountain contacted people from overseas, but it's still not clear. It'll take some time to investigate, said Baiji. Based on recent information, it seems that a group of people has entered the southern region, possibly for the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. It might mean that the Misfortune Pearl is no longer in the Devil's Denver. Don't worry. Just assume that the pearl is still in Devil's Den and do your own thing, said Hongyi. Baiji realized that the sect master had it all under control. She just needed to follow the instructions. Let the people from the Divine Corpse sect send their information about the Corpse Realm Flower. Allow 2 disciples from each branch to enter, said Hong Yuya. Baiji nodded. She needed to make some arrangements. Cliff of Broken Hearts. In the courtyard, Jiang Hao stopped his curse. For half a year, he earned spirit stones for a month and cursed Baiyi. His body was suffering severe side effects. If it weren't for the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, the impact of the curse would have been dangerous. He didn't believe that Baiyi was unharmed at this point. He had also accumulated a large amount of cultivation. In the next 3 months, he would be able to reach the late stage of the primordial spirit realm. During this period, everything was quiet. Baiyi was busy with his preparations. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion had already snatched his resources away, so he could only imagine they were satisfied for now. The people from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion were probably still waiting for the right opportunity to attack him. The disciples from the Sunset Immortal Sect couldn't enter the Heavenly Note Sect. The people from the Heavenly Saint Sect seemed to have disappeared. Even Ming-Yi hadn't come to see him for a long time. The only troublesome thing was the Outer Sect's Spirit Herb Garden. Recently, Ning Xian visited the garden and told him not to be the last one to come up with a solution. Jiang Hao was worried. Fortunately, there was still plenty of time. For now, he wanted to devote his full focus on Bai Yi. Next month is the day of the challenge. By then, I'll know how effective the curse is. Zhuang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He needed to continue earning more spirit stones. In the past 6 months, he hadn't seen Ling Tian or Dan Yuan. He was only able to sell some talismans. If a major battle occurred, the talismans would sell quickly. He wanted to find out how Bai Yi was after he cast the curse, so he often went to find Lu Xingqian to find out more. Unfortunately, Lu Xingqian was busy and wasn't able to meet him. It seemed any remnant soul that was in the mines was terrified of Lu Xingqian. The remnant of the dragon and the sorcerer were still waiting to band together with another soul and attack Lu Xingqian. In the evening, the spirit beast approached him. "Master, I'm going to find Lin Ji. I feel that he has made great progress lately. He can now avoid being hit in his vital points," said the beast. The spirit beast had practically raised Lin Ji and Chu Chuan alone. They were young when they arrived at the Sect. 3 years had passed, and the spirit beast had constantly been by their side. Zhuang Hao nodded and let it go. He decided to go and observe them. He had to make sure the spirit beast wasn't being a bad influence on them. Just as he walked into the courtyard, he saw a figure in red. She frowned when she saw Zhuang Hao, and a dangerous aura swept over him. Chapter 264, Chapter 264. You only care about me when it comes to bathing. Chapter 264. You only care about me when it comes to bathing. Zhuang Hao knew he was in trouble. However, he didn't know what he had done to offend her. She attacked him as soon as they met. Hong Yuye stood in the courtyard. Her aura was terrifying. "You seem to enjoy these unlucky things," she said as her cold gaze fixed on him. "Unlucky?" Zhuang Hao understood that she was referring to the curse on his body. Hong Yuye didn't like unlucky magic. Whether it was the ancient tomb or the heavenly fate misfortune pearl, she had made it clear that she disliked such ominous things. "Senior," Zhuang Hao wanted to explain, but the terrifying aura had already surged forward. With a loud bang, he was sent flying backward. Zhuang Hao thought he would crash into a wall, but there was nothing behind him. He went flying and landed in the river instead. He wanted to get out of the river, but he couldn't move his body. The river water washed over him. He was never afraid of drowning, but he was suffocating right now. After a short while, he regained control of his body. He struggled out of the river and lay on the ground. He let out a heavy sigh of relief. He then used his magic to dry his clothes. When he headed to the courtyard, he realized that he felt much lighter than before. He was surprised to find that all the curses and side effects had disappeared from his body. "Thank you, Senior." Hong Yuye was sitting under the tree in the courtyard. "Thanking me, huh?" Hong Yuye smiled. "Should I take your arm or your leg in exchange? Or should I put it on your tab?" Zhuang Hao was speechless. It's better not to respond. He felt that she might attack him. "If I see such an unlucky thing next time, would you be willing to give up your arm or your leg?" asked Hong Yuye. "This was just an accident," Zhuang Hao explained. Hong Yuye chuckled. She sat on the wooden chair and told Zhuang Hao to prepare some tea. After a while, Zhuang Hao placed the tea in front of Hong Yuye and then sat down to talk about the previous gathering. He started with the discussion they had had about cultivation at the gathering. Then he talked about the heavenly fate misfortune pearl and the 7 stars technique invented by Dan Yuan. He then handed his book to Hong Yuye. He had already appraised the book but found nothing amiss. After a while, Hong Yuye finished reading the book about the 7 stars technique. If he created this, he does seem to be powerful. However, it will have no effect on the heavenly fate misfortune pearl after it erupts. It could seal the pearl in its current state for a few hours, but that's about it. Zhuang Hao nodded. Compared to the universe in a palm technique, The 7 stars sealing technique fell short by a lot. However, sealing it for a few hours would be enough for the other cultivators to reach him. Go on, Hong Yuya said, lifting her teacup. Dan Yuan gave me detailed information on why the Great Thousand God Sect was in the Hidden Cloud Prefecture. Zhuang Hao explained it to her in detail. Hong Yuya glanced at the paper on the table and listened as Zhuang Hao recounted the information. The end of all things? She asked. Yes, but I don't know who or what it means. I've asked the other members of the gathering to investigate it further, Zhuang Hao said. Oh. Hong Yuya sounded intrigued. You seem to have a talent for undercover work. It's all thanks to your blessings, Senior, Zhuang Hao said humbly. Go on, Hong Yuya said. Then he talked about the shifting stars technique and Dan Yuan's explanation of it. Hong Yuya remained silent. Zhuang Hao continued with his report of the changes overseas and the purpose of the Divine Corpse sect in the southern region. Hong Yuya listened calmly. Zhuang Hao felt a bit regretful. There were so many things he knew but couldn't mention at the gathering. However, that wasn't necessary right now. Have their identities been confirmed? Hong Yuya asked. No. Zhuang Hao shook his head. He hadn't been able to confirm anyone's identity at the gathering yet. He didn't even know for sure if Dan Yuan had contacted Zhuang Yuzhen personally. Right now, Zhuang Hao had the corpse heart as leverage. Perhaps that would make the captive more willing to talk. Zhuang Hao didn't want to reveal the corpse heart just yet. When people didn't have much hope left, they sometimes resorted to extremes. To lure prey into a trap, they needed to be shown the hope of escape. You just mentioned that the Bright Moon Sect has started sending invitations? Hong Yuya looked at Zhuang Hao. Aren't you going to go there to take a look? Zhuang Hao shook his head. He had no intention of going there. It was too dangerous. Do you really want to stay in the Heavenly Note Sect forever? Hong Yuya asked. I can take care of your flower here, Senior. You can take my flower and tree along, she said. Zhuang Hao was at a loss for words. He couldn't tell her that he was afraid to go. The Heavenly Note Sect was smaller than the Bright Moon Sect. There were so many people who coveted the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower. If they attacked him, he couldn't protect himself or the flower. It was better to starve where he was. He could stay here and cultivate beside the flower. Since the flower was important to the sect, he got some sort of protection for taking care of it too. Elder Baiji was always there to help if something happened. If he went to the Bright Moon Sect, he would be hypervigilant and concerned about his well-being and the flower. He would be safer if he didn't take the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower with him, but that would mean Hong Yuya would be angry at him. He wasn't safe from her anywhere. He had never visited another sect outside the Heavenly Note Sect before. Hong Yuya didn't say anything more. She finished drinking her tea and walked inside the house. Once in the hall, she went to the bathroom. She saw the new bathtub. It seems you're quite competent at getting things done. She turned to look at him. You flatter me, Senior, Zhuang Hao said. It's a pity you only care about me when it comes to bathing, and you're full of lies and your benefits are all based on luck, Hong Yuya said with an ambiguous smile. Zhuang Hao was momentarily speechless. Chapter 265 Chapter 265 I suspect someone from the Cliff of Broken Hearts cursed me. Chapter 265 I suspect someone from the Cliff of Broken Hearts cursed me. Zhuang Hao didn't think Hong Yuya was entirely right about that. Although he had relied on his luck in the beginning, he had worked hard to get where he was. The undercover work was also difficult. If he hadn't encountered that dragon in the village, he wouldn't have been able to establish his footing in the gathering. He also had to handle the troubles within the Heavenly Note Sect. Zhuang Hao didn't explain all this. Senior, you jest, he said. Hong Yuya left the bathroom and went to the balcony on the second floor. How long have you been carrying the heavenly fate misfortune pearl? She asked. Zhuang Hao thought for a moment. 2 years. Then it should be soon. Hong Yuya stood on the balcony, her clothes fluttering in the wind. She turned and looked at Zhuang Hao. During this time, it's best if you don't leave the heavenly fate misfortune pearl elsewhere. Don't lose it. If someone finds it and uses it, you'll also suffer the backlash. Her figure faded away. By the way, you can try to spread rumors of the pearl being within the Heavenly Note sect. That way, the people who are targeting you will flee the sect overnight. Wouldn't that attract the people who seek the pearl? Those who targeted him were at most in the Golden Core realm, with some in the Primordial Spirit realm. However, those seeking the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl would be beyond those Cultivation realms. He simply didn't have time. He needed to get stronger. He decided to ignore Hong Yuya's suggestion. Remember to take care of my flower. If you escape to another place without taking my flower and tree with you, you will bear the consequences. With that, Hong Yuya disappeared completely. Zhuang Hao felt a gentle breeze and a faint fragrance as she faded away. He always recognized her fragrance. Zhuang Hao didn't know if the Heaven Extinction Goo poison made him more perceptive of her. He checked his body again and found out that the curse's backlash had disappeared. Such a simple move removed all the backlash. I don't think I'll be able to endure the backlash if I try to curse an expert. Cursing techniques were powerful, but the backlash was too severe. Once affected by the curse, it was very difficult to remove it. As Hong Yuya had warned him, using it often wouldn't be good. Using it once or twice should be fine. The revival of Withered Tree can easily dispel the backlash, after all. He had used the curse too many times. Even with the revival of Withered Tree ability, it would have taken him a year or more to get rid of the side effects. If it weren't for the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, it might have taken him even longer. He wouldn't have been able to cultivate. As someone in the middle stage of the Primordial Spirit realm, he couldn't bear to carry on such curses. It would be even more difficult for Bai Yi to get rid of it. He would probably lose to Manlong. As for the rest, he would have to wait and see. At the 100 Bones Forest, a man coughed up blood and doubled over. He was sitting among numerous spirit herbs at the moment. There were numerous arrays, talismans, and treasures surrounding him. However, each one was shrouded in black energy and turned out to be useless. His cultivation was on the verge of collapse. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Lian Qin asked. "I'm fine. Just small damage to my cultivation, nothing more," said the man as he raised his hand to stop her. "Who could be cursing you in this manner, senior brother?" Lian Qin was astonished. At first, they thought it was just a single curse that could be countered with treasure. However, the curse became overwhelming. It was affecting his preparations for the upcoming challenge. Even maintaining his cultivation took enormous effort. They had tried purchasing various purification treasures for the curse, but they only provided temporary relief. It seemed that the one who was casting the curse was determined to go all out. "Is it because you challenged Manlong to a fight?" asked Lian Qin. "Did Manlong do this to maintain his title so that you couldn't win? Don't assume things without proof." "It can't be Manlong," said Bai Yi. "Have I provoked anyone lately? Where has the 100 Bones Forest delivered spirit herbs?" he asked. "The Cliff of Broken Hearts, the Candlelight Pavilion, the Flowing Waterfall. The ones who accepted the spirit herbs, are they still in the sect? The people from the Flowing Waterfall are currently away. The two from Candlelight Pill Pavilion are still refining pills. The one from the Cliff of Broken Hearts is here in the sect. Do you suspect anyone?" "I think the one from the Cliff of Broken Hearts is the most suspicious. He is in the late stage of Foundation establishment realm, but my techniques have no effect on him. He has always found solutions to unravel my technique. He isn't my match, but I do think he will stop at nothing to get back at me. Lian Qin was puzzled. How can you be so sure he is behind this? Bai Yi shook his head slightly. Just a hunch. What do we do? Lian Qin asked in concern. Don't worry about him for now. I have to become one of the top 10 disciples first. It will be difficult, but I still have to give it a try. As for the curse, I have a pill that can temporarily suppress it and stabilize my cultivation. After the challenge is over, I'll pay a visit to the Cliff of Broken Hearts. I want to confirm if he's really behind this. Doesn't that pill have significant side effects? Lian Qin asked. There is a possibility of falling back to the middle stage of the primordial spirit realm, but this is necessary. The curse continues to torment me, and it will make me fall back to the middle stage eventually. If I succeed, the curse won't be a problem anymore. 1 month later, around mid-July, Zhuang Hao used the 7 stars sealing technique on the spirit beast in the courtyard. The spirit beast was unable to escape from the circle, no matter how much it tried. The stars on the seal could even be used for attack. This sealing technique was indeed impressive. Unlike the universe in a palm, the 7 stars sealing technique could be set up while in combat. The 7 stars connected to form the seal. It was very practical. Dan Yuan was truly gifted. Senior brother Jiang, are you free? I need to talk to you, said Han Ming. Zhuang Hao was surprised. Today was the day Bai Yi and Manlong would challenge each other. Everyone was eager to watch them. He was also planning to head there. He hadn't expected Han Ming to visit him today. Chapter 266, Chapter 266. Beat him up. Chapter 266. Beat him up. It was early morning. The gentle sunlight illuminated the courtyard as Zhuang Hao arrived at the gate. A young man there. He looked more mature than his age implied. Ming had already turned 24. Zhuang Hao had first met him when he was only 18. More than 5 years had passed since then. His cultivation and his personality had both developed quite rapidly. A true disciple at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, at only 24 years of age, was an extraordinary feat. It had given the Cliff of Broken Hearts quite a reputation. Unlike Zhuang Hao, who supposedly reached the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm with the help of external treasures and assistance, Han Ming had done it on his own. He made a name for himself through countless battles. Junior brother Han, it's been so long since I last saw you. I wanted to thank you for everything you did for me, said Zhuang Hao. Han Ming had taken on challenges that had been meant for Zhuang Hao. Zhuang Hao had intended to visit him to thank him, but he had been caught up with curses and such. Having just advanced to the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, it was only natural that he needed time to refine his cultivation. It seemed that he was done refining it. Senior brother Zhuang, I have also reached the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm like you, said Han Ming. Therefore, I've come here today to challenge you. A challenge? Zhuang Hao wasn't surprised. Junior brother Han, would you like to challenge me right now, or should we set a date? Do you have time now? Han Ming was surprised. In truth, Han Ming wanted to choose another day. However, if Zhuang Hao said he had time right now, he couldn't back out. I have time. Zhuang Hao nodded. Then, senior brother Zhuang, are you prepared? Unlike you, I have taken on challenges and fought many people. I have gained a lot of combat experience. You should be careful. I'm not the same as before. I would never underestimate you, junior brother Han. You have exceptional talent. Shortly after, the two stood by the river. One held a sword, while the other gripped his saber. As they faced each other, their auras disrupted the gentle breeze. At this moment, Zhuang Hao could see that Han Ming's aura was stable, but beneath that stability, there was an underlying surge. His power was ready to erupt at any moment. Sure enough, as Han Ming made his move, his aura surged and exploded. His sword was unsheathed, and he rushed forward like lightning. Zhuang Hao swung his saber. Clang. He wanted to fight Han Ming as an equal opponent. He had earned that. So, he used the first form of the heavenly blade, moonslaying. He swung his saber again. Han Ming couldn't withstand it. On the third strike, Han Ming's sword flew into the air and impaled itself on the ground. Zhuang Hao's saber was resting on Han Ming's neck. Junior brother Han, you have my respect. You have become so much stronger. Zhuang Hao retracted the knife and sheathed it. Han Ming stared at Zhuang Hao and then picked up his sword. I only lag behind you slightly. Once I refine my cultivation even more, I will come back to challenge you again. I hope you don't mind. After saying that, he turned and left. Zhuang Hao smiled. He would perhaps extend the fight to 5 strikes next time. That way, he could acknowledge Han Ming's efforts and his talent. Defeating Han Ming constantly wouldn't attract unwanted attention. There was always a chance for that, after all. Zhuang Hao quickly made his way to the challenge that was supposed to happen today. The place wasn't familiar to Zhuang Hao. He wondered if it was Bai Ye's residence. At the 100 Bones Forest, he could already see that so many people had already gathered. The challenge to win the title of a top disciple had attracted considerable attention. Junior brother Zhuang, it's been so long since I last saw you. Lu Xingchen approached him. Senior brother Lu, hello. Are you also here to watch the contest? Of course. I want to see how strong a top disciple is. Lu Xingchen smiled. Zhuang Hao nodded. He noticed a faint, dark red aura around Lu Xingchen. It was different from the aura of the remnant soul of the true dragon and the sorcerer. Did he already find the third remnant? He didn't rush to find out. He wanted to watch the fight first. It wasn't surprising. The mines were strange. It was rumored to be an ancient battlefield. So, it wasn't as surprising to think that stray remnant souls could be residing there. Another place was the Devil's Den, but the mines were relatively safer. A short while later, the two arrived outside the valley. The arena was inside. No one went near it. The fight between 2 disciples at the late stage of the primordial spirit realm was bound to be impactful. Nobody ventured near the arena. Zhuang Hao observed the surroundings. The most important thing right now was to find out where Bai Yi lived. Hong Yuye had warned him, so he couldn't continue with the curse. Knowing where the enemy lived would turn out to be handy. In 2 months, he might be able to advance to the late stage of the primordial spirit realm. He would then come to find Bai Yi. However, if Bai Yi became one of the top 10 disciples, things would get complicated. When does the fight begin? He asked. It's hard to say. There is no set time. It depends on when Manlong arrives, said Lu Xingchen. Zhuang Hao nodded. By the way, I heard that people from the Divine Corpse sect are visiting our sect. It seems they want to cooperate with us, Lu Xingchen said. The Divine Corpse sect wants to cooperate with us? Zhuang Hao looked surprised. Zhuang Yuzhen, one of their teachers, was still imprisoned in the Heavenly Note sect, and yet they wanted to cooperate. It could mean that they had something else planned. What were they seeking in the sect? I heard it's related to the Corpse Realm flowers, Lu Xingchen said. Zhuang Hao nodded. It made sense. The Corpse Realm flowers could open a special passage to an unknown realm. The people from the Divine Corpse sect might be planning to enter that realm, so they wanted to cooperate to get the flowers back. The Heavenly Note sect couldn't refuse their proposal. Their sect's power was formidable, after all. Fighting would be detrimental to everyone. In any case, as a member involved in interrogating Zhuang Yuzhen, he should maintain a low profile and avoid attracting their attention. They waited for some time. The crowd grew larger. he saw some familiar faces in the throng of people. Ning Xian was also in the audience. At that moment, a tall man stood on slightly elevated ground in the valley. He appeared to be at the late stage of the primordial spirit realm. But in Zhuang Hao's eyes, his cultivation had been forcibly improved and consolidated through the use of some pills. The person bore traces of a curse, and his aura fluctuated unpredictably. Zhuang Hao knew the moment he saw Bai Yi that his curse was successful. Bai Yi's cultivation was not only affected but was also regressing to some extent. This curse, which caused self-damage but inflicted greater harm on the enemy, was indeed effective. If it weren't for Hong Yuye's intervention, he would have been tormented by the curse himself. Bai Yi would likely continue to suffer for a long time. Boom! Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Manlong appeared in front of Bai Yi. People cheered for him. Senior Brother Manlong, beat him up! No one is a match against Senior Brother Manlong. I heard that Senior Brother Bai Yi is a cross-level cultivator. He can't possibly win. Zhuang Hao observed Manlong. He noticed that his spiritual energy was vast, and his aura continued to surge. He practically shone with vitality. In comparison, Bai Yi seems somewhat insignificant. Chapter 267 Chapter 267 Unexpected Outcome. Chapter 267 Unexpected Outcome. In front of Manlong, Zhuang Hao felt that Bai Yi had no chance of winning. But there were numerous plants and spirit herbs in the surroundings. It meant that Manlong had unknowingly entered Bai Yi's domain. Junior Brother Zhuang, who do you think will win? Lu Xingchen asked. I feel like Senior Brother Manlong will win. But I remember you saying Bai Yi had a chance. Yes. It is said that Bai Yi knows how to use his home ground to his advantage. The seniors didn't find anything wrong after inspecting the grounds, but I feel that Manlong is at a disadvantage here, said Lu Xingchen. Are only seniors allowed to inspect the location? Asked Zhuang Hao. Lu Xingchen nodded. If Bai Yi somehow managed to deceive his seniors, it means he is powerful. Zhuang Hao remained silent. He wanted to see the true strength of a top disciple. Can we start now? Manlong smiled. Zhuang Hao frowned. He could feel that Manlong was full of power and vitality. If he were to erupt instantly, Bai Yi would theoretically be unable to stop him. Of course, Senior Brother, said Bai Yi politely. Please, Senior Brother, Bai Yi said gently. In terms of strength, Zhuang Hao could clearly see that the two were not in the same league. All right, said Manlong. Then he roared, unleashing a powerful force that swept the land like a hurricane. In an instant, sand and rocks flew up, and his power converged. Whoosh! He disappeared from his position. He suddenly appeared in front of Bai Yi and threw a punch. The tremendous force caused a small whirlwind in the vicinity. If that punch landed, the fight would surely come to an end. However, Bai Yi drew an array, and numerous spirit herbs surged up from the ground and blocked Manlong. Boom! His fist collided with the plants and shattered them. However, there was no trace of Bai Yi behind the spirit herbs. He had retreated somewhere into the numerous growths of spirit herbs. It's useless. These things can't stop me. Junior Brother Bai Yi, you better try something else. You aren't as fast as me. Manlong's aura erupted. His power was even more ferocious and overwhelming than before. His fist was still aimed at Bai Yi, but when he was about to strike, his spiritual energy suddenly plummeted. Bai Yi launched a counterattack. Vines surged from the ground. They resembled sharp blades as they attacked Manlong. Boom! Manlong was forced to retreat. He looked at the vines and frowned. His spiritual energy then condensed into a gigantic beast. Bai Yi, I don't believe you can last until the poison in my body takes effect. The power surged wildly and the ground cracked. The vines shattered and the herbs crumbled. The wide-range attack seemed to eliminate all threats in the vicinity. At this moment, Bai Yi advanced. He held a long sword and his figure flickered. He was so fast that he appeared to be a blur. Zhuang Hao was surprised. Clang! The sword clashed with the fierce beast. The sword went flying, and the beast began to expand and shatter. Manlong furrowed his brow, realizing that he couldn't fully control his spiritual energy. At this moment, he gave up on the fierce beast and charged straight toward Bai. "If I catch you, it's over." Manlong coughed up blood. However, it didn't slow him down. Bai Yi remained calm and stood his ground. When Manlong reached out to grab him, it was clear that he should have caught him. However, something strange happened. "Illusionary technique," Zhuang Hao said. "Junior brother Zhuang, you have great insight. Indeed, it is an illusion technique. Manlong has entered the illusion state. I didn't notice when he entered," Lu Xingchen said. Zhuang Hao felt the danger. Manlong's strength was too formidable. Every time he saw him make a move, he instinctively wanted to use the mountain suppression technique to resist. He wasn't a match at all. It was no wonder Manlong had made it to the top 10. He was terrifying. As for Bai Yi, his strength was indeed far inferior to Manlong, but he possessed the sealing spirit technique, illusory technique, poisonous technique, and even the cursing technique. During these past 6 months, he might not have had time to cultivate, but he had time to learn the cursing technique, and he had applied it skillfully. Although the effect might not be very strong, when used properly, it could indeed yield unexpected results. Zhuang Hao felt somewhat worried about Manlong. The poison, curse, sealing, illusion, various techniques had been applied to him. Dragging the fight out would not be beneficial for him. Boom! The power on the field roared as Bai Yi dodged and launched attacks of his own. Although Manlong had destroyed almost all the spirit herbs, he couldn't alleviate the damage to his own body. There must be something else in the surroundings. Bai Yi wouldn't foolishly rely on the spirit herbs in the field as his trump card. However, Manlong's power was not to be underestimated. Even though he was poisoned, he could still overpower Bai Yi. The only thing lacking was an opening. If Bai Yi made one mistake, he would be defeated. But he never made a mistake. Everything seemed to be under his control. The fight was so intense that it destroyed the surrounding plants and cracked the ground. Bai Yi was also injured. All of his attacks were forced. At this moment, his body was surrounded by numerous techniques. Although his spiritual energy had collapsed, he was still going all out. "It feels like they're reaching their limits," Lu Xingchen said. Zhuang Hao nodded. Indeed, they were reaching their limit. Both of them were in bad condition. Manlong endured the techniques, and Bai Yi was exhausted. At this moment, Manlong's body seemed to be burning as he prepared for his final attack. Bai Yi stood his ground, and a formation appeared around him. Immediately, countless spirit herbs gathered there. It seemed that the more spiritual items there were, the stronger his formation became. This astonished everyone. What a powerful formation! If there were divine items all around, his power would increase rapidly, Zhuang Hao said in awe. However, he still favored Manlong. Bai Yi's current situation would lead to his defeat. In the next moment, the attacks began. Neither side wanted to hold back. Powerful forces started to rampage the arena. In the blink of an eye, the forces collided. Boom! Sand and stones surged around them. The formation gradually disintegrated under Manlong's fist. If this went on, it would be over for Bai Yi. Zhuang Hao stared fixedly at Manlong, observing his power circulation, aura expansion, and spiritual energy. He could hold on for a while longer. Meanwhile, the source of power in Bai Yi's formation was severed, and his own power was trying hard to suppress the curse. He might not be able to withstand it much longer. Manlong's aura suddenly deteriorated. Then he coughed out blood. His power started to crumble. The formation attacked Manlong and injured him severely. With a bang, Manlong was sent flying backward. He crashed heavily onto the ground. He didn't rise again. Zhuang Hao was stunned. He couldn't believe it. Manlong had interrupted his attack himself. He had somehow held back. Zhuang Hao had never expected something like this to happen. Chapter 268 Chapter 268 The Final Test. Chapter 268 The Final Test. Manlong's actions surprised Zhuang Hao. It was strange that he had given up at the last moment. The benefits of a top disciple far exceeded that of a true disciple. Otherwise, Bai Yi wouldn't have spent so much time and effort to become one of the 10 disciples. Even so, Manlong had gone easy on him. Zhuang Hao almost hadn't noticed. Bai Yi's spells were difficult to fathom, so it was tough to tell whether they were real or fake. He didn't know if any of the masters of the 12 branches would be watching the fight. If they sensed it, would they intervene? I miscalculated. Zhuang Hao sighed. He won. The audience was in disbelief. I think so. Did you see how he managed to win? I don't understand. Senior brother Manlong kept getting injured, and then senior brother Bai Yi couldn't get close to him. If he had gotten close, it would have been over for him. So, they kept trying to injure each other. In the end, it became a test of who could hold out longer. Does this mean Bai Yi is going to become one of the top 10 disciples? Not yet, there's still one last round. Zhuang Hao looked into the distance. Now that Bai Yi had defeated Manlong, there was only one last test left. If he passed that, he would be one of the top 10 disciples. The test wasn't as difficult as defeating Manlong. He would probably pass that. Junior brother Zhuang, do you think that Bai Yi will become the 10th top disciple? Asked Lu Xingqian. It seems like it. Although he was unwilling to accept it, it was clear that Bai Yi had won. However, Zhuang Hao still had hope. If he could advance to the late stage of the primordial spirit realm, he could still plan his revenge. It would just take longer than he had anticipated. I wonder which top disciple is coming to test him, said Lu Xingqian. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky. It was a woman in a purple dress. She was tall and fair. Her hair was tied into a bun. She landed in front of Bai Yi. Congratulations on defeating Manlong, junior brother Bai Yi. Now let me verify your qualifications. I will suppress my cultivation to the late stage of the primordial spirit realm. I will only use one move. If you are standing upright even after that, you will have passed the test. That is the 6th top disciple, senior sister Wei Si, from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, said Lu Xingqian. Usually, the one who tests a potential disciple would be from the 1st rank to the 5th. So, will it be easier to pass? Zhuang Hao asked. It's hard to say. For Bai Yi, in the late stage of the primordial spirit realm, there's no difference between the 5th and 6th disciples. They are equally formidable against him, Lu Xingqian said. Zhuang Hao wasn't very optimistic about the outcome. If it was just one move, Bai Yi could probably block it. Can we begin? Asked Wei Si as she suppressed her cultivation. Bai Yi took a deep breath and gathered all his power. Yes, senior sister. Wei Si looked at Bai Yi. Her spiritual energy began to surge around her. In an instant, she moved. The surrounding spiritual energy flowed. It was as though everything around was under her control. Everyone was confused. Wei Si seemed to have moved from her position, but it seemed as though she hadn't at the same time. She was already in front of Bai Yi. Bai Yi was caught off guard. There was no time to react. Wei Si placed her hand on Bai Yi's chest. He doubled over and spat a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying backward after that. With a thud, he fell to the ground. His blood spread on the ground. Wei Si waited for Bai Yi to get up, but he couldn't. Bai Yi, you have failed the test, she said. The crowd was in an uproar. Zhuang Hao was in disbelief. He was still shocked by her palm strike. She had calmly placed her palm on Bai Ye's chest, but all the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to respond to her. Zhuang Hao felt that even he couldn't withstand such an attack. Wei Si had even suppressed her cultivation. He couldn't imagine how strong she was at her peak. Zhuang Hao took a deep breath to calm himself. He didn't need to hurry. He could become stronger than this. However, Bai Ye's failure made it look so unreal. He was defeated at the last moment. Bai Yi still had the curse to deal with. All in all, Zhuang Hao felt that the outcome had been good. He could advance and confront him in a few months. He couldn't kill him, of course. However, he would figure something out. He failed just like that. Senior brother Bai Yi failed. Does that mean Manlong is still the 10th top disciple? Isn't that unfair? Senior brother Bai Yi already won the challenge. How is he expected to face a 6th top disciple at her full power? It's fair. Bai Yi already had the home ground advantage. This was his last test. The challenger had the home advantage. Isn't that unfair to senior brother Manlong? How is it unfair? Senior brother Manlong has been the 10th top disciple for many years. He has accumulated so many resources. It looks unfair to me. Zhuang Hao felt that it sounded reasonable. The top disciples had so many privileges. If a challenger couldn't defeat a challenger despite having a home ground advantage, then they didn't really deserve to be a top disciple. Manlong was more than qualified to be the 10th top disciple, but why had he gone easy on Bai Yi? Maybe Bai Yi had made him an offer he couldn't refuse. Wei Si did not leave after that. Instead, she turned to look at Manlong. Bai Yi has failed to become one of the top 10 disciples. However, Manlong was defeated by him. That was humiliating for all the top 10 disciples. Manlong, you will be stripped of your title and banned from competing for the title of 10th top disciple for 10 years. 10 years. Manlong struggled to get up. Why? Boom. An invisible hand descended from the sky and slapped Manlong to the ground. Bones cracked. Manlong grimaced in pain. If 10 years is a problem for you, let's make it 15 years, said Wei Si calmly. Manlong didn't dare question her. Wei Si looked at everyone gathered. The challenge for the seat of 10th top disciple will begin in 3 years. Until then, the resources of the 10th place would be equally distributed among the 9 others. If there is no one selected for the seat in the next 3 years, then the resources will be distributed to the strongest disciple in each realm category. There will be 4 Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivators, 4 from Golden Core Realm and 4 from the Primordial Spirit Realm. We'll do this in rotation until we finally find the 10th top disciple. She then flew up to the sky and disappeared. Zhuang Hao was a little surprised. The 6th top disciple seemed to have high authority. Moreover, if the 10th top disciple wasn't selected, the other 9 would get a lot of extra resources. It was so difficult to make it to the 10th place since they seemed unwilling to include more people. Yi Yaqing had said it was difficult for Bai Yi to succeed. It seemed to be true. Even Manlong had been banned from competing for the title of the 10th top disciple for 15 years. As for the ordinary disciples, they had the chance to obtain the resources of the 10th top disciple after 3 years. They needed to become the strongest in their own cultivation realm. Zhuang Hao felt that he had a chance, but it was too flashy. He didn't want to be noticed. He wanted to know what kind of resources were there before he decided to participate. He had 3 years. There was no hurry. Right now, he needed to focus on advancing to the late stage of the primordial spirit realm. Chapter 269 Chapter 269 You Can Call Me Senior. Chapter 269 You Can Call Me Senior. In the valley, Bai Yi lay on the ground, unable to control the curse on his body. His cultivation was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a magic treasure flew over him and transformed into a beam of light that enveloped his body. "You failed, didn't you?" said Yuzhen. "I told you it isn't that easy to become a top disciple." A young girl walked over to him. She was the 5th top disciple, Yuzhen. "I was the one who was supposed to test you. I didn't want people to think I was biased, so I asked Wei Si to do it in my place. She was very polite about it." Yuzhen helped Bai Yi up. "I'll take you to the forest master to get treated." "Thank you, senior sister, but I'm fine. If I have failed, I can accept it. However, I do want to verify something," said Bai Yi. "What is it?" Yuzhen was curious. "It's personal." Bai Yi's voice was calm. Failure hadn't fazed him one bit. However, he was curious to confirm whether the person who had cursed him was the one he suspected from the Cliff of Broken Hearts. "Whatever you want to do will have to wait until your injuries are healed," said Yuzhen. Bai Yi nodded. She was right. He couldn't even move right now. In another month or 2, his injuries would be healed. If he was lucky, his cultivation would be intact. If not, he would have to put in more effort to cultivate and advance to the next stage. The challenger, Bai Yi, had failed. Not only had he been rejected for the title of the 10th top disciple, but the original 10th top disciple had also been stripped of his title. Since Manlong was out of the picture now, many wanted to try for the seat of the 10th top disciple. If they could somehow manage to make it, they would have 10 or 15 years of peace, because Manlong wouldn't be allowed to fight them until his ban was over. No one had dared to fight a top disciple because they were always scared of Manlong. However, seeing Bai Yi win gave them new hope. Zhuang Hao also felt that he had a chance. If the top 10 disciples could be bribed, they lacked something too. However, things like that could backfire. Bai Yi had still failed, and Manlong had been punished. "I remember that in the last battle among the disciples of the same realm, you were the winner, right?" Lu Xingqian asked. "At that time, only 2 people were sent from each branch," said Zhuang Hao. He had indeed won the last time. He could win again. However, Zhuang Hao needed to find a reason to make everyone believe that he had advanced to the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Otherwise, winning a fight in the late stage would seem unbelievable to many. "Where are you going next, senior brother Lu?" Zhuang Hao asked. "I should be on a mission." Lu Xingqian smiled. "It's been almost 6 years since you killed junior sister Yunruo, right?" "Yes." Zhuang Hao nodded. "After so many years, the number of people targeting you has decreased. However, that powerful person from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion still remembers you. The vessel was harder to find than expected, and there was still no accurate result," Lu Xingqian said. Zhuang Hao had encountered that person when he was heading to the Lawless Tower. Just one glance, and he felt the massive aura that had almost suffocated him. His resources for the next 3 years had been confiscated to please that person. If he caused no trouble in these 3 years, he might not be targeted anymore. It was good that he hadn't left the sect. After chatting for a while longer, Tiang Hao decided to go back to his house. However, before heading back, he appraised Lu Xingqian. Zhuang Hao was speechless. He bid farewell to Lu Xingqian and left. This time it was a blood demon, the remnant of a true dragon, a sorcerer, and now a demon. They were mighty creatures. However, the 2 previous entities hadn't had any luck against Lu Xingqian. Perhaps the demon was the same. Lu Xingqian would probably devour all 3 together and advance to the late stage of the primordial spirit realm in one go. How was he not worried about such a dangerous possession? Zhuang Hao felt that if it were him, he would do everything in his power to get rid of the remnant souls to ensure his own safety. Zhuang Hao was curious about what Lu Xingqian's level would be if he was in the Clear Sky School. They were the strongest immortal sect. They probably had very gifted disciples. When he returned to the Spirit Herb Garden, he found some bubbles. As the bubble fused with him, he felt his spirit and strength improve. He saw Miao Tinglian ushering two people into the garden. It was a man and a woman. They were dressed entirely in black robes, and their aura was formidable. The bald man was in the middle stage of the primordial spirit realm, while the woman was in the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. Their auras were similar to the aura of Zhuang Yuzhen's corpse heart. People from the Divine Corpse Sect. Jiang Hao suddenly remembered Lu Xingchen's words. The people of the Divine Corpse Sect wanted to cooperate with the Heavenly Note Sect because they wanted to take back the Corpse Realm flowers. It seemed that the information was correct. Although they were in the primordial spirit realm, they only showed their cultivation at the Golden Core realm at this moment. Junior brother Jiang, you're here. Miao Tinglian walked over to him with the two people. These two are disciples from a sect of the north. They wanted to see our garden and the corpse realm flower. The seniors aren't free, so the master told me to lead them to you. I still have so many people waiting for me to ask about the corpse realm flower, so I'll have to excuse myself. Miao Tinglian left after that. Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned. He was only at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, as far as anyone knew, so why was he assigned the duty to escort these people who were both at the primordial spirit realm? Greetings, seniors. Jiang Hao said. I'm Jiang Hao. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Junior brother, we don't have to go through formalities. We can just address each other casually. I'm Gu Qing, and this is my junior sister Fang Jin, said the bald man. Of course. Then, with your permission, I'll address you as Disciple Gu and Disciple Fang, said Jiang Hao. A Foundation establishment realm cultivator in charge of a spirit herb garden? Do you know a lot about spirit herbs? Asked Fang Jin indifferently. A little, Jiang Hao said. After that, Jiang Hao led them on a tour of the garden. He showed them a bit of everything. Along the way, Jiang Hao stole occasional glances at them. As expected, both of them looked around in disdain. Perhaps they found this place no better than a rural wasteland. That's it? Fang Jin asked. Jiang Hao chuckled. I'm afraid so, fellow disciple. I changed my mind. You can call me senior. Chapter 270 Chapter 270 Be careful in your next life, senior sister. The road at night is not safe. Chapter 270 Be careful in your next life, senior sister. The road at night is not safe. Jiang Hao was taken aback by her words. It seemed that they really looked down on the Heavenly Note Sect. To them, the Heavenly Note Sect was just a tiny sect in the south that wasn't worth their attention. Jiang Hao calmly accepted their attitude. Nonsense, said Gu Qing angrily. Fellow disciple Jiang is the one in charge of this spirit herb garden. Although his cultivation might be lower than ours, that doesn't mean anything. Don't you understand we have to play ball when in other people's court, junior sister Fang? Then, he smiled at Jiang Hao. Please forgive us, disciple Jiang. My junior sister doesn't get out much, so she can be a little bit ignorant. Jiang Hao shook his head. That's all right. It is my fault for not being hospitable. If there is nothing else, can we go see the corpse realm flower now? Asked Fang Jin. Lead the way. Jiang Hao nodded and led them away. Please follow me. It's just a little further. After a while, Jiang Hao led them to the corpse realm flower. There was no one guarding the place. The only person who was supposed to be there was busy with other matters. As he got closer, Jiang Hao felt his lifeblood and spiritual energy fluctuate. At this moment, a dark red color seemed to fall on the petals. You're just going to leave the corpse realm flower here like this? Fang Jin looked at Jiang Hao. Do you know how to do things properly or not? I'm sorry. I'm not in charge of the corpse realm flowers, he said. Fang Jin seemed to imply that the flowers belonged to them, and the Heavenly Note Sect had done a very bad job of looking after them. To them, the Heavenly Note sect was just a tiny, insignificant sect. The larger northern sects were indeed arrogant. The Black Heaven sect, the Sunset Immortal sect, and the Wind Lightning sect didn't have the confidence to offend the Heavenly Note sect. Back then, even if they came to ask for him, he would only be outside the sect and not a disciple. Right now, the Corpse Realm flower is lacking some blood, said Guqing in explanation. Fresh blood? Zhuang Hao asked. I'll get someone to immediately prepare some beast blood. Beast blood? Fang Jin said. Human blood is the best. Even better if it's the blood of a cultivator. Zhuang Hao frowned. I will have to consult with the seniors on that one. Just use a bit of yours. What is there to consult about? You won't die. Feed it blood once a day every 14 days. At most, your lifeblood will lower a little and affect your cultivation. It might make it difficult for you to advance for a year, at most. You've done a great service by finding the method to make the flowers bloom. However, it does require blood, said Fan Jin. If you're scared, I can get your master to agree to it. It has to be you. Zhuang Hao lowered his head. In that case, I'll do it willingly. However, I still need to ask for permission. Well, we'll be free tomorrow anyway. We can teach you the method to do it, said Fang Jin coldly. Ji Qing had been silent all this while. Enough, he said angrily. Junior sister Fang, this is the Heavenly Note sect. This isn't our sect. Be careful with your words. After that, the two of them observed the flower for a while and left. They told him that they would visit tomorrow. They seemed to assume that Zhuang Hao would be present to receive them tomorrow. He nodded. After that, he tended to the spirit herbs in the garden and returned to his courtyard. That night, Fang Jin went her separate way and observed the Heavenly Note sect alone. In her eyes, the Heavenly Sound sect was just a small and remote sect. What was there to be so careful about? Not only the teachers but also the disciples were all surprisingly weak. That was enough to show her how weak the sect actually was. There was nothing to worry about. There was no need to cooperate with such a sect at all. They could just take back the Corpse Realm flowers. Suddenly, there was a whoosh. Fang Jin's treasure lit up and protected her. Bang! She blocked a spear that had stabbed at her. What are you? Before she could finish her words, she saw a purple blade flash past her. She felt her defenses shatter, and the magic treasure on her body disintegrated. Her mind went blank. Her consciousness seemed to have slipped out of her body. She saw her body on the ground, trying to turn around. Fang Jin found it hard to believe. She saw someone standing behind her. He held a long silver-white saber in his hand. It looked sharp enough to cut through anything in the world. When she saw his face, she was stunned. The disciple in the Foundation establishment realm we met during the day. Senior, what a coincidence! We meet again. Zhuang Hao raised the primordial heavenly blade. He used the second form of the heavenly blade, mountain suppression. If you kill me, you will offend the whole. Before she finished speaking, the saber slashed down and suppressed her. Be careful in your next life, senior sister. The road at night is not safe. Boom! Fang Jin's body shattered. This was her main body. Even if she had a clone, it was difficult to revive her fully. It was only possible to resurrect her through the corpse heart. The corpse heart was only possessed by the disciples at the peak of each realm. Zhuang Hao looked at her storage treasure. He hesitated, then decided to leave it. He had killed a disciple from a large sect. If he took anything from that storage treasure, he might be tracked. It would be risky if the people from the Divine Corpse sect targeted him. Zhuang Hao disappeared into the night. After returning to his residence, he began to make talismans. He needed to earn spirit stones. The next day, as the sun rose, Zhuang Hao collected the bubbles in his courtyard. He then walked out of there. He heard a commotion and an angry voice. Investigate this at once. Find out the truth at all costs. Zhuang Hao was baffled. Did the death of someone from the Divine Corpse sect have such an impact on the sect? He wondered if they would use the Heavenly Essence soul modeling mirror in this case. If they did, Zhuang Hao wouldn't be able to deceive it. It was a divine item, after all. Zhuang Hao was worried. However, it was strange. When someone from other sects was killed here, the law enforcement hall didn't care so much. This time, they were investigating early in the morning. Zhuang Hao looked around and didn't find anyone from the law enforcement hall. He had often been investigated by the law enforcement hall, so he knew their procedure. Something seemed wrong. He dared not to act hastily. Perhaps they were using the Heavenly Essence soul modeling mirror right now. Killing an important person in the sect had a huge impact. It was no wonder even the pavilion master was reluctant to go after Zhuang Hao publicly. He arrived at the spirit herb garden. After Zhuang Hao finished tending to the spirit herbs, he walked around and inspected them. The beast, Ching Chou, and Shaoli walked toward him while having an intense conversation. The Divine Corpse sect insulted our garden recently. Don't bump into them. Keep a low profile, said Ching Chou. Beast, do you have any friends in the Divine Corpse sect? Asked Shaoli. Master, you have to work hard, said the beast when it saw Zhuang Hao. What does that have to do with senior brother Zhuang? Asked Shaoli. Zhuang Hao ignored them. It was already noon, but no one from the law enforcement hall came looking for him. The people of the Divine Corpse sect didn't visit to see the Corpse Realm flower, either. On the third day, Lu Xingchen visited him. Chapter 271 Chapter 271 Have the Guts to Fight Head-On. Chapter 271 Have the Guts to Fight Head-On. Finally, Zhuang Hao had a feeling that the efficiency of the law enforcement hall had decreased these days. Otherwise, why would Lu Xingchen take 3 days to come to visit him regarding the case? Junior brother Zhuang, we meet again. This time I've come to find you for official business, Lu Xingchen said. He seemed to have been waiting for a long time in front of the courtyard gate. What is it? There was a strong presence of spiritual energy around Lu Xingchen, much stronger than before. It seemed that the blood demon was about to complete its final possession. In other words, Lu Xingchen would soon advance to the middle stage of the primordial spirit realm. Zhuang Hao felt a sense of urgency. The feeling of someone else catching up to his cultivation realm wasn't pleasant. In about a month, he would advance to the late stage of the primordial spirit realm. Do you not know junior brother Zhuang? He asked. Oh right. The information hasn't spread yet. Most people are unaware of it. It's not good news. What is it? Zhuang Hao asked. Have you had contact with the disciples of the Divine Corpse sect? Lu Xingchen asked. I have. Zhuang Hao nodded. How was it? Lu Xingchen asked. Well, the sect seems like a really major sect in the north, said Zhuang Hao. Lu Xingchen smiled. But they look down on us, don't they? Zhuang Hao nodded. Who was it? Do you still remember junior brother Zhuang? Lu Xingchen asked. The man was called Guqing, and the woman was Fang Jin. Lu Xingchen smiled. That's the reason I've come to find you. Fang Jin was killed on the night she had contact with you. Killed? Zhuang Hao pretended to be shocked. Can we talk inside? Lu Xingchen pointed to the courtyard. Of course, senior brother Lu. Please come inside. Lu Xingchen walked into the courtyard and was quite surprised. You really like to grow some peculiar things. It seems like you have even more than before. Senior brother Lu, you must be joking. Zhuang Hao wasn't worried about anything. Lu Xingchen already knew about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. The two sat at the wooden table, and Zhuang Hao made some tea. Junior brother Zhuang, I'm sure you heard the commotion a few days ago, said Lu Xingchen. Was that about the death of Fang Jin? Not at all, Lu Xingchen said. It is said that at that time, many disciples of the Divine Corpse sect were disrespectful to the various sections. And then, Lu Xingchen paused. The Divine Corpse sect sent 32 disciples this time, and 10 of them were killed overnight, including Fang Jin. Zhuang Hao was stunned. He really hadn't expected this at all. So, there was someone else involved in the killings. Weren't they afraid of being discovered? Did they find out who did it? Zhuang Hao asked. The Divine Corpse sect was a major sect in the northern region. Whoever had done it was really bold. Zhuang Hao remembered that the Heavenly Note sect was a demonic sect. They were capable of anything. The first suspect was Manlong, Lu Xingchen said with a smile. But Manlong claims that he suffered heavy injuries and is unable to do something like that. His master did verify that for us. What happened next? Zhuang Hao asked. We value evidence in our sect. Although Manlong is no longer a top disciple, he is still a true disciple of the Flowing Waterfall branch and has made great contributions to the sect. Of course, we cannot arrest him without concrete evidence, Lu Xingchen said. The second suspect is Yi Yaqing of the 100 Bones Forest. She ranks 5th among the top 10 disciples, but she claims that she has been taking care of Bai Yi all this time. Bai Yi and Lian Qin can testify to that. Without solid evidence, we cannot arrest her either. The others were more subtle in their methods, and we haven't found out who they are even after 3 days. Zhuang Hao was speechless. This completely exceeded his expectations. Weren't the others afraid of offending the Divine Corpse sect? It was unlikely that they had acted without permission. They might have been allowed to do it directly or indirectly. Do you not use the divine item to find the person? Divine item? Lu Xingchen smiled. The dead are not from our sect, so why use it? Zhuang Hao realized that within the same sect, no one dared to kill anyone without consequence. No one could escape the investigation of the law enforcement hall. But killing people from other sects did not have this restriction. Such behavior would definitely offend the Divine Corpse sect. Going to the north would be dangerous. In the future, the northern sect would even try to suppress the Heavenly Note sect. However, even if they were strong in the northern region, their influence had no bearing in the southern region. Zhuang Hao didn't care. I've come to find you because you had contact with Fang Jin, so I came to ask. Where were you that night? Lu Xingchen asked. I was in my room making talismans, Zhuang Hao said. In that case, you don't have anything to worry about. Lu Xingchen smiled. Zhuang Hao understood that the anger of the law enforcement hall was just a show. They only came to him after such a long time because they hadn't been focused on the investigation. Otherwise, with the strength of the law enforcement hall, anyone who did it would have been caught within a day or two. Zhuang Hao was curious. Did those people take the storage treasures of the Divine Corpse sect disciples? He didn't dare ask about that, so he asked about something else instead. Will the people from the Divine Corpse sect really let it go that easily? Lu Xingchen shook his head. Who knows? At the guest house in the Heavenly Note sect, there were many courtyards filled with abundant energy. Among them, the most concentrated courtyard was occupied by 2 middle-aged men and a beautiful woman, with about 20 disciples standing beside them. Gu Qing was among them, but his eyes no longer held the arrogance they had before. Clang! A teacup was thrown to the ground by one of the middle-aged men. His voice was filled with anger. Evidence! How can a person from the demonic sect be more rule-abiding than those from the immortal sects? What evidence do they need? This is a joke. It's obviously all just for show. They have been at it for days and haven't found anything. At this moment, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow. I've said it before. We should be modest when coming here. Not only do they underestimate us, but they even try to teach us how to do things. Do they think this place belongs to their sect? Haven't you realized it yet? They have no intention of investigating. Do they really think this is some immortal sect that would consider their reputation? He was the leader of the group, Han Yu, a respected elder of the Divine Corpse sect. His strength was on par with Zhuang Yuzhen. What do you plan to do, senior brother? The beautiful woman asked. Give them another 3 days. They must give us an answer in the end, or else. It's best to prepare, Han Yu said coldly. They ambushed us. Otherwise, how could they be our match? Just a bunch of uncivilized peasants, a young man with a cultivation level far surpassing the primordial spirit realm said. The next morning, his body was found in a river. Han Yu's aura instantly spread. It was filled with anger. It seemed as if he would fight the Heavenly Note sect to death. Chapter 272, Chapter 272. Can I suggest calming down? Chapter 272. Can I suggest calming down? Han Yu was furious. His aura soared into the sky, and a powerful force swept in all directions. This is too much. The people of the Heavenly Note sect had no sense of restraint. Killing them was one thing, but plundering their storage treasures was barbaric. Either someone had a special method to kill them, or someone powerful was involved. It was clear that more than one person was involved in the killings. The demonic sect truly had no restraint at all. They had no regard for anyone. The powerful aura swept across the surroundings, causing many people to tremble in fear. It seemed like a major battle was about to break out, and it was happening within the sect. That meant that the Heavenly Note sect's advantage was gone. If a fight broke out, the Heavenly Note sect would suffer. A white figure descended. Baiji arrived as quickly as possible. Elder Han Yu, please calm down. How can you expect me to calm down? Shouted Han Yu. This person was the acting sect master of the Heavenly Note sect, with decent strength but nothing more. If their isolated sect master was the same, then the Heavenly Note sect was nothing special, after all. Han Yu couldn't help but suspect whether Elder Zhuang had really fallen into their hands. Perhaps it was all a misunderstanding. They were so weak. I heard that you have been here for several days and haven't bothered to look around our Heavenly Note sect. I will take you for a stroll. It should help you calm down, Baiji said. She was trying to deduce how much of a chance she had against this elder. Although the person in front of her was not as good as Elder Zhuang Yuzhen, he was still extremely powerful. It wouldn't be easy for their 12 branches to keep these 3 individuals captive. A stroll? A middle-aged man on the side sneered. A stroll will give us an explanation. Rest assured. Our Heavenly Note sect sincerely wishes to cooperate. After all, we know very little about the Corpse Realm flowers, Baiji said. Elder Han Yu, please. She gestured. Han Yu frowned. Junior sister, you come with me. Junior brother, take the others inside. After a short while, Baiji led the 2 of them along a mountain path, and they could see a tower ahead. This is the Lawless Tower. Ordinary disciples cannot enter, nor do they have the qualifications to enter, Baiji said as they reached the entrance. For us, this tower is used to enhance cultivation and nourish the surrounding mountains. The forests of the Heavenly Note sect were not this lush before. It became like this after we built this tower. Where did you get this tower? Han Yu asked. The tower was definitely not ordinary. He couldn't even see through it. He had never heard of the Lawless Tower before. Baiji smiled. By the way, to avoid any interference you need to wear something, she said, handing something to Han Yu and his junior sister. Afterward, the 3 of them entered the Lawless Tower. Han Yu remained vigilant. If any problems arose, he would take action immediately. Do we need to go through each floor? The beautiful woman, Lan Qing, asked. No. We will go directly to the 5th floor. Baiji smiled. On the 5th floor, she led them to a cell. Baiji asked the 2 of them to stand aside while she approached the prison cell. Inside the cell, there was only one man. He looked disheveled and emitted a weak aura. Han Yu was stunned. Although he couldn't sense it clearly, he recognized the person in front of him. He couldn't believe his elder was reduced to this. Zhuang Yuzhen, we meet again, Baizhi said with a smile. Han Yu and Lan Qing felt a pang in their hearts. Zhuang Yuzhen looked up at Baizhi. It's useless. I won't talk with you. I want to see that disciple. Bring him here. I will only talk with him. He is not a disciple of my branch, so I can't order him to come here, said Baizhi. Get lost, you filthy demonic sect. You are the acting sect master. You expect me to believe you have no authority over him? Zhuang Yuzhen said angrily. It seems you are always so dissatisfied with your situation. None of you are my match, Zhuang Yuzhen said coldly. Are you saying that you want to see someone who is your match? Baizhi asked. Zhuang Yuzhen suddenly froze. He was afraid. Get lost. I want to see that person. I don't want to see anyone else now, just him. Bring him to me. I'll go and ask for you, Baizhi said politely. Then she turned and left. Soon, she led the two individuals out of the lawless tower. They were still in a state of shock. They had sensed Zhuang Yuzhen's fear. Who could make him so afraid? Have you calmed down now? Baizhi asked with a smile. Han Yu and Lan Qing were both stunned. Baizhi smiled. Shall we discuss cooperation? In the Spirit Herb Garden, Zhuang Hao walked around absent-mindedly. In the early morning, he sensed a powerful aura. It might be someone from the Divine Corpse sect. This terrifying aura reminded him of Zhuang Yuzhen. Once someone as powerful attacked him, he might not even be able to escape. Fortunately, nothing happened. They are probably negotiating with the high-level members of the Heavenly Note sect. I wonder if they can reach an agreement. If they reached an agreement, they could proceed smoothly. If not, a large-scale battle might break out. The Heavenly Note sect would suffer heavy losses even if they won. It would be better if they could solve the problem peacefully. The consequences were unpredictable. The afternoon passed without any further incident. 3 days later, the sect announced cooperation with the Divine Corpse sect and guaranteed the safety of the Divine Corpse sect's disciples visiting the Heavenly Note sect. If anything happened, the Enforcement Hall would intervene. After the announcement, Zhuang Hao knew that the two parties had reached an agreement, and no one could kill members of the Divine Corpse sect anymore. The Enforcement Hall would truly intervene this time. No one would dare to make a move again. Each investigation would be strict. Zhuang Hao was not afraid of a normal investigation. What he feared was the Heavenly Essence Soul Modeling Mirror. In any case, things had been relatively quiet. In another month and a half, he would go and find Bai Yi. No one approached Zhuang Hao for the next month. The people from the Divine Corpse sect were doing their own thing and didn't come to visit him. In mid-September, Zhuang Hao sat cross-legged in his room, feeling the changes within his body. At this moment, the 7 stars sealing technique appeared around him. He found out that he could use the technique to seal himself off from the outside world. It provided him significant defense against attacks. Unfortunately, the range was fixed, and it wasn't easy to get out. It required a higher level of control. He would probably be able to figure it out another way after using it for a while. Zhuang Hao went to the courtyard and saw that the peach tree had started to bear fruit. Time was running out. He opened his interface. He needed to prioritize the matter of Bai Yi and then focus on other things. Chapter 273 Chapter 273 Someone has already handled it. Chapter 273 Someone has already handled it. Just a little bit more cultivation is needed. He felt that he could obtain some blue bubbles the day after tomorrow. He wanted to see what significant changes would appear after he advanced to the late stage of the primordial spirit realm. It would be good to take precautions. He now had accumulated 3,000 spirit stones. Everyone had been frightened by the terrifying aura from before, so his talismans sold very well. However, these spirit stones were still not enough for the incarnation of the immortal peach tree. Zhuang Hao didn't know if it was actually happening, but he felt that the growth of the peach tree had significantly slowed down. He had appraised it, but there were no changes for the time being. He still needed to undergo 6 more rounds of incarnation. He had no choice but to wait and appraise it when it matured. Master, this bamboo is so tall. The spirit beast hung from the bamboo with its ears. Looking at the bamboo that was taller than the surrounding walls, Zhuang Hao wondered if he should cut and replant it somewhere else. He had prevented the bamboo from spreading because it might crowd his space. There was only one bamboo. He decided to keep it. He would let the bamboo grow out for a while and then transplant a shoot outside. Dig some shoots out and give them to Shaoli to be sent to the cafeteria, Zhuang Hao said. The cafeteria staff would help Shaoli take care of it. For several years, he had paid the cafeteria spirit stones for extra food, and there hadn't been any problems so far. Master, how do I dig it out? The beast descended from the tree and squatted in front of the bamboo shoot. With your claws. The beast then began to dig out the bamboo shoot with its claws. The beast was on the verge of surpassing the Foundation establishment realm. Its claws had become sharper. Zhuang Hao was somewhat surprised that the beast was soon going to be at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Its progress seemed too quick. What is Shaoli's cultivation realm now? Zhuang Hao asked. She has reached the 6th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm, said the beast. What about Chu Chuan? He has already reached the 5th stage. Did you give him his things? I did. I always complete the tasks you give me. The spirit beast was indeed doing a good job of following Zhuang Hao's instructions. However, he didn't always believe the beast's words, so he did occasionally go and check for himself. Chu Chuan reaching the 5th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm within 3 years was indeed impressive. Based on his recent progress, his talent was quite high. Zhuang Hao didn't know if Chu Chuan would be able to advance to the Foundation establishment realm by the time the Bright Moon Sect's conference was held. How is Lin Ji doing? Zhuang Hao asked. Lin Ji's cultivation hasn't increased, but everything else has improved, said the beast. I have urged him to improve his movement techniques. Movement techniques? Zhuang Hao was curious. What are you planning to teach him? The spirit beast picked up the bamboo shoot it had dug up. To doge and hide. There is no need to teach him anything more. Zhuang Hao didn't protest. Lin Ji was still at the 3rd stage of the Star Moon lifeblood refinement technique, which was quite slow. If he reached the 9th stage, he would be able to accumulate enough star energy. But it was fine. Slow and steady was the best approach for Lin Ji. By the way, it seems that Lin Ji's friends are still discussing how to find a way to let him stay in the sect, said the spirit beast. By now, they had left the courtyard and were heading toward the spirit herb garden. No need to worry about that. Let them be, said Zhuang Hao. Oh, and one more thing. Master, I feel that this collar won't last much longer. Can you get me a new one? Zhuang Hao chuckled. He didn't have enough spirit stones. The collars for Golden Core Realm beasts were quite expensive. Master, I'm going to find Shaoli. With the bamboo shoot in its arms, the beast headed in a different path. Zhuang Hao walked toward the spirit herb garden. He noticed 2 disciples from the Divine Corpse sect waiting there. He knew they were waiting for him. He didn't know what they wanted this time. Hopefully, there won't be any trouble. Otherwise, it would disrupt his plans to find Bai Yi next. At White Moon Lake, Zhao Qingxue looked troubled. Senior sister, is there really no other way? Don't we still have half a year? Zhou Chan smiled reassuringly. Perhaps he can advance to the 2nd stage of the lifeblood refinement realm by then. But I feel like there has been very little change in Lin Ji's spiritual energy and cultivation, said Zhao Qingxue. Maybe half a year isn't enough. Zhao Qingxue had reached the 5th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. She was also taller than before. She looked completely different from Lin Ji. I asked, and they don't even accept spirit stones anymore. They said they have other arrangements for the future. Zhou Chan sighed helplessly. Then I asked Elder Qian Su. He suggested giving Lin Ji some spirit herbs to help him advance to the next stage. If the spirit herbs don't work, it means there is a problem with his talent. The problem can't be solved with a simple price. 1C Zhao Qingxue looked disappointed. Why are you helping him, junior sister Zhao? Asked a white-robed woman. Her ethereal beauty transcended the ordinary. Senior sister Ling, greetings. Zhao Qingxue bowed in greeting. Senior sister, weren't you in seclusion? Zhou Chan asked with a smile. I came out to take a look because of the matter with the Divine Corpse sect. Ling chuckled. She was friendly with Zhou Chan. Then she turned to look at Zhao Qingxue. I have heard a bit about you and Lin Ji. The two of you are not from the same world. If you treat him like this, you'll bring him even more trouble. I just want to help him. I feel that he has suffered too much. He was always so reserved and meek when he was young. He is still like that. I understand you want to help him. But the way you're doing it is wrong, said Senior Sister Ling. It's better to help him secretly. When everyone knows that you are going out of your way to help him, it'll only cause more harm. But you are young and impulsive right now. I understand. I am heading to the Cliff of Broken Hearts. I can inquire about your friend if you want. Senior Sister Ling, we'll come with you, Zhou Chan said. Senior Sister Ling glanced at her and then nodded. Soon, they arrived at the Cliff of Broken Hearts. The man in charge of managing the outer sect disciples looked fearful when he saw them. Senior Sister Ling, it's not that I'm not willing to help. It's just that Lin Ji has been removed from the list. Chapter 274 Chapter 274 This person is too clumsy. Chapter 274 This person is too clumsy. Has it been removed from the list? Senior Sister Ling was a little confused. When did this happen? It should have been a year ago. The other party dared not hesitate and answered quickly. A year. Zhou Chan thought for a moment and asked, You mean it happened before I arrived? The other party nodded awkwardly. Senior Sister Ling did not care about this. Instead, she asked the most important question. In other words, Lin Ji didn't have to leave the sect. Who did it then? The other party hesitated for a moment and spoke truthfully. It was the Cliff Master. This surprised them. The Cliff of Broken Hearts Master had personally interfered. The three of them did not stay any longer. Senior sister, did that senior brother see you earlier? Zhou Chan seemed puzzled after they left. She remembered that ever since she entered the sect, her senior sister rarely went out. I'm not sure, Senior Sister Ling said calmly. But he sensed my cultivation. Zhou Chan nodded. She had experienced it before as well. It was as if the sky had collapsed, and it was extremely terrifying. Is there anything special about Lin Ji? Senior Sister Ling asked curiously. Perhaps his cultivation is stable? Zhou Chan said. Did he encounter anything strange? Senior Sister Ling asked again. I remember Uncle Rabbit mentioning it before, but he didn't go into detail, Zhao Qingxue said. Uncle Rabbit? Zhou Chan contemplated for a long time before she said. The Cliff of Broken Hearts only has a rabbit as a spirit pet. Which senior brother is it? Zhao Qingxue asked happily. It's junior brother Jiang Hao's. He's the one who brought Lin Ji into the sect, Zhou Chan explained. Hearing this, Zhao Qingxue's joy disappeared, and it was replaced by disappointment. He had assumed that a powerful senior found value in him. Unexpectedly, it was just an ordinary inner sect junior. Since there are no other problems, you can cultivate in peace next time. Your cultivation level has increased rapidly, but your foundation isn't stable. If you desire to do something, your cultivation level must first be high enough. Zupanor talent is not mat rare me sect. Now rar one can go still penis on one's own hard work. Some people with great talent can become true inheritors, while others with great talent only end up being ordinary. Junior sister, you have to realize this as soon as possible. Senior sister Lung looked at the two of them and said calmly, "Let's go back." Zhou Chan bade farewell to senior sister Lung and brought Zhao Qingxue back. Only then did senior sister Lung walk deep into the cliff of broken hearts to attend to her own matters. "Seniors, is there something you need?" In the spirit herb garden, Zhuang Hao spoke respectfully as he looked at the people from the Divine Corpse sect. "Fellow disciple, you must be joking." Gu Qing smiled bitterly. He had given it a long and careful thought. Junior sister Fang Jin never offended anyone else except this unattractive disciple before him. On the night that he had suggested using blood to feed the corpse realm flower, junior sister Fang Jin had been brutally killed. To say that this person had nothing to do with it was impossible. Of course, it was not that the person before him was the culprit. There was a high chance that someone had done the deed on his behalf. Even if Gu Qing looked down on him, he could not show it. This was what Elder Han Yu had instructed as well. Although he did not know what had happened, Elder Han Yu's attitude changed after the substitute sect master of the Heavenly Note sect invited him out. No matter how dissatisfied or annoyed they were, they had to hide it. Let's just leave it at that. The younger generation should get used to it. Zhuang Hao shook his head. He could not erase their sense of superiority, and he did not want to cause any more trouble. If he had insisted on calling her senior last time, perhaps it would have been much better. As primordial spirits, not many people were willing to address each other as fellow disciples. If they were not from the same sect, it was easy for them to encounter unnecessary trouble. This was especially true for those who were members of organizations that were labeled as great sects by the Mountain and Sea biographies. What was a large sect? Zhuang Hao had read the book carefully. Those above large sects were called immortal sections. The Clear Sky School or Bright Moon sect were examples of such sections. The Heavenly Note sect had barely managed to become a first-rate sect in the past few decades. It was a sect that lacked foundation. With that being the case, how could he compare with the other party? According to Lu Xingchen, the Bright Moon sect could defeat the Black Heaven sect, the Sunset sect, the Wind Lightning sect, the Heavenly Note sect, and so on with one hand. Plus, these sects added together could probably go back and forth with the Divine Corpse sect. It was hard to say. However, if the disciples of the Heavenly Note sect were to travel north, they would probably not be able to return once they were caught. Therefore, it was best not to have any conflict. Gu Qing could not do anything about it. "I'm actually here for the Corpse Realm Flower, fellow disciple Zhuang." "Corpse Realm Flower? Are you going to feed him?" Zhuang Hao asked. This again. Since it was not a simple bloodletting process, the Corpse Realm Flower could easily absorb essence, qi, and spirit. This was definitely not possible. The advancement was imminent, and once a person's essence, qi, and spirit were damaged, it was easy to fail the advancement. No, no, no. Gu Qing quickly explained. The corpse realm will open after a while. You might want to enter it as well, fellow disciple Zhuang. We're here to teach you some formations to deal with the situation inside. I'll tell you about the rest later. The corpse realm flower gathering? I might want to go in? Zhuang Hao was a little surprised. The former was pretending to be surprised, while the latter was really concerned. It was too risky to enter such a dangerous place. We're just following orders, a senior sister beside him said softly. She had been standing at the side the entire time. She was in the exceptional gold core realm. She had a dainty appearance and a well-proportioned figure, like a typical girl next door. Yes, we were only following orders. You happened to be on the list, fellow disciple, so we came over, Yuzhen explained. Although Zhuang Hao was puzzled, he did not say anything. He had to ask his master about this. Shortly after, they arrived at the side of the wooden house in the spirit herb garden. First of all, you need to identify a formation called the Three Eons formation. This formation is extremely wide and difficult to analyze. It's composed of heavenly yuan, earth yuan, and human yuan. What we really need to learn is a part of the human yuan. I'll draw out the formation I need first before I explain it to you. I hope that you'll gain a brief understanding of the situation today, fellow disciple, Senior Sister Qing Yu explained as she drew a formation on the ground. Zhuang Hao did not ask any questions. Instead, he listened quietly. Slowly, he gained some understanding. This formation was part of the Corpse Realm Flowers passage. After a person learned these formations, he would be able to control where he landed. Even if there was danger, he could use the formation to protect himself. If he was unprepared, he would be sent to a random place. If something went wrong during the process, there was a high chance that he would never be able to return. The Divine Corpse Sect had paid a huge price to learn this. It looks like I have the qualifications to enter the special land, but why am I qualified? The people of the Divine Corpse Sect were either in the exceptional Gold Core realm or the Primordial Soul realm. What was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator going to do there? However, he was not in a hurry to question them. Instead, he observed the formation and tried to understand it. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to understand. Senior Sister Yu felt rather helpless as she tried to teach him. His skills were indeed a little ordinary, perhaps too ordinary. One's talent in formations could be poor, but if one was highly talented in cultivation, one would still possess a certain level of intelligence. It would be easy for one to understand the basics of formations. The person before her was too ordinary. He did not have that kind of skill. It was obvious that he did not have much talent when it came to cultivation. She did not understand why such a person would go to the corpse realm. It was not that she looked down on those in the Foundation establishment realm, but he truly was not good. With his talent, the Gold Core realm might be his limit. Going to the corpse realm was a waste on him. Of course, she was also tired of teaching. It was as if she was teaching a clumsy student. Chapter 275 Chapter 275 The Sealing Technique. Chapter 275 The Sealing Technique. Zhuang Hao studied formations the entire day. He could vaguely sense the other party's helplessness. It seemed that his talent was causing some trouble for them. He had been trying his best to ask fewer questions, but even so, the other party still felt that there were too many and that his comprehension was poor. Zhuang Hao sighed inwardly. He had done his best. He knew very little about formations. That kind of knowledge heavily relied on talent. Sometimes it required more talent than alchemy. Alchemy, formations, forging, talisman making. They were all specialized fields, and formations were probably the most difficult to master. Fortunately, after dark, they successfully finished explaining the formations. You need to master this formation within a month. Next month, we will explain other formations. You must learn all the required formations before the corpse realm flowers mature, Senior Sister Qing Yu said. Thank you, Senior, Zhuang Hao said gratefully. After that, Senior Sister Qing Yu and Yuzhen left the Spirit Herb Garden. What do you think, Junior Sister? Asked Yuzhen when they were outside. He's just average, said Qin Yu with some disdain. I've never seen anyone so difficult to teach. I think it's a waste of a spot for him to enter the corpse realm. Maybe people think highly of him for some other reason. I'm curious too. Why would someone at the Foundation establishment realm be on the list? Gu Qing frowned. Maybe he has someone backing him, or it could be for other reasons. I'll ask around in the next few days, and maybe I can find out something. But I feel that the other inner disciples don't really care about him. His status doesn't seem very high. He has average talent. He isn't an alchemist. He spends all his time in the spirit herb garden and isn't really valued much by other disciples. How could someone like that obtain a spot? While wasting a spot, he's also putting himself in danger. Even if he learns formations and can temporarily ensure his safety, once he offends someone, he will easily bring disaster upon himself. Qin Yu shook her head. For now, let's not worry about it. I'll ask around and then we'll see. Regardless, junior sister, you still need to guide him next month, Gu Qing said. I get a headache every time I see him now. Qin Yu rubbed her temples and sighed. I'm afraid that even after a month, he won't be able to learn the initial formation. What am I going to do then? If it doesn't work out, I'll have to ask other seniors to come and teach him. I'll ask for you, Gu Qing said. After that, the two of them left Cliff of Broken Hearts. They had to go back to report their work. At this moment, Zhuang Hao looked at the formations and felt a headache coming on. He could sense the frustrations of those two people. But he had been in plenty of these situations and didn't mind. After taking note of the formations, he began to take care of the spirit herbs. If he didn't care for them, he would get no bubbles tomorrow. That would be a waste of the opportunity to become stronger. Once the bubbles were wasted, they could hardly be recovered. It was better to be diligent in his work. After taking care of the spirit herbs, he returned to his house. He didn't rush to continue studying the formations. There were more important things for him to do right now. He needed to be in the best possible condition to do that. For the next 2 days, he needed to maintain his peak state. On the third day, Zhuang Hao arrived beside the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. A blue bubble flew into his body. Zhuang Hao glanced at his panel. It's full. I can advance tonight and act tomorrow night. He headed to the library to see if there were any anomalies related to his advancement. After returning, he sought an audience with his master. He wanted to ask about the Corpse Realm flowers. Entering the Corpse Realm? Ku Wuchang said. It's a sect reward. Whoever cultivates them successfully earns a spot. Zhuang Hao was stunned. He was unaware of this. Otherwise, he would have avoided it. Master, I feel that my cultivation is not enough. It would be better if other seniors were to take the spot instead of me, said Zhuang Hao. Giving away his spot would be safer. The destination inside the corpse realm was uncertain. It would be dangerous to enter it. Ku Wuchang fell silent. Finally, he handed Zhuang Hao a piece of wood about the size of a thumb. It appeared ordinary, but it contained considerable power. Go do your work, said Ku Wuchang. Zhuang Hao knew that he had no choice but to leave. It wouldn't be appropriate to inquire further. However, he was quite curious about the piece of wood. After leaving his master's residence, he appraised the wood. Zhuang Hao was speechless. This was a good item. This was a life-saving treasure. Not only does it have a strong defense, but it also allows for a quick escape. However, he wondered what the upper limit of teleportation distance was. Unfortunately, it's not very useful for me. I have the 9 heavenly battle armor for primordial spirit defense and the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman for teleportation. But for a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, it can indeed withstand any danger. After putting away the item, Zhuang Hao went to the spirit herb garden. Currently, it seemed that he had to enter a special realm. There should be a suitable foothold for Foundation establishment realm cultivators, and unnecessary entry was prohibited. He needed to make preparations for this. The next night, strands of moonlight illuminated the forest. A figure moved in the moonlight. It appeared and disappeared. He arrived at the 100 Bones forest and stood outside the valley. I can't determine the location. Zhuang Hao stood on a tree branch and looked ahead. This was a place in Bai Ye's territory, so he didn't dare go further. If he wanted to make a move, this distance was good enough. Normal perception couldn't detect the opponent, but with his powerful spiritual sense and the knowledge from the Nameless Manual, it should be possible to locate the opponent. Then Zhuang Hao closed his eyes and perceived everything around him. He sensed the spiritual energy around him, like spots of lights in the darkness. These spots of light became more and more numerous, and their range expanded. The fluctuations of spiritual energy were all perceptible. The shapes of spiritual herbs appeared one by one, and trees slowly took form. After a long time, he saw two figures standing in the distance. One had rich but somewhat weak spiritual energy, while the other was weaker but flowed smoothly. Found them. Zhuang Hao opened his eyes and looked toward the valley. At this moment, he held a long spear in his hand and threw it forward. Purple energy began to cover everything, and the spiritual energy surged along with it. The majestic power of the late stage of the primordial spirit realm imbued the spear. Subsequently, the reappearance of the hidden spirit activated and covered the spear with even greater power. At this point, the spear was full of cracks and was on the verge of collapse. Zhuang Hao threw it with all his might. Its sound was masked by the purple energy that enveloped it. The long spear whistled through the air. The spear didn't have the intent to kill, but it carried the intent to inflict serious injury. Zhuang Hao turned and left. From now on, he would come here every once in 6 months. Bai Yi would be covered by his sealing technique. Without learning more about this technique, he could forget about advancing to the next stage. Chapter 276, Chapter 276. Where did I go wrong? Chapter 276. Where did I go wrong? In the 100 Bone forest, numerous spirit herbs grew in the valley. Each herb was planted with a purpose. They covered the whole valley like a net. In the center was a courtyard. Bai Yi stood in the courtyard and looked at the surrounding spirit herbs. Senior brother, you should go back and rest. Master said that you still need rest, Lian Qin said. No worries. Bai Yi shook his head and frowned. I don't want to wait anymore. Let's go to the Cliff of Broken Hearts tomorrow. I need to confirm something. Everything feels off. Do you need to be in such a rush? Lian Qin couldn't understand him. Whoever that person is, he has stopped the curse, and Master lifted the remaining curse from you. Shouldn't you rest and recover first? Bai Yi shook his head. I can set aside other matters, but this. I need to solve it personally. I'm very puzzled and need an answer. My intuition tells me that this answer is important to me. Lian Qin was still puzzled, but she didn't say anything more. It seems that the Divine Corpse sect wants to enter the corpse realm together with our people. You had the opportunity to do it. Why did you refuse, senior brother? This kind of opportunity is rare. Because, Bai Yi wanted to explain, but he was distracted by something in the valley. He turned to look. He immediately activated the formation, raised his hand, and numerous defenses appeared around him. Lian Qin was confused more than ever. Just then, a purple light flew toward them from outside. The purple light collided with the formation. With a loud bang, the formation shattered on the spot. Lian Qin finally saw the long purple spear. The speed at which it flew was incredible, and the power imbued was stronger than Golden Core Realm. Whoosh! The purple spear arrived in front of Bai Yi. Boom! When the spear struck, Bai Ye's defenses crumbled. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ye watched as his defenses and treasures were completely destroyed. The spear pierced through his abdomen. He felt intense pain. His whole body was lifted off the ground. However, the spear shattered with a loud bang the moment it pierced him. Purple energy covered Bai Ye, and it seeped into his body. The purple energy infiltrated his body and destroyed his limbs. His flesh was torn and his meridians were crushed. Even his primordial spirit was harmed. Blood oozed from his skin. The pain made him scream. Bai Ye fell to the ground with a thud. The earth beneath him was stained red with his blood. With hollow eyes, he looked at the night sky. He could feel that whoever had sent this hadn't meant to kill him. Otherwise, he would already be dead. What did I do to deserve this? What did I do wrong? Which step did I mess up? Bai Ye couldn't make sense of it at all. He must have made a mistake somewhere. There must be a missing link to all this. But where exactly? As he was about to lose consciousness, he heard Lian Qin's cry. A figure outside the 100 Bones forest paused under the moonlight and looked back. Then he disappeared into the darkness. Zhuang Hao returned to his house. He knew that Bai Ye would remain injured for a long time. It might make him unable to cultivate for 4 months or more. To make sure it worked, he needed to visit once every 6 months and check once more. He couldn't harm him or kill him permanently. If that happened, the law enforcement hall wouldn't let Zhuang Hao off the hook. The investigation would be serious. He just wanted to seal Bai Ye's cultivation. As long as it was sealed for a few years, that would be okay for him. Bai Ye would probably let go of his concerns regarding Zhuang Hao by then. If not, he could find another way to make a move once more. 100 years later, perhaps Zhuang Hao would have a stronger standing among the Sect's branches. By then, even the powerful person from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion would have to let go of his contempt toward him. The Heavenly Joy Pavilion was like a knife hanging over Zhuang Hao's head. They hadn't found a vessel yet, so they kept targeting him in anger. Unfortunately, he had no means to fight back. But there was no need to dwell on it for now. At least the danger from Bai Ye had disappeared. He could deal with the rest of the problems one by one. The future held so much promise. Zhuang Hao looked at his interface. The advancement had gone perfectly. Zhuang Hao began to refine his cultivation. The sealing technique he had applied on Bai Ye had consumed a lot of his energy. He needed to recover and reach his peak soon. In the early morning, Zhuang Hao took out a formation and began to study it. He activated the Clear and Pure Heart ability. Even with that, the formation seemed very difficult to understand. This formation was surprisingly challenging, especially for someone like him. Learning a formation was not just about studying the technique. It proved to be unimaginable confusions. Zhuang Hao wondered if the two people would teach him once more. He sighed. It would only make them resentful. Zhuang Hao took out the stone tablet. The gathering should be soon. It had been over half a year since the last gathering. Ideally, it should be happening in the next month or two. I wonder what task Senior Dan Yuan will assign this time. He was actually looking forward to it. He hoped it was something he knew about already. He was also waiting for Lu to find out about the end of all things. That way, Hong Yuya wouldn't keep pestering him about progress. The stone tablet showed him the conversation between Gui, Lu, and Xing. Lu said that he had already tried the myriad bodies technique of cultivation. All he needed to do now was to confirm the path and use the shifting stars technique. Zhuang Hao wondered if he could ask them to teach him something about formations. His talent was only average when it came to formations, and if he couldn't rely on them, then who could he rely on? A name surfaced in Zhuang Hao's mind. It's been a long time since I last visited him. He took out the corpse heart and sealed it with an additional layer of protection. He also took out the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl and sealed it once more. Both items were terrifying, and he had to give it his all to keep them contained. After finishing his work at the Spirit Herb Garden and selling some talismans, he went to see Zhuang Yuzhen. He didn't know if Zhuang Yuzhen would be willing to talk to him. However, Zhang Hao had some leverage now. If he didn't cooperate, he could just pass the corpse heart to Elder Baiji and be done with the matter once and for all. Thereafter, Zhuang Yuzhen would have no chance left. Zhang Hao arrived at the Lawless Tower that afternoon. When he arrived, he saw two seniors escorting a man inside. The man had a huge beard. His cultivation was profound and difficult to discern, but he was severely injured. The audacity of the Heavenly Note sect to launch a sneak attack on us is despicable. Just wait until all our people arrive. We will destroy you. Do you expect to imprison me in this stupid tower? Idiots! Zhang Hao was stunned. He couldn't understand how a person could be so brash after being put into the Lawless Tower. Zhang Hao stood aside and bowed to the seniors as they passed. The two seniors didn't look over at him. They just escorted the captive deeper into the Lawless Tower. Chapter 277 Chapter 277 Threatening Zhuang Yuzhen Again. Chapter 277 Threatening Zhuang Yuzhen Again. On the 5th floor of the Lawless Tower, Zhang Hao stood in front of a cell. He saw Zhuang Yuzhen, who was weaker than before and had many bruises and scars on his body. However, the wounds didn't seem to have any effect on his stubbornness. Zhang Hao knocked on the wood. "Are you awake?" Zhuang Yuzhen lifted his weary head, and his lifeless gaze sharpened upon seeing Zhang Hao. He leaned back. "You're finally here. I have some questions for you." Zhang Hao sat down and took out a book. "I want you to answer them." "Questions?" Zhuang Yuzhen laughed. "Do you think I'm your master? You expect me to teach you cultivation? Why would I do that?" "It's not about cultivation. It's about formations." Zhang Hao picked up the book and showed it to Zhuang Yuzhen. When Zhuang Yuzhen saw the formation, he frowned. It was unbelievable. "Where did you get that information?" "One can tell you if you teach me," Zhang Hao said with a smile. "Did someone from the Divine Corpse sect approach you for cooperation?" Zhuang Yuzhen asked. Then he sighed. "Well, it's about time for the Corpse Realm flowers to bloom." Zhang Hao was speechless. Zhuang Yuzhen didn't look surprised at all. It seemed that he didn't expect someone from the Divine Corpse sect to come and rescue him. Zhang Hao felt that something was not right. If it was a demonic sect, Zhang Hao could understand. But the Divine Corpse sect was an immortal sect. Wouldn't an immortal sect save its own people? Zhang Hao used the daily appraisal on Zhuang Yuzhen. Zhang Hao was stunned. He smiled and beckoned to Zhuang Yuzhen. Zhuang Yuzhen's face darkened. He had a feeling that Zhang Hao had seen through his plans. Zhang Hao put his hand down. "I forgot you can't really come close. Then let me tell you something. After I say it, you will be more than willing to teach me formations." Here it comes again. Zhuang Yuzhen was traumatized by now. "I heard," Zhang Hao approached the cell. "Before the people from the Divine Corpse sect arrived here, a spy from your sect died just outside." Zhuang Yuzhen was stunned. His eyes widened in anger. Zhang Hao smiled and put away the book. "It seems you don't want to teach me. Well, maybe we'll see each other next time." He had no choice but to go back and study the formations on his own. It wasn't a loss for him, after all. He had given Zhuang Yuzhen a blow once again, and kept him guessing in agony. "I'll tell you! I'll teach you!" shouted Zhuang Yuzhen. He was afraid that Zhang Hao would just leave like last time. Each time, he took longer to come and see him than the last time. If he left this time, it might take years for him to come and see him again. No matter how angry Zhuang Yuzhen was, he had to swallow his anger and endure it. That's quite unexpected. In that case, please teach me properly. You can stall for time as long as you want. It doesn't matter, said Zhuang Hao. Zhuang Yuzhen was speechless. He knew it. It wasn't a coincidence that this particular person was in charge of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Zhuang Hao handed Zhuang Yuzhen the notebook. He frowned as he flipped through it. He looked at Zhuang Hao after a while. This is just the beginning of formations. How long have you studied formations? Not very long. In fact, I just started. So, you don't have any knowledge regarding formations? I don't. Zhuang Hao shook his head. Actually, he did know a little bit about it, but not so much as to make a significant difference. Zhuang Yuzhen didn't say anything more and began to guide Zhuang Hao in formations. The more Zhuang Yuzhen taught him, the more shocked he was. He couldn't believe Zhuang Hao was this bad at understanding formations. Zhuang Hao wasn't embarrassed by it. This formation was related to his safety, so he had to thoroughly understand it. For an entire month, Zhuang Hao studied the formation diligently and was finally able to understand it completely. He consulted Zhuang Yuzhen during the day and used his divine abilities for comprehension at night. For safety's sake, he even had Zhuang Yuzhen simulate various situations. Zhuang Yuzhen asked him for information about his disciple in exchange. The main body of that clone is on the run. Zhuang Yuzhen seemed to have found hope again. Zhuang Hao didn't mind. He needed to report to Elder Baiji again. Zhuang Yuzhen had revealed the method to unseal one of his treasures, allowing the Heavenly Note sect to obtain a complete and powerful treasure. In this way, Zhuang Hao made his contribution. He visited Zhuang Yuzhen regularly for a month. In mid-October, Zhuang Hao stood in his courtyard. The peach tree had finally matured. The beast occasionally brought Shaoli along to pick the peaches secretly. They acted like thieves. The beast always told Shaoli that peaches were sweeter when stolen from the tree. Zhuang Hao was rendered speechless when he saw them doing this. He felt that something was wrong. The peach tree seemed to be growing much more slowly than before. He used the daily appraisal on it and found out that the tree needed to mature 3 times before the next incarnation. That meant it couldn't undergo incarnation this year. Once every 3 years will I get a golden or a purple bubble by then. Sotar any unerst 00d tnat purple dud 1 es gave him kmiat, leltals, gold gave him treasures, and purple gold bubbles gave him new techniques. He preferred purple bubbles. He preferred having more divine abilities than treasures. He could use the abilities anytime but couldn't use some treasures. If the incarnation was to happen once every 3 years, then he would have enough time to earn and save spirit stones. However, it would mean fewer bubbles. They were rare, as it were. "Master, let's go to the spirit herb garden fast," said the beast. "Why are you in such a hurry today?" Zhuang Hao asked as he walked out of the courtyard. "We have some new people coming in today. They need to know who has the final say in the spirit herb garden," said the beast. "All my friends know that I, Lord Beast, am the only one capable of something like that." Zhuang Hao smiled. "Gu Cheng and Qing you also headed to the spirit herb garden?" I asked around. The reason Zhuang Hao got the spot is that he was the one who figured out how to make the corpse realm flower bloom, said Gu Cheng. "Really?" Qing Yu was surprised. "I don't know for sure, but I heard the flower first bloomed at the White Moon Lake, so there's a possibility that someone from the White Moon Lake intended for this to happen," said Gu Cheng. "What do you mean? Is this person related to the acting sect master of the Heavenly Note sect?" asked Qing Yu. "It's hard to say. If the flower really bloomed at White Moon Lake first, then there are 3 possibilities. First, Zhuang Hao is truly skilled at cultivating spirit herbs, and he somehow managed to make the flower bloom at White Moon Lake. Second, Zhuang Hao has some connection with the acting sect master. Third, the Cliff of Broken Hearts has some connection with the acting sect master. Regardless of the three options, we still need to guide him in formations, said Guqing. But his understanding of formations is just average, said Qinyu. Senior Brother Gu, which possibility do you think is the most likely? It's hard to say, but other seniors believe the third possibility is the most likely. I heard that Zhuang Hao has no strong background and was almost used as a scapegoat. But was Fang's death really just a coincidence? Guqing sighed. Let's just focus on completing the mission for now. Qinyu nodded. In any case, they should focus on completing the mission. They didn't need to worry too much about the other speculations. Whenever she thought about teaching formations to Zhuang Hao, she felt tired. He couldn't even grasp the beginner's formations well. The more complex formations would be impossible for him. Just one day might not be time enough to teach him everything. Chapter 278, Chapter 278, Feeling Embarrassed. Chapter 278, Feeling Embarrassed. On the way to the Spirit Herb Garden, Zhuang Hao once again met Lu Xingchen. He wasn't surprised by his visit. After the heavy injury to Bai Yi, the law enforcement hall would get involved. Ideally, he had no interaction with Bai Yi, but for the bored Lu Xingchen, it was highly probable that he would suspect something. Zhuang Hao had even expected him to come sooner than this. Junior brother Zhuang, you are becoming stronger, said Lu Xingchen. You are too kind. I can't compare to you in any way regarding strength, Zhuang Hao said politely. Lu Xingchen was different from before. The dark red aura around him had disappeared, and his cultivation realm had also changed. He used to be in the early stage of the primordial spirit realm, but now he was in the middle stage. It seemed that he had taken a bite out of the blood demon. Perhaps the three of the remnant souls had already gathered together and were planning how to fight back. Zhuang Hao decided to appraise him. Zhuang Hao noticed that Lu Xingchen became more and more interested in him as time went on. It was true that Lu Xingchen had advanced to the middle stage of the primordial spirit realm after devouring a portion of the blood demon. Unfortunately, he couldn't determine whether the three entities had already joined forces. Have you heard about the heavy injury inflicted on senior brother Bai Yi? Lu Xingchen asked. Zhuang Hao shook his head. No. The news hadn't spread within the sect yet. Only a few people knew about it. Lu Xingchen sighed. It is said that someone threw a spear which pierced through Bai Yi instantly from outside the valley. Their strength was unimaginable, truly astonishing. The people from the 100 Bones Forest were furious, and the Merit Hall pressured the Law Enforcement Hall to launch an investigation. The Law Enforcement Hall is in a miserable state this time. Fortunately, Bai Ye's cultivation was not harmed. Otherwise, it would have been a serious matter. As a true disciple with significant accomplishments, if he died or if his cultivation was destroyed, the Law Enforcement Hall would have to raise the alarm. Is the opponent so cunning? Zhuang Hao asked. He was genuinely worried now. Indeed, the opponent is cunning. Lu Xingchen smiled. Not everybody can do something like this. Zhuang Hao understood that with the involvement of the Law Enforcement Hall, no one could escape. One heard that after the incident, senior brother Bai Ye's foundation has been greatly strengthened, Lu Xingchen said. Zhuang Hao nodded. Of course. Otherwise, it would have been truly dangerous. After that, Lu Xingchen talked to him about the matter of the top disciples. He said that many people were vying for the position of the 10th top disciple. Anyone with a primordial spirit realm could compete. However, their age needed to be verified, and the specific verification required a special treasure. Zhuang Hao also wanted to give it a try, but unfortunately, it wasn't possible for him at the moment. He needed some time, but he was curious to see if Lu Xingchen would participate. If someone in the middle stage of the primordial spirit realm participated, then no one would be able to surpass Lu Xingchen. However, Lu Xingchen shook his head and said that he had just advanced, and his cultivation was not stable. Zhuang Hao understood that Lu Xingchen had no interest in becoming a top disciple right now. After bidding farewell to Lu Xingchen, Zhuang Hao arrived at the Spirit Herb Garden. As expected, he encountered the 2 members of the Divine Corpse Sect. "Greetings, seniors. Friend Zhuang, how is your progress in formations?" Gu Qing greeted him with a smile. "I have a basic understanding now," Zhuang Hao said modestly. "That's good. If you have any questions, you can ask me. I have free time," Gu Qing said generously. "Thank you, senior." He understood that he was just offering out of politeness. If Zhuang Hao sought his help, it would mean he lacked intellect. "In that case, let me explain the follow-up steps to you," Qin Yu said. "Okay." Zhuang Hao nodded. Then they entered the small pavilion in the garden. The new formation was quickly drawn, and the explanation began. Since he had already grasped the previous formation, this one was much easier to understand. Zhuang Hao only asked a few questions. This made Qin Yu frown. She felt as though Zhuang Hao was pretending to understand her explanation, even though nothing registered in his mind. She didn't say anything. It took a whole day, but she finally finished her explanation. "This formation is related to your life and death. If you can't learn it, I advise you not to enter the corpse realm." "Did I ask too many questions?" Zhuang Hao thanked her for the warning. After seeing them off, he recorded the formation. Although he had a rough understanding of it, he still felt that it was not enough. He needed to be more prepared if it was something concerning life and death. Starting tomorrow, he would go to the Lawless Tower to find Zhuang Yuzhen. After tending to the spirit herbs, he returned to his residence. Just as he arrived, he felt the stone tablet vibrate. It was a notification for another gathering from Dan Yuan. The gathering would take place in 15 days, at midnight. 15 days. It looks like I have to prepare, he thought to himself. Every time there was a gathering, he had to find a way to present himself so the others wouldn't be suspicious of him. However, there was no one from the gathering in the Hidden Cloud Prefecture. That made him feel a little safe. The stone tablet could lock on one's location. So, if anyone else with a stone tablet was close, they could sense the location of the next person holding the stone tablet. There were ways to prevent this. Zhuang Hao could do it. The next day, Zhuang Hao arrived at the Lawless Tower. "Shall I teach you the second formation?" Zhuang Yuzhen asked. "I always feel like I can't grasp it," Zhuang Hao said as he sat down. "Do you have any wine?" Zhuang Yuzhen looked tired. "Wait a moment." Zhuang Hao got up and left. Zhuang Yuzhen felt a bit worried. He was afraid that he wouldn't return. However, half an hour later, Zhuang Hao came back with 3 jars of wine. Zhuang Yuzhen started drinking. "This tastes awful." "Tell me about this formation," said Zhuang Hao. "This formation isn't difficult." Zhuang Yuzhen put the wine down. "But if you want to grasp it completely, you need to understand the formation of the human yuan array. The heavenly yuan can control the heavenly aspect. The earthly yuan can control earthly conditions. The human yuan can control the variables. The unity of the 3 yuans encompasses the evolution of all things and can deduce the beginning of heaven and earth. The human yuan is the beginning of all variables, situated between heaven and earth. It can touch the heavenly aspects above and interact with the earthly conditions below. Therefore, it can coordinate the universe, conform to the great Tao, and create life and transformation. So, the human yuan formation you are learning can actually connect to the heavenly yuan and activate the earthly yuan. A slight mistake can bring about destruction. To fully grasp these changes, you need to thoroughly understand these simple formations. Simple, Zhuang Hao sighed. He always felt embarrassed when learning about formations. Chapter 279 Chapter 279 Gue Infiltrates, the Heavenly Note Sect. Chapter 279 Gue Infiltrates, the Heavenly Note Sect. For half a month, Zhuang Hao had been studying formations with Zhuang Yuzhen. The three elements formation was much more complicated than he had expected. Zhuang Yuzhen's explanations only scratched the surface, mainly because Zhuang Hao couldn't understand anything, which left him greatly disappointed. He was aware of his own limitations, but for the sake of his future safety, he continued to study diligently. His knowledge of formations had indeed become much stronger than before. Now you've learned almost everything, but you still lack a certain agility, which cannot be forced through talent. However, you can continue practicing various changes to compensate for your lack of experience, Zhuang Yuzhen said. Zhuang Hao closed his eyes, and in an instant, the formations he had learned began to appear in his mind. As they evolved, the formations in his mind became increasingly complex. Looking at these formations, Zhuang Hao felt stressed. He had memorized them all, but he couldn't make them undergo any changes. His talent was indeed just average. But it wasn't the same for learning talismans. Does that mean I actually have good talent for creating talismans? It seemed that relying on formations to make money was out of the question. When he opened his eyes, he heard Zhuang Yuzhen's voice. How do you feel? Zhuang Hao shook his head. He had so many questions he wanted to ask. It was evening now, and he still had plenty of time. At that moment, a voice shouted from a corner. The guards were bringing someone in. Let me out. You beasts, what's the point of tormenting me like this? Just kill me. You beasts from the demonic sect. Zhuang Hao saw a bearded man struggling frantically. His face was pale, and he looked frail. Zhuang Hao recognized him. It was Hai Luo, the man who had been bragging about breaking free from this tower a few days ago. Now, it seemed that he had reached the late stage of the primordial spirit realm. How long had it been? Bang! Hai Luo was locked in room 2. He was now Zhuang Yuzhen's neighbor. It seems you have company now, Zhuang Hao said with a smile. Surprised? Do you think you're the only one worthy of my company? Zhuang Yuzhen smirked. Zhuang Hao chuckled. He remembered that when he first arrived, Zhuang Yuzhen had struggled even more frantically than Hai Luo. Bang! Bang! Hai Luo pounded his fists on the ground. Let me out! Let me out! You beasts! Once my people arrive, you'll all die. I will raise the entire Heavenly Note sect to the ground. You dare to ambush me? Have the guts to face me head-on. Zhuang Yuzhen looked at Hai Luo and felt that he was looking at himself. He also wanted to raise the Heavenly Note sect to the ground. Zhuang Hao felt that Hai Luo posed a certain level of danger and decided to appraise him. One of the 12 heavenly kings of the heavenly river sea. Zhuang Hao had never heard of that before. However, Lu mentioned that overseas people coveted the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. What surprised him was that the Heavenly Note sect actually captured people outside and brought them into the lawless tower. The Heavenly Note sect could still hold its ground in the southern region. They were more than capable of dealing with the Black Heaven sect or the Sunset Immortal sect. However, when facing the northern sects and people from overseas, the Heavenly Note sect had insufficient manpower. Was it really okay to offend so many people? Elder Baiji must be aware of the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken action so quickly. Where are you from? Zhuang Yuzhen asked curiously. Who the hell are you? Do I need to tell you where I'm from? Hai Luo said coldly. Zhuang Hao was speechless. Why were these people so stubborn? But he didn't have any leverage over the new captive, so he remained quiet. Although Hai Luo had come seeking the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, No one knew that the pearl was actually in the Heavenly Note Sect. Also, no one knew who had it. Zhuang Yuzhen looked at Hai Luo in contempt. So, you're just a small fry. Tell me again, what makes you so arrogant when we're all prisoners? Hai Luo retorted. In this tower, everyone was equal, because their cultivation had been stripped away. They were all treated like animals anyway. Zhang Hao sighed inwardly and turned to leave the lawless tower. Tonight was the gathering, and he needed to make his preparations. He could continue learning about formations tomorrow. As he left, he saw a woman in a black robe walking in. He quickly lowered his head in respect. She was often in the tower and was in charge of interrogating important captives. The woman nodded slightly, acknowledging his greeting. Then she walked straight to the prison cells. And then came Hai Luo's cry of surprise. "It's you again? Let me tell you, crack." The sound of a whip echoed in the hall. Zhang Hao quickly left. He didn't dare to look. At midnight, Zhang Hao entered the stone tablet. When the other three arrived, he followed them and began to pay his respects to Dan Yuan. Senior Dan Yuan. Indeed, Dan Yuan deserved their respect. So far, they had gained so much from him. Dan Yuan smiled. "Do any of you have any difficulties with your cultivation? Senior, if I hide my cultivation, how can I attack without arousing suspicion?" Gui asked. "After your cultivation improves, there will naturally be many changes. Even if you hide your cultivation, there will still be traces left behind. It depends on the concealment technique. If the technique is average, it can counteract the changes brought about by the primordial spirit." Dan Yuan explained. Not only that, but there were also the fluctuations in spiritual energy, the impact of breathing, the flow of blood energy, the gaze, the extension of the mind, changes in behavior and movement, and being vigilant about fluctuations in spiritual energy during action and physical changes, and so on. Only then could one truly conceal their cultivation. Zhang Hao couldn't say these things aloud. Even if he did, they wouldn't be able to grasp them unless he gave them the nameless manual. But he wouldn't give it to them ever. Gui nodded. Lu and Xing were busy with their clone technique and studying secret art. Finally, Dan Yuan's gaze fell on Zhang Hao. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Hao asked, "What is needed to improve proficiency in formations?" "Proficiency in formations?" Dan Yuan thought for a moment. "Talent, a renowned teacher, diligence, sufficient time, and an abundance of formations. Analyzing formations can help understand their structure, and sufficient talent can enable one to extrapolate from one formation to another. If the talent is lacking, you will be missing a bit of flexibility. In that case, there is only one path. Spend more time analyzing formations, and the more you understand, the higher your proficiency will be." Analyzing formations? Zhang Hao thought for a moment and realized that the Heavenly Note Sect didn't have that many formations. There were many formation masters in the sect, but there was no specialized branch for teaching formations. Even if there was, he wouldn't spend his time learning it. Learning basic formations was not as good as studying talismans. Seeing that no one else asked any questions, Dan Yuan said, "Then let's talk about something else. Any news about the Heavenly Fragrance Tao Flower or the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl?" Everyone shook their heads. "Then let me talk about the new mission. Enter the corpse realm and find something." Can anyone enter it? Zhang Hao felt that he could try to complete this task. But he didn't want to reveal anything right now. Gui suddenly said, "I can try. I already have the qualification to enter the corpse realm." Zhang Hao was shocked. "How is that possible?" Gui was in the Heavenly South Prefecture, and the Heavenly South Prefecture was right next to the Hidden Cloud Prefecture. She was also in the southern region. But where else could she find the corpse realm flower? It seemed that only the Heavenly Note Sect had it right now. Was she already in the Heavenly Note Sect? Chapter 280 Chapter 280 Finding Gui. Chapter 280 Finding Gui. If Gui had the proper qualifications to enter the corpse realm, it was highly likely she was already in the Heavenly Note Sect. Zhuang Hao wondered how she had made it here. There were two possibilities. First, she belonged to the Heavenly Note Sect. Second, she gained entry through another force. Regardless, she certainly wouldn't be using her true identity. With numerous people in the Heavenly Note Sect, selecting one would be extremely difficult. But if she was pretending to be someone from the Divine Corpse Sect, she might have an 80% chance of getting in. He had heard that all 22 disciples of the Divine Corpse Sect were going to enter the Corpse Realm, along with 26 from the Heavenly Note Sect. Maybe Gui killed the people from before. Zhuang Hao felt a chill down his spine. Fortunately, his stone tablet couldn't be tracked. There's another question in his mind. If Gui is discovered, will Hong Yuye take action against her? He was no match for Gui, and Hong Yuye never made a move by herself. Zhuang Hao felt it was not suitable for Hong Yuye to intervene just yet. Moreover, if something happened to Gui, others might suspect him. The undercover mission would fail. He should take it slowly. The top priority was to find her first. Gui, you can enter the corpse realm? Lu looked surprised. I inquired about the corpse realm flowers and found out that the realm is related to the flowers. In the south, only the place mentioned by Friend Jing has the flowers. Gui smiled at him. Friend Jing, do you have the qualifications to enter too? Is she testing me? Zhuang Hao didn't answer her directly. It seems you started preparing right after learning about the Divine Corpse Sect, Gui. Gui smiled and remained silent. Now that Gui is getting close to that place, I must ask, have you seen or heard anything about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower? Asked Xing. Zhuang Hao had wanted to ask the same thing but didn't want to appear suspicious. No. Gui shook her head with a sigh. I don't have a treasure to explore the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, so I can't find its location. But the Heavenly Note Sect is quite dangerous. After over 100 years of development, it has become more terrifying. Give them a little more time, and they will be able to confront the Black Heaven Sect and other sects head-on. The others were surprised but didn't say much. After entering the corpse realm, head to the Heavenly Steel Mountain and carve the contents of the 6th stone tablet from the foot of the mountain. As for the reward, information, techniques, secret arts, and pills are all acceptable in exchange. Senior, can I ask for the Snow God pill? Gui asked. You can. Dan Yuan smiled. That surprised everyone. The Snow God pill could only be used once and was super rare. But there's one thing you need to pay attention to. Dan Yuan looked at everyone. The surface contents of the 6th stone tablet are not the true. Zhuang Hao knew about that. The person entrusted with the information doesn't obtain the true contents of the 6th stone tablet. He wanted to use others to obtain the true contents to perfect his secret arts and technique. Gui nodded in agreement. In addition, there's another task, which is to find the person seeking the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. Any information about overseas or any other faction is acceptable, Dan Yuan said calmly. You can ask me any doubts you have about any aspect. That includes various questions, such as how to make the land fertile or more details about the Crimson Feather Divine Pill. Zhuang Hao knew of a name, so if he had any questions in the future, he could exchange the name for an answer to his doubt. Lu had been paying attention to this. I do know one person, Hai Luo, one of the 12 kings of the Heavenly River Sea area. This person is very high profile and has already entered the southern region. I don't know much beyond that. He has already been captured. Zhuang Hao couldn't say that aloud. As long as we capture him, we can learn more about other people. The King of the Sea has a fatal weakness. Every 100 years, he becomes infatuated with a woman. A few years ago, he became infatuated with a woman in the Foundation establishment realm, and he hid her very well. I happened to encounter her at the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion on Tranquil Island. I asked for her name. It's Miao Anxian, Lu said. Zhuang Hao was speechless. Lu looked robust and muscular, and he seemed particularly interested in talking about women. Zhuang Hao could make good use of this information and have a heart-to-heart with the Sea King. As for the list, Elder Baiji should already be handling it. He didn't need to intervene. If he can obtain 1 or 2 names, he can exchange them for some answers. Dan Yuan nodded. Do you want to ask your question now or later? Later, Lu said. He wanted to focus on his cultivation, and some of his questions required a price to be paid. He would save those questions for later. After the tasks were completed, it was time for trading information among the group. Should I reveal this to everyone or just you? Asked Lu. Just me, Zhuang Hao said. Stone tablets appeared beside them. After Lu let go, Zhuang Hao placed his hand on the stone. Many words and phrases appeared in his mind. The end of all things, the pursuit of ultimate destruction, is a kind of existence similar to a sect. Zhuang Hao didn't read it very carefully. He just memorized it. He would write everything down when he returned. Then he could take a closer look. Is it information about the end of all things? Xing suddenly asked. Zhuang Hao nodded. I have some information about it as well, Xing said. What do I need to give in return? Zhuang Hao had his doubts. It would be easy to expose himself this way. Previously, I was pursuing a group of people. Most of them were severely injured and imprisoned overseas. Only one person escaped and headed to the southern region. I hope you can keep an eye out for this person, friend Jing. The name is Gu Qing, Xing said. All right. Zhuang Hao nodded without hesitation. Although he didn't want to take on this task, he had no choice. Fortunately, it was just a matter of remaining alert. Good. I recently obtained a secret code. It's the communication code among some disciples of the end of all things. It can be used to find other people, Xing said, looking toward Dan Yuan. At this moment, the stone tablet appeared again. Zhuang Hao successfully obtained the secret code. The Heavenly Extreme, the end of all things. This secret code will probably change after a while, so if you want to use it, you should do so as soon as possible. It could be as short as 3 months or as long as 3 years, said Xing. Zhuang Hao nodded. This was quite the gain. After the trading was completed, the group began discussing the situation in their respective regions. Do you remember when I said the Bright Moon Sect recruited a talented disciple? Xing looked at everyone eagerly. It is said that she is even more talented than expected. She has exceptional talent, a special physique, astonishing comprehension, and is surrounded by great fortune. The upper echelons of the Bright Moon Sect are fighting to decide who gets to take her as a disciple. Chapter 281 Chapter 281 Blessing of the Heaven and Earth. Chapter 281 Blessing of the Heaven and Earth. Zhuang Hao thought of Chu Jie. Is she really that talented? Back then, he had only appraised Chu Chuan and not Chu Jie. If she is truly that exceptional, it seems that Chu Chuan won't be able to catch up to her in a short time. Fortunately, he wasn't thinking about catching up to her. He only wanted to enter the Foundation establishment realm when he finally went to the Bright Moon Sect. Although it would be difficult, there was hope. The Bright Moon Sect can go through all that trouble for just one disciple? Gue couldn't believe it. That's because you don't know how talented she is. It is said that when she first entered the Stellar Cave, she comprehended the sun and moon lifeblood refining technique in one go and reached the 9th stage of cultivation. For her, entering the Foundation establishment realm is as easy as breathing, said Xing. The 9th stage. The Bright Moon Sect had different lifeblood refinement technique. The higher the stage, the faster the cultivation process. Lin Ji was currently in the 3rd stage and was still practicing the Star-Moon Lifeblood refinement technique. The Sun and Moon Lifeblood refining technique must be one of the core method. To reach the 9th stage in one go was a difference between heaven and earth when compared to Lin Ji and even Chu Chuan. If it really was Chu Jia, it should be very easy for her to take Chu Chuan into the Bright Moon Sect. Whether Chu Chuan chose to stay there or not was his decision. As long as the Bright Moon Sect agreed to accommodate him, they would be responsible for his well-being. They will also settle everything with the Heavenly Note Sect. Zhuang Hao had dealt with them before. They weren't aggressive people. They preferred to do things in a way that didn't cause any trouble for both sides. It was vastly different from how demonic sects handled things. They always wanted to dominate the other person while negotiating. When is the Bright Moon Sect's conference? Gui asked. I'm not sure, but the invitations have been sent out. Each invitation will have a date and time. This time, the invitations have been distributed all over the north, south, east, and west. All big sects will receive an invitation, said Xing. I feel that they want to help that talented disciple and help her receive the blessing of heaven and earth. Blessing of heaven and earth. Zhuang Hao was surprised. He had met 2 people who received the blessing of heaven and earth. One was Han Ming, who received the blessing of the mountains and rivers. The other one was Xianyuan Tai, who had the blessing of the mountain and seas. He had always thought that these were innate abilities. He didn't know such blessings could be obtained. Heaven and earth's blessing clearly surpassed the blessing of the mountains and rivers. Then I still have time. After I come out of the corpse realm, I can go and take a look. The heavenly fate misfortune pearl is in the south, so I have to leave anyway. Gui looked at everyone. Do any of you have any information about the corpse realm? If you do, please let me know. If I can complete the Heavenly Steel Mountain mission, I can share the rewards. How about sharing the Snow God pill? Lu laughed. We can change it to something else, Gui said. By the way, it's better for you all to cause less trouble in the Heavenly Note Sect in the future. I feel that there are many rules here. It's the first time I've seen such severe punishment for killing fellow disciples, and this is still a demonic sect. It's different from what you thought. Their law enforcement hall is quite unique. They find the truth no matter what. Even if this is a demonic sect, no one goes around killing their own. Other demonic sects don't care. They might disappear soon if they continue like this. Zhuang Hao agreed. He didn't dare kill people recklessly. Is the Heavenly Note sect really that strong? Xing was surprised. They're not that strong. The famous sect master of the Heavenly Note is always in seclusion. Whether it's for advancement or recovery after being heavily injured several decades ago, no one knows. Whatever the case, the Heavenly Note sect isn't considered very strong at the moment, but they shouldn't be underestimated either. Their potential is very high. They just need time, said Gui. Zhuang Hao agreed with her. The Heavenly Note sect lacked a solid foundation. After all, it had only been established a few decades ago. The disciples were also powerful, especially the top 10 disciples. Although they might not be strong when compared to the other sects, they could hold their ground in a fight. Moreover, they hadn't been recruited but had grown up with the Heavenly Note sect. Each one of them had earned their reputation. Even after Manlong's deception, they remained strong. Manlong had fought with Xianyuan Tai, after all. Everyone nodded. Lu continued to talk about overseas matters. There was something strange happening there. Things were emerging from the seabed. However, no one had figured out the situation beneath the sea for now. Zhuang Hao listened to their conversation. Once again, he was just a bystander and didn't have a chance to reveal any important information. Next time, I should observe the surrounding situation and share some important news. Let's end today's gathering here. said Dan Yuan after a while. After bidding farewell to Senior Dan Yuan, Zhuang Hao left. As soon as he came out, he took out a blank notebook and began to write the information down. He wanted to write about the end of all things. He also wrote down the secret code. This secret phrase was represented by obscure symbols. After transcribing everything, Zhuang Hao began to take stock of his gains from this gathering. First, there was the information about the end of all things. Secondly, there was information about the Heavenly King, Hai Luo, which he could use as leverage. Moreover, there was the fact that Gue was in the Heavenly Note Sect. The news about Chu Jie and the overseas situation didn't count as significant gains. He now had 3 tasks. First, he needed to enter the corpse realm and find the 6th stone tablet on Heavenly Steel Mountain to record its true content. Second, to find the list of people searching for the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. Third, to keep an eye on a person named Gu Qing, who had dealings with Xing. Apart from these, he also received a reminder from Gue to find out more about the corpse realm. The Divine Corpse sect would definitely have more information. He could obtain a more detailed explanation from Zhuang Yuzhen. He was also curious about whether the Bright Moon sect would invite the Heavenly Note sect to their conference. According to Xing, all major sects would be invited. The Heavenly Note sect was a major sect both in terms of scale and strength. Zhuang Hao only had to wait and see if they would be invited. After that, he carefully reviewed the information about the end of all things. The end of all things pursues ultimate destruction. It is an existence similar to a sect, with core members and countless outer disciples. From major sects with hundreds of disciples to small sects and various descendants, they have people everywhere. They resent everything and are dissatisfied with their own status. They want to find everything that can destroy living beings. This includes the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. The end of all things will search for various seals to release all living beings sealed within and hope to bring destruction to the world. In recent years, they have been collecting all kinds of unlucky items. They must have a goal. Most of the core members of the end of all things are active overseas, seemingly to evade pursuit by others. There are also rumors that a core member has not returned after entering the depths of the sea mist. The reason they occupy overseas territories is to find this important person. One of the 12 heavenly kings from overseas, Hideki Momaki, is most likely one of the core members. Zhuang Hao frowned. Why would such people be investigating the Heavenly Note sect? The Great Thousand Gods sect was using the stone tablet to investigate the Heavenly Note sect, and the mastermind behind it was the End of All Things. But why would an extreme group like the End of All Things spend so much effort investigating the Heavenly Note sect? However, this indicated that they were probably not the mastermind behind the stone tablet. Hong Yuye was looking for the true mastermind behind the stone tablet. The secret code on the stone tablet might have been given to the Great Thousand Gods sect by the End of All Things. I should also investigate where they got the stone tablet from. After that, Zhuang Hao began to make talismans. Tomorrow, he would go and find Zhuang Yuzhen and see if the Heavenly King, Hai Luo, was in good spirits to talk. As for Gue, he didn't want to find her rashly. He might just fall into her trap. Chapter 282, Chapter 282. Are you worthy? Chapter 282. Are you worthy? The next day, Zhuang Hao headed to the Lawless Tower after finishing his work at the Spirit Herb Garden. He wanted to study formations with Zhuang Yuzhen and also visit Heavenly King Hai Luo. Whether he should use threats would depend on the situation. If he did need to use threats, he had already thought of one. He could push the blame on Yan Hua as many people believed they were in cahoots with each other. She was already dead, so it wasn't like she could confirm his claims. It's risky. I wonder how Elder Baiji will take it. So far, Elder Baiji had remained neutral about everything. Zhuang Hao didn't know how much she knew about everything. Only Lu Xingchen and Ming Yi had tried to get close to him so far. They seemed fine for now. He didn't know if they suspected him of anything yet. Then there was Hongyu. Zhuang Hao didn't know if Elder Baiji had noticed anything. If Elder Baiji discovered it, things would actually be easier for Zhuang Hao. Unfortunately, he had no way of finding out, and he couldn't act rashly. If Elder Baiji knew that Hongyu had made him go undercover, what would she do? In any case, there would be no good outcome. Among powerful individuals, he was weak and had no say in anything. He should become stronger first. On the 5th floor of the Lawless Tower, Zhuang Hao sat in front of the first prison cell once again. He glanced at the adjacent cell, where the Heavenly King Hai Luo leaned against the wall. He looked despondent. It seemed that he didn't like it here. "Senior, I'm here to learn formations again," Zhuang Hao said. "What about the wine?" Zhuang Yuzhen raised his head. He was exhausted. The Lawless Tower was like purgatory, where one had to endure endless despair. But they couldn't even die to end it. At this moment, Zhuang Hao placed 3 jars of wine in front of Zhuang Yuzhen. "You've actually learned the formations quite well. It's more about variation, but you can't comprehend that." Zhuang Yuzhen shook his head and sighed. That was the limit of talent. Without that talent, it was extremely difficult to reach new heights in what he learned. Zhuang Hao didn't mind. He didn't have many aspirations. He preferred making talismans anyway. He could at least earn spirit stones from that. At present, he had more than 4,000 spirit stones. If he continued to save up, he would soon have 10 or 20,000 spirit stones in his hands. Since he didn't need to focus on the peach tree's incarnation just yet, he could spend it on other things. Maybe some valuable seeds. If he went and bought it by himself, it would attract attention. However, it would be a good investment. He would have to spend some money on spirit liquid, but it would give him some blue bubbles. He needed to visit the Candlelight Pill Pavilion for it. It would have been impossible to do so in the past, but because of the spirit beast, he had unexpectedly established a good relationship with Lian Daoji. However, everything would depend on the timing. Top-quality spirit herb seeds were extremely precious, and they wouldn't let just anyone cultivate them. "Senior, you're too obsessed with talent," Zhuang Hao said softly. "Do you think that one can catch up through effort? It's almost impossible. Sometimes, a bit of natural aptitude can determine the heights one can reach." Zhuang Yuzhen smiled wearily. "I don't think so, Senior." Zhuang Yuzhen looked confused. "What I mean is, since I have other talents, there is no need to be too obsessed with just one thing. When one door closes, another one opens. Chasing after the closed window is not as worthwhile as focusing on the open door." Zhuang Yuzhen looked at the young man in front of him with surprise. "How old are you?" "I'm 25, Zhuang Hao said. It was early November. He would turn 26 in 2 months. He hadn't realized how quickly 6 years had passed after he reached the Foundation establishment realm. 6 years ago, when he met Hongyu, he was only at the 8th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. It was from that time that his troubles and opportunities both increased. In just over 6 years, he had reached the late stage of the primordial spirit realm. Aside from him, there was one person whose speed of advancement was astonishing. That was Lu Xingchen. When he first met Lu Xingchen, he was at the peak of the Golden Core realm. 6 years later, he was already in the middle stage of the primordial spirit realm. It was simply unbelievable. If he continued to consume souls in this manner, he would probably reach the peak stage of the primordial spirit realm in just a few years. He was truly worthy of being called a true disciple. 25 years old and at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm? The first time I saw you, you were already at that stage. Does that mean you reached the Foundation establishment realm a year or two ago? Are you really that talented? Asked Zhuang Yuzhen curiously. Zhang Hao shook his head. It's just because of some opportunities that I encountered. The only way is to voluntarily fall into decline, said Hai Luo with a sneer. If you have poor talent, you work hard and try to strive for success. And for what? Most things aren't changeable. You will remain where you always are. We strive to change our weak and short-lived selves. It's useless. Just submit to the heavens. Zhang Hao looked at him. Senior, have you ever thought that becoming stronger in cultivation might also be a means of hope given by the heaven you talk about? Hai Luo was momentarily stunned. He felt like Zhang Hao was mocking him. Zhuang Yuzhen looked at Zhang Hao. He felt that it wasn't just a coincidence that Zhang Hao was chosen to raise the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Hai Luo recovered from his shock and glared at Zhang Hao. What a joke! You think a simple sentence can shake my determination? What does someone in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm understand about life? Even if my cultivation has dropped to this level, I can still suppress you with one hand. If you dare, release me and I'll crush you. Zhang Hao just stared at him without a word. That seemed to annoy Hai Luo. Why don't you come to consult with me? Do you look down on me? Do you know who I am? You should understand that I have a noble background and know many powerful individuals. I have connections. And who are you, senior? Zhang Hao asked. I come from the Heavenly River Sea region. I am one of the 12 heavenly kings of the sea region, and I command many powerful individuals. You can either call me Hai Luo or the Heavenly King. I'm fine with both. Trash! Zhuang Yuzhen sneered. You bastard! Try saying that again, shouted Hai Luo. You, a mere primordial spirit realm cultivator, dare to challenge me? Release me, and I'll beat this old bastard to death. Ha ha ha, said Zhuang Yuzhen mockingly. Just wait a while. When you reach the Golden Core realm, I'll still be at the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. Just tell me if you can match me in a fight right now. Zhang Hao sighed. He was curious about the 12 heavenly kings. However, he had to prioritize learning about formations for now. Senior, can you be quiet for a while? I need to study formations, Zhang Hao said to Hai Luo. Huh! Hai Luo sneered. Kid, who do you think you are? Do you think you have the authority to ask me to be quiet? Are you even worthy? Zhang Hao was speechless. However, Hai Luo was right. After all, he was one of the 12 heavenly kings of the Heavenly River Sea region, while he was just an inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Note sect. He had no authority. He got up, smiled, and walked to the second cell. He beckoned to Hai Luo. Zhuang Yuzhen's face instantly turned pale. He knew that gesture. Every time Zhang Hao beckoned to him, he would drop a truth bomb. He was curious whether Hai Luo would feel the same. Chapter 283 Chapter 283 Absolutely Impossible. Chapter 283 Absolutely Impossible. I forgot again, you can't get closer than that, muttered Zhang Hao and put his hand down. Now I'll say 3 words. After you hear them, you will consider behaving a little better with me. It would be good if you let me study formations quietly. What did you say? Hai Luo sneered. Are you joking? Have you lost your mind? Senior, listen carefully, Zhang Hao said. Go ahead then. Speak. Hai Luo still leaned in close. Let me see which 3 words you have. Zhang Hao uttered the name of an island in Hai Luo's ears. The moment he heard the name, he burst into laughter. What a joke! Do you think you can threaten me with that? You want to shut me up with that? Are you an idiot? Zhang Hao was puzzled. It seemed that either the information he received might have been wrong, or he couldn't threaten Hai Luo with it. Just as he was about to appraise Hai Luo, he said, "So, you just need me to be quiet, right?" After that, Hai Luo didn't speak again. Zhuang Hao was speechless. Zhuang Yuzhen thought that someone was finally resisting Zhuang Hao, but it seemed that Hai Luo was just being a jerk. He at least put up some resistance. Zhuang Hao was also surprised. It seemed that the information that he had gotten from Lu was indeed valuable. This time, he didn't have to pay a price. The gathering was more useful than expected. "Senior, we can continue now," Zhuang Hao said as he approached Zhuang Yuzhen. "All right." Zhuang Yuzhen continued to teach him formations. He deconstructed and demonstrated the changes based on what Zhuang Hao had learned. When Zhuang Hao had learned enough, Zhuang Yuzhen said, "The opening of the corpse realm is roughly at the beginning of the year. You don't have much time left, and you need to master everything as soon as possible. It will be convenient for you to visit different places then." At the beginning of the year, there were still over 2 months left. He hoped there wouldn't be any new trouble during these 2 months. In the middle of November, Zhuang Hao met Gu Qing and Qin Yu. "Greetings, seniors. Did you master the formations from last month?" Qin Yu asked. "I have a basic grasp of them." Zhuang Hao nodded. Qin Yu looked at him doubtfully, but she didn't say anything. "Now we will teach you the most important part. Once you master this part, you will be able to go to the safe zone. The people there are mostly at the Foundation establishment realm. If you are careful, you may encounter many opportunities. But to master this formation, you need the foundation of the previous 2 formations. Otherwise, no matter what I say, you may not understand it." "Thank you, Senior," Zhuang Hao said. Qin Yu felt that she had said enough. She began to draw the formation while explaining it. This formation was a crucial part of the human Yuan formation. It had many variations, and it was difficult to master the basic. They estimated that it would take about 2 or 3 days to master it. This kind of change needs to be avoided by switching positions. Qin Yu pointed to the formation. "There are roughly 3 positions where you can avoid the effects of the formation and enter the safe zone." "3 positions?" Zhuang Hao pointed to a spot away from the formation. "Can we do it here too?" Logically speaking, the first 3 transformations required one to dodge back and forth. However, after entering this place, one could use the change in the array formation at the beginning to jump to a safe zone and evade random teleportation. "You can, but once you enter that, you will face the storm of the human Yuan formation. The situation then becomes complicated," Qin Yu said. "Is it possible to find a weak spot within the storm and still enter it easily?" Zhuang Hao asked. This was based on Zhuang Yuzhen's teachings. He wanted to verify it. Qin Yu nodded and fell into deep thought. She then froze. She raised her head and looked at Zhuang Hao in disbelief. "Senior, is something wrong?" Zhuang Hao asked. "No, nothing." Qin Yu shook her head. She was shocked. "What's going on? Why is this happening?" Zhuang Hao's question was enough to indicate that he wasn't just putting on a show and that he had mastered the other 2 formations. He had not only mastered it but also could make changes to it according to his understanding. She was surprised to see his speedy progress. Even if he had spent all his time studying, he couldn't progress in his understanding of formations so quickly. She couldn't understand it, but she still tried to teach him. They made rapid progress throughout the day and deconstructed and analyzed the formations. It seemed that both of them had a considerable understanding of the formations now. When Qin Yu and Gu Qing left, Qin Yu was still deep in thought. She turned to Gu Qing apprehensively. "Senior brother, do you think we were too arrogant? When I see someone inferior to us suddenly rise to the same level, I feel fear. It's like witnessing something beyond ordinary, something extraordinary. And the terror of underestimating others. If it wasn't about formations but cultivation, and if I made enemies out of him, That's why the elders told us to restrain ourselves and not to underestimate anyone because of our sect's influence. We should remain vigilant and establish good relations with others. In any case, it's best to avoid conflicts, Guqing said. He was also quite surprised. He had always felt that Zhuang Hao was more than what he appeared to be. He must have been guided by an expert in his journey to learn formation. Zhuang Hao watched them leave, tidied up the formations, and then went to the Lawless Tower. He wanted to master the new formations quickly. Whenever he visited, Hai Luo was always polite after the last incident. When Yuzhen taught Zhuang Hao, he remained quiet. Occasionally, he would chime in with his insights regarding formations. Zhuang Hao felt that his occasional tips were rather helpful. He felt that everyone's formations were excellent and couldn't help but envy them to some extent. It took him a month to master the 3 formations. Now, he could easily enter the corpse realm. If he didn't wander around, there would be little danger. Opportunities, on the other hand, depended on luck and competition. Starting tomorrow, I can show you the map of the corpse realm, Yuzhen said. Zhuang Hao thanked him and once again mentioned that Zhuang was still at large. If Zhuang was free, Yuzhen still had hope. After leaving the Lawless Tower, Zhuang Hao went straight to the 100 Bones Forest. It was now the middle of December. It had been 3 months since Bai Yi had been seriously injured. In about another month, the corpse realm would potentially open. According to Yuzhen, once inside, it would take at least half a year to come out of it. So, he only had this chance to seal Bai Yi's cultivation. Outside the valley, Zhuang Hao held a long spear in his hand. He wanted to use only one spear, but for safety reasons, he took out another one. In the valley, Bai Yi sat in the courtyard and gazed up at the starry sky. He was lost in thought. "Senior brother, your injuries haven't healed yet. Why do you keep coming out to the courtyard?" Lian Qin asked. "I just need to confirm one thing," he said. "What is it?" Lian Qin asked in confusion. "I need to confirm why I was attacked," Bai Yi said as he looked into the distance. His eyes narrowed. A purple light broke through the formation once again and whizzed toward him. Even with the reinforced formation, it was still no match for the opponent's long spear. Chapter 284 Chapter 284 Sealing Technique. Chapter 284 Sealing Technique. Watching the long spear whistling towards him, Bai Yi struggled to get up and began to defend himself. His movements were fast. Various defenses and treasures appeared once again. In the blink of an eye, the long spear collided with the defenses. Bang! A crisp sound rang out as the defenses shattered, and the treasures turned to powder on the spot. The long spear whizzed past and pierced through Bai Yi's body. Bang! There was an intense pain, and purple energy inflicted heavy damage on Bai. Lian Qin exclaimed in shock. Just as she was about to approach him, there was a whistle again. Bang! With a loud bang, another long spear pierced through Bai Yi once again at an astonishing speed. He screamed in agony. Lian Qin's face turned pale, and fear overwhelmed her. She remembered the previous curse in Bai Yi. This was the same. It was unrelenting and debilitating. It had only been 3 months since the last attack. Why would the other party strike again? Wasn't he afraid of being discovered? Lian Qin approached Bai Yi anxiously. "Senior brother Bai Yi." Bai Yi gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He occasionally let out cries of agony. He lay on the ground and grasped Lian Qin's hands. "I understand now. I get it. Senior brother, what are you talking about?" Lian Qin looked puzzled. "It's a sealing technique," Bai Yi said with a painful realization. "He wants to seal my cultivation and prevent me from making any progress. An eye for an eye." Sealing technique? Lian Qin was afraid. If it was really the case, how terrifying was this person? Something was not right. There shouldn't be someone so powerful. I can't be wrong this time, said Bai Yi weakly. Please, let me go to the Cliff of Broken Hearts to find some clues. Zhuang Hao had already left the 100 Bones forest. The formation has indeed been strengthened, but fortunately, not too much. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. This is the second attack. They might be waiting for me next time. I have to be more careful and change the time. Maybe I'll delay it for another year. Jumping 1 year in 3 months, no one will think of it. Even if someone is waiting, they will eventually get impatient. Zhuang Hao worried about Bai Yi changing his location as he worked in the Spirit Herb Garden. It would be troublesome to find him if he did that. It was a pity that he did not know the art of divination. Otherwise, he could try to deduce his location. Zhuang Hao let it go. Being too greedy wasn't good. If his cultivation progressed rapidly, and he could earn spirit stones by making talismans, that would be enough. Master, the peaches are almost finished. The beast pointed to the few remaining fruits on the tree. At this time, there were only a few peaches left on the tree. It was already the middle of December, and they were a bit slower in stealing them. But they didn't dare to take them all. Zhuang Hao had made it clear that a few must be left behind on the tree. After hesitating for a moment, he picked 2. Take the rest and deliver them to Shaoli tomorrow. The beast responded and picked all the remaining peaches. Most of the peaches from the peach tree ended up in Shaoli's tummy, with only a small portion going to Ching Chou and the beast. Although Shaoli loved to eat, she was still a good child. She loved sharing. Ching Chou and the beast were the people she was most familiar with, so occasionally she would share with them. Sitting on a chair in the courtyard, Zhuang Hao took out a book and began to read. Next month, he would likely enter the corpse realm. There were some things he needed to do as soon as possible. For example, the secret code he had received from Lu. Originally, he wanted to wait for Hong Yuye to visit and let her decide. But now he had no choice but to act. The deadline was approaching, so he had to try it. However, the fact that Gui was in the Heavenly Note sect made him somewhat worried. So far, he hadn't seen any suspicious disciples from the Divine Corpse sect. Most of the Divine Corpse sect disciples were distributed among the 12 branches. It was a matter to encounter anyone else except Gu Qing and Qin Yu. It was risky to seek them out. Zhuang Hao wasn't sure where Gui was. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to pass the secret code to the beast. What is this, master? The beast looked confused. It's a secret code, Zhuang Hao said calmly. When I leave, find a place to write it down. Then, without being detected, see who approaches it. Remember, you must be discreet. Leave it to me. No one will catch me. The beast indeed had the talent for disguising itself, so it was suitable for these tasks. However, its cultivation realm was indeed too low. Zhuang Hao decided to provide some protection. But soon, he realized that there was nothing suitable for the spirit beast. Forget it. I'll buy something for it in the next few days. As for what to buy, he had no idea at the moment. He would figure it out when the time came. The next day, after leaving the Spirit Herb Garden, Zhuang Hao began to look for something suitable for the spirit beast in the market. He arrived at the area for spirit pets and saw a variety of items. Defensive treasures, offensive treasures, life-saving treasures, etc. They were all very expensive. Zhuang Hao then went to a relatively cheaper area, where they sold techniques related to spirit beasts. It involved using a part of a spirit beast to create a technique that could be imparted to other spirit beasts. Zhuang Hao looked around and picked a feather. It was at the Golden Core realm. You have a good eye, junior brother. This is a feather refined from the descendant of the great spirit beast. When used at full power, it can reach the SD of a complete golden core realm. It can be sustained for half a DAV, or UD, to half a month at less than full power. It can be activated and deactivated at any time, a middle-aged man at the early stage of the golden core realm said in explanation. And the price? Zhuang Hao asked tentatively. It was originally priced at 1,600, but seeing that your cultivation is lacking, and your resources must be somewhat tight, I can give it to you for 1,200, said the man. Zhuang Hao was speechless. It was just for one-time use and was sold for 1,200 spirit stones. Even with his healing talismans, defensive talismans, and acceleration talismans, they could only be sold for 200 spirit stones. Zhuang Hao put it down and decided to look around some more. After a while, he returned to the middle-aged man's stall and began to negotiate the price. In the end, he bought the wind feather for 980 spirit stones. It was a pure white feather that could be hidden in the fur of a spirit beast. Zhuang Hao put away the item and felt that such items were too expensive. He only had 3,800 spirit stones left. Helplessly, he decided to set up a stall and planned to go to the Lawless Tower to find Zhuang Yuzhen in the evening. Just as he had set up the stall, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. "Junior brother, I'll take the healing talisman and the 100,000 swords talisman," said Ling Tian. "It's been so long since I last saw you, senior sisterling." Zhuang Hao collected the 10 talismans and handed them over. He received 850 spirit stones. He gave her a discount of 50 spirit stones. Ling Tian seemed to be getting richer by the day. She didn't leave after getting the talismans. She smiled at him. "I have new goods." Zhuang Hao was speechless. Another inheritance talisman? He was a bit puzzled. Chapter 285 Chapter 285 Accepting the Inheritance Talisman. Chapter 285 Accepting the Inheritance Talisman. At Zhuang Hao's house, Ling Tian sat down in the hall. "There's one more stone talisman. Would you like to take a look, junior brother?" "Sure." Zhuang Hao nodded. He was somewhat eager, as each stone talisman represented a kind of inheritance. Most of them were not ordinary talismans. They couldn't be easily found on the market. They were quite expensive. The 1,000 Miles Teleportation Talisman and the Heaven Secrets Hidden Talisman were never seen at the marketplace at all. He also didn't dare to sell them. There was only 1,000 Miles Teleportation Talisman left, and he couldn't make more of it. The Heaven Secrets Hidden Talisman was rarely used, and its side effects were obvious, but it had value when encountering someone who needed it. It was not as useful as the 1,000 Miles Teleportation Talisman. However, now that he had the life-saving treasure given by his master, the teleportation distance should far exceed that of the 1,000 Miles Teleportation Talisman. He had 2 escape treasures as of now. Zhuang Hao saw the familiar stone tablet in a box. It was somewhat similar to the Heaven Secrets Hidden Talisman. He appraised it. Zhuang Hao was speechless. This was another treasure obtained at great peril. Were they really that lucky? They went through numerous life and death situations. This was the 3rd time Ling Tian had brought him such a treasure. It was unlikely that they always survived such encounters. Zhuang Hao fell deep in thought. Maybe Ling Tian and the others had obtained a lot of treasures at a time. They were just revealing them slowly. Perhaps she kept them sealed until she was going to sell them. That made sense to Zhuang Hao. Otherwise, how could they go through numerous life and death experiences and escape unscathed every single time? Ling Tian probably had many similar talismans with her. However, he didn't really need the breath concealment talisman. He had the Nameless Manual and other things that fulfilled that function. He did want to buy it anyway. The Nameless Manual was just for him. He wanted to see how strong this talisman was and how effective it was in concealing one's breath and aura. What do you think, junior brother Zhuang? Lung Tian asked. How much do you plan to sell it for, senior sister Lung? Zhang Hao asked. Based on the other talismans she had sold him, this too was probably priceless. If she could sell it at an affordable price, he was okay with it. I want to increase the price a little compared to what I sold the last one for, said Lung Tian. How much do you plan to increase? Zhang Hao asked. 3,500. Zhang Hao thought for a moment and then nodded. Can I top up with some talismans? The price might be lower than the market value. Deal, said Lung Tian. She seemed to be afraid that Zhang Hao would refuse to buy. She knew that this stone tablet was valuable, but given their current situation, 3,500 was already a high price. She needed the spirit stones. Selling it to others might pose risk. So, for now, Zhang Hao was their best choice. After receiving 3,000 spirit stones and some talismans, Lung Tian bid farewell to Zhang Hao. She passed by the peach tree and saw a spirit beast standing on a branch. It stared at her with its paws crossed. The spirit beast was a bit strange, but she had seen it before, so she wasn't surprised. She simply hurried away. Zhang Hao saw her off. When he returned to his courtyard, the spirit beast asked, Master, this woman has been here several times. Is she the most likely person who will become your mistress? Least likely, Zhang Hao said. Lung Tian would never agree to something like that. Ming Yi might sacrifice herself for the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Of course, that would be useless. Zhang Hao sighed. Master, why don't you take them all in? The more mistresses, the better. I have no objections, the spirit beast said earnestly as it hopped onto the table. Zhang Hao glanced at the spirit beast and chuckled. After a while, he left the courtyard and headed to the Lawless Tower. He needed to find out more about what was inside the corpse realm. He also decided to learn to make the breath concealment talisman. Before leaving, he gave the wind feather to the spirit beast. It wore it on its collar and showed off to everyone excitedly. Master, do I look like a great demon with this feather? After that, Zhang Hao focused on learning about the corpse realm and began studying the inheritance talisman. He understood it smoothly, but there were still some difficulties in making it. It took 800 spirit stones worth of materials to make one. This talisman was similar to the Heaven Secret's hidden talisman but had different levels. One was for the end and the other was for the middle. It took him half a month to comprehend it. It doesn't say how much it can conceal. Zhang Hao tested it on the spirit beast, and it could indeed conceal the aura and cultivation realm. It seemed that it was more effective than what he had learned from the Nameless Manual. This talisman was indeed exceptional. With another one, the spirit beast standing in front of him might not even be able to sense him. Zhang Hao looked at the spirit beast. Where is the wind feather? Here, said the beast as it plucked it from its collar. Do you need it, master? Zhang Hao took the feather away. I'll get you something else tomorrow. The spirit beast looked puzzled. Zhang Hao ignored it. Having the breath concealment talisman was enough for the beast for now. He could sell this one for some spirit stones. He had spent a lot of money and now only had 900 spirit stones left, and that was after not having spent a penny on the incarnation of the peach tree. When he thought about it, the cost of the breath concealment talisman was even greater than that of the wind feather. At the 100 Bones Forest, Bai Yi lay on his bed. He had recovered a bit from his injuries. When there was no one in the room, he turned to Lian Qin. Junior sister, please take me to the Cliff of Broken Hearts. I want to confirm something. No, senior brother Bai. Master said that you cannot go out for the time being. The Law Enforcement Hall is already investigating the matter. Going out would be too dangerous. Lian Qin shook her head. Bai Yi fell silent. Junior sister, please take me out of here without anyone. Imoing. Senior brother Bai, aren't you making things difficult for me? You are too weak right now. Lian Qin shook her head again. I must go. I need to find out why. Why is such a powerful person targeting? But why do you think it's someone from the Cliff of Broken Hearts? It's just intuition. Maybe I can find out for sure. This is a matter of life and death. Lian Qin was in a dilemma. Can we wait for another month? Your injuries are too severe, senior brother Bai. Bai Yi was silent for a while, and then he nodded. All right. Chapter 286, Chapter 286, I'm just playing with you. Chapter 286, I'm just playing with you. The next day, Zhuang Hao returned the wind feather to the spirit beast. He had wanted to sell it, but the person had only offered 700 spirit stones. It would have been a loss for him. He thought that the breath concealment talisman would be useless once used up, so he decided not to sell the wind feather. The spirit beast was excited. Zhuang Hao spent another 400 spirit stones to buy materials for making talismans and crafted 5 breath concealment talismans. He gave 3 to the spirit beast for future use. Although it had the ability to deceive others, having this talisman would provide an additional layer of protection. The wind feather could enhance its speed to the peak of the golden core realm, and coupled with its special nature, perhaps only someone in the primordial spirit realm could threaten it now. Half a month later, the sect announced something. The corpse realm flowers would mature in the middle of the month, and a teleportation gate would open which would lead to the corpse realm. 26 disciples would enter the corpse realm through the gate. 2 from each of the 11 branches and 4 from the Cliff of Broken Hearts. The list of names was also published. Zhuang Hao learned that because of him, one more person could enter the corpse realm from the Cliff of Broken Hearts. If he entered the corpse realm, the Cliff of Broken Hearts could accommodate one more person. This was a reward. It was a privilege for him and the entire Cliff of Broken Hearts. He hardly recognized anyone from the other branches, but he recognized a few names from the Cliff of Broken Hearts. The ones entering the corpse realm from the Cliff of Broken Hearts were Zhuang Hao at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm, Mu Qi at the peak of the Golden Core Realm, Ning Xian at the early stage of the Primordial Spirit Realm, Dongfang Ji at the early stage of the Soul Ascension Realm. Zhuang Hao had never met or heard of Dongfang Ji. Mu Qi told him that he was a powerful senior who had once chased after the top disciple position but had failed. Zhuang Hao was surprised to learn that the Cliff of Broken Hearts had such powerful individuals. Many disciples were already at the Soul Ascension realm in other branches. The quality of disciples the Cliff of Broken Hearts produced had always been lower than the other branches. He didn't dare ask Mu Qi why that was so. He was only at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm, after all. The Soul Ascension Realm was beyond his reach. There was no need to ask about it. The next day, Lu Xingchen visited him. He was all smiles. Congratulations, junior brother Zhuang, for being chosen to enter the corpse realm. It was just luck, Zhuang Hao said humbly. He really didn't want to enter the corpse realm. He had no choice. That was why he had spent the last few months studying formations. I heard that senior brother Dongfang Ji is also going with you all? Lu Xingchen asked. Zhuang Hao nodded. Why do you ask? He is not a disciple of the current Cliff of Broken Hearts. He was saved by your master because of his exceptional talent. He is like Bai Yi. He is qualified to fight for the position of a top disciple. It's a pity if he dies. Although he was saved, he is different from all of you. No one knows what he is thinking now, so be careful in dealing with him. I heard that his partner died, Lu Xingchen said. Zhuang Hao looked puzzled. He didn't understand what Lu Xingchen was talking about. Current Cliff of Broken Hearts. Huh. Lu Xingqian was surprised. Junior brother Zhuang, you don't know? Zhuang Hao shook his head. He really didn't know. Do you remember when I told you about the branch that incited conflict among various other branches? Lu Xingqian asked. Zhuang Hao was taken aback. It seems like you figured it out. That branch was the former Cliff of Broken Hearts. Your current master became the leader of the branch much later. At that time, the entire Cliff of Broken Hearts was almost wiped out. Senior brother Dongfang Ji was also there at that time, but he happened to be on a mission outside. When he returned, he found that everything had changed. He was also captured. He was an important and powerful disciple, so some precautions had to be taken. Lu Xingqian sighed. After the investigation, it was found that he hadn't been involved in the whole debacle, but there were indeed many suspicions. In those times, further investigations weren't really necessary. People were thrown into the Lawless Tower under suspicion. Before he was thrown into the Lawless Tower, your master intervened and brought him back to the newly reinstated Cliff of Broken Hearts. After that, he only showed his face once, when he was fighting Manlong for the seat of 10th top disciple. He suppressed his cultivation for that challenge. He severely injured Manlong, but he was still defeated. Do disciples have to suppress their cultivation to fight the top disciples? Zhuang felt that it was somewhat unreasonable. Not quite. At first, they start from the top and work their way down. But if the people from the top fail the test, they will look further down. The person they find must be stronger, younger, and have more potential than the one already in that position. After that, if someone from a higher position wants to challenge them, they can suppress their cultivation and take on that challenge. The conditions will be more stringent, but the advantages are also obvious, Lu Xingqian said. Anyway, the rules for the top disciples are quite complicated. For example, right now, if you don't reach the late stage of the primordial spirit realm, you don't have the qualification to issue a challenge at all. At the very least, you have to be at the same stage as the 10th top disciple to issue a challenge. If Manlong had advanced to another realm, you wouldn't have been qualified to challenge him at all. Zhuang Hao nodded in realization. Dongfang Ji was not only different from them, but the Heavenly Note sect had also killed his cultivation partner. Usually, there wouldn't be any danger from the disciples of the same sect, but Dongfang Ji might harbor some grievances and hate toward them. Once they entered the corpse realm, he could easily kill someone without a second thought. He was at the early stage of the soul ascension realm, at that. Even Zhuang Hao's real cultivation realm wouldn't be a match for him. Indeed, the corpse realm was too dangerous, so he needed to keep his distance from these people. However, there were very few others who would come to the Foundation establishment realm area, so there shouldn't be much danger there. If he didn't wander around aimlessly, it would be fine. Junior brother, Vu are going to the corpse realm, and I am going on a mission too. I don't know when I'll be back, said Lu Xingqian. What kind of mission takes so much of your time, senior brother? Zhuang Hao asked. Investigating overseas forces. It seems that another war is about to break out. I heard that many people have arrived from overseas, so we need to investigate it thoroughly, Lu Xingqian said. Overseas. Zhuang Hao assumed they were here to find the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. It was good that it was being dealt with. After all, the item was in his hands. They chatted for a while longer before Lu Xingqian bid farewell and left. After taking care of the spirit herbs, Zhuang Hao went to the Lawless Tower. He wanted to find out more about the corpse realm. The people from the Divine Corpse sect also provided some information, but it was only a rough map without any details. Zhuang Yuzhen might not necessarily tell him the truth, so he needed to handle it himself. However, as soon as he arrived at the Lawless Tower, Hai Luo called him over. Senior, is there something you need? Zhuang Hao asked. About that place you mentioned last time, Hai Luo said in a low voice. Senior, rest assured, I just made it up on the spot, Zhuang Hao said. You jest. Do you think I, one of the heavenly kings, can't tell if you are making something up? Do you think you're a threat to me? I was just playing with you, Hai Luo said, and then handed Zhuang Hao a piece of paper. Here is a list of names. Keep it. Zhuang Hao was speechless. This scum sold out his companions just so his cultivation won't decrease, shouted Yuzhen. You arrogant bastard! You aren't even my match. Your early stage of the primordial spirit realm can't match my late stage. Zhuang Hao glanced at Hai Luo and realized that the effect of the lawless tower had indeed impacted him greatly. He had even sold out his companions. It was no wonder Lu Xingqian was going out of the sect to investigate the matter. Chapter 287 Chapter 287 Finding a Mine. Chapter 287 Finding a Mine. Zhuang Hao picked up the list and took a look. He found that there were 8 names on it. The first 6 names were grouped together, while the last 2 were separated. What does this mean? He appraised it. So that's how it is. After noting it down, he casually threw it back to Hai Luo. No need for this. Hai Luo looked puzzled. After a while, he chewed and swallowed the paper. Zhuang Hao sat in front of Yuzhen. I have to trouble you again, senior, Zhuang Hao said calmly. Do you know when the corpse realm flower will bloom? Yuzhen asked. In the coming days. Zhuang Hao didn't specify the exact date. Yuzhen didn't mind and began to explain the inside of the corpse realm. The area you will enter is the Foundation Establishment region. It's a forest called the Blood Tide Forest. The most important thing to pay attention to inside that forest is the trees. Up until 2 days before the opening of the corpse realm, Zhuang Hao hadn't heard anything about the Heavenly Steel Mountain. He didn't know if it was because the mountain was too special to be revealed. However, he discovered that there were spirit herbs and ores inside. If possible, he wanted to find a mine, but there were also many dangers. Some areas were dangerous at night, and others were terrifying during the day. The information provided by the Divine Corpse sect was limited. He had to figure out many things on his own. When Yuzhen finished explaining, he whispered, Then there is a special peak called Heavenly Steel Mountain that needs mentioning. For many people, the goal is that particular mountain. The corpse realm is vast and boundless, and no one knows what lies in its deepest part of it or if there are beings similar to us. If there are, then Heavenly Steel Mountain is most likely a bait to take us there or bring them here. It is a mountain that can move. Every time it appears, we must be cautious and prevent others from appearing on top of it. It will appear in various regions and stay for about a month. Within the year when the corpse realm flowers blooms, the mountain will appear 6 times. Each time it appears in a different region, but it rarely appears in the Foundation Establishment region. Based on past experiences, the weaker the strength of a place, the less likely Heavenly Steel Mountain will approach it. It appears near people with high cultivation, strong potential, special constitutions, or special abilities. The more concentrated such people are in a place, the more likely Heavenly Steel Mountain will be drawn to them. You have reached the late Foundation Establishment realm by chance, so even if you have something special, it won't make any impact. So, don't worry too much. Zhuang Hao was speechless. His talent was indeed not high, but his cultivation realm was too high. If Heavenly Steel Mountain made a mistake in its judgment, would it appear in the Foundation Establishment region? That would attract many people and bring him trouble. But if he was the only one there, it wouldn't matter. The Heavenly Steel Mountain might not even notice him. Are the people entering the corpse realm all young? Zhuang Hao asked. Mostly. Only young people have high potential. It's not beneficial for some old folks to go in, but some strong individuals prefer to go in. There was once an incident where a powerful person went in and went mad and killed all the young people with him. In the end, he was suppressed to death by Heavenly Steel Mountain. It seems that Heavenly Steel Mountain doesn't allow such things to happen. But it doesn't have consciousness, so whether it's by chance or something else, no one knows, Zhuang Yuzhen said. Jiang Hao nodded. What is in Heavenly Steel Mountain? Jiang Hao asked. That was what he had been wanting to ask. Zhuang Yuzhen said, There are stone tablets, 108 of them. There are 36 heavenly tablets on top and 72 earthly tablets below. The heavenly tablets are difficult to approach, and the earthly tablets are difficult to decipher. If you can get close to them or decipher them, the gains are uncertain. There are cultivation methods, techniques, divine abilities, fortune and misfortune, lingering souls, biographies, ancient maps, and so on. Almost everything you can think of can be found there, and each person sees something entirely different. Entirely different? Jiang Hao was surprised. If it kept changing, then what was the use of copying the content of the sixth stone tablet from the bottom up? In fact, there is another saying that the things inside the stone tablets are whole, but they are divided into unknown parts for people to see. That's why each person sees something different. Once someone collects them all, they will obtain the most complete thing. What exactly it is, no one knows. Even the Divine Corpse sect, which holds most of the secrets, doesn't know what it is, Zhuang Yuzhen said. Jiang Hao nodded. He felt that Zhuang Yuzhen's last claim might be untrue. If someone wanted the sixth stone tablet, it meant that the person might have collected the others. They might only be missing the last piece. If it was really the Divine Corpse sect, Jiang Hao felt that he couldn't hand it over. This would strengthen the Divine Corpse sect, which wouldn't be good for him. After talking a little more, Jiang Hao left the Lawless Tower. The next day, he made some talismans. He also tried to make another breath concealment talisman. He gave the spirit beast 2 more of those talismans. If the spirit beast took Shaoli on an adventure in his absence, the talismans would provide them with some safety. The preparations for entering the corpse realm were already completely in place. Healing pills, talismans, tea leaves, and more. The healing pills were for accidents, and the tea leaves were for emergencies. With these preparations, the only issue left was what to do after he left. First, he had to explain the matter of the secret code to the spirit beast. After he talked with the beast, Jiang Hao went to test Chu Chuan. His progress was fast, but he seemed to be injured. Shaoli had caused that in the last test. Lin Ji remained the same as ever. Jiang Hao spent some time explaining the Star Moon Lifeblood refining technique to him, and let him cultivate with peace of mind. One day, his hard work would pay off. Afterward, Jiang Hao found Ching Chou. Do you have any questions about your cultivation, junior brother Ching? Ching Chou knew that Jiang Hao would be leaving for the corpse realm soon, so he asked him about the doubts he had. Jiang Hao didn't mind the questions and explained everything patiently. As long as your foundation is solid and you work hard in your cultivation, I think reaching the Golden Core realm is possible. Ching Chou was overjoyed. In the past, reaching the Foundation Establishment realm had been difficult, but now the Golden Core realm seemed within reach. It was all unbelievable to him. However, he felt something was strange. Sometimes he would forget that. Jiang Hao was still in the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Pay more attention to the Outer Sect's Spirit Herb Garden, said Jiang Hao. Once he left, the matters of the Outer Sect's Spirit Herb Garden would all fall on Ching Chou's shoulders. If you have any issues, you can seek help from Senior Sister Miao and Junior Brother Han. Tell them I sent you, and they will surely help you, Jiang Hao said. The next day was the day when they would enter the corpse realm. Zhuang Hao followed Muqi to the location of the corpse realm flower. He thought he would meet everyone there. He could see who else was hiding their cultivation. That person would highly likely be Gui from the gathering. However, when he arrived, he found that there were only 2 people. People from each branch were supposed to enter the corpse realm from their respective areas. 4 people would gather at each flower, which was distributed across the 12 branches. On this side, there were only Guqing, Qingyu, Muqi, and Zhuang Hao. After they gathered, Guqing said, "The flower is about to bloom. I will open the way, and you all just follow the formation. Decide which area you want to go to yourselves." Zhuang Hao and Muqi nodded. Soon, a refreshing fragrance wafted into the sky as the corpse realm flower bloomed. At the same time, a void door opened. "Be careful." Guqing entered first. Zhuang Hao was the last to enter. Bai Yi sat up and coughed softly. "Junior sister, should we go to the cliffs of Broken Hearts now?" But Lian Qin lowered her head. "You won't see him anyway. He is entering the corpse realm today." "Today?" Bai Yi wasn't surprised. "Let's go. Let me make a trip there." At this point, Lian Qin couldn't even refuse. All she could do was bring out a wheelchair, help Bai Yi into it, and push it forward. Chapter 288 Chapter 288 Self-Preservation. Chapter 288 Self-Preservation. The sun shone and a gentle breeze blew. The air seemed a bit chilly. At this moment, a woman pushed a wheelchair to the cliff of Broken Hearts. They went ahead, without letting anyone know. Sitting in the wheelchair was a pale-faced man, Bai Yi. He held a piece of jade in his hand. It was a treasure to stabilize his injuries. If he lost the jade, his condition would deteriorate. Based on his current situation, it may take a year for him to fully recover. But nobody knew when the unknown person would make his next move. It could happen at any time. "Senior brother Bai, can you really see anything?" Lian Qin asked in doubt. By now, they had arrived at the riverside. If they followed the river, they would soon reach Zhuang Hao's residence. Bai Yi shook his head and whispered, "Let's take a look first." "Why not wait for him to come back?" Lian Qin was puzzled. "It's different. If you want to understand everything completely, you have to observe their place when they are absent and when they are present," said Bai Yi. "Sometimes when a person is present, you can't see things clearly. If it's really related, what are you intending to do?" Lian Qin asked. "I don't know." Bai Yi shook his head and looked at the river. After a long time he said, "Let's take a look first." A moment later, they saw a yard in the distance which was covered by a formation. It wasn't a powerful formation, one that could shield the aura and gather spiritual energy. The formation was clever, but it wasn't enough to indicate anything. They still needed to take a closer look. "Do we need to go in?" Lian Qin asked while pushing the wheelchair. "No need, just till the entrance," Bai Yi said. Lian Qin pushed the wheelchair to the entrance of the courtyard. She stopped there and found a good place for Bai Yi from where he could see inside. She curiously looked at the yard. "I've been here before. There's nothing special inside except for some spirit herbs," Lian Qin said. Clang! A crisp sound suddenly came from the ground. Lian Qin looked down and found that the jade had fallen to the ground. It had hit a stone. This surprised her. How could Bai Yi be so careless? When she turned to look at Bai Yi, she froze. Her senior, who always appeared calm, looked different. He stared fixedly at the courtyard. His eyes were wide. His calm demeanor was replaced by fear. His body trembled as though he had seen something terrifying. Lian Qin followed his gaze and saw a seedling. It was just an ordinary spirit herb. "Senior brother Bai." Bai Yi covered his face with trembling hands. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you inform me of something so important? Why didn't any of you tell me about this? If someone had told me, I wouldn't have walked into a dead end. Senior brother, what's wrong? Lian Qin was puzzled. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower, muttered Bai Yi. It's definitely that. I saw the record in a ruin before. He planted such a divine item in his courtyard. Bai Yi turned and looked at Lian Qin. Do you know what this means in the Heavenly Note sect? It means he is a disciple of either Elder Baiji or the sect master. Lian Qin felt numb. The sect master. If one lived long enough in the Heavenly Note sect, one knew how terrifying the sect master was. Offending the sect master meant death. What should we do then? I need to save myself. I must come up with a way to save myself before the next sealing technique. Bai Yi had never expected that he would walk into death's hands unwillingly. At first, he had just wanted to break Zhuang Hao's foundation. However, he had made a mistake. He kept attacking him again and again. Now, Zhuang Hao was counterattacking him. If this continued, he would inevitably die in the 100 Bones forest. No one could save him. Only he could save himself. In the south, by the coast, a woman in a gray robe blended into the crowd. She was attempting to leave the place. She was beautiful, but, at that moment, she was exhausted. Where can I hide in the south? Although the influence of the Bright Moon sect is significant, they won't make a big fuss this time. This area might be safe. Damn it! I didn't expect them to have such powerful forces overseas. Where should I go in the southern region? I can't go to any of the immortal sections. The Bright Moon sect will definitely find me. The Heavenly Saint sect. They're crazy. I can't join them. The Ghost Shadow sect? They are too cruel. I'll be tortured at entry. She considered a few other demonic sects, but none of them sat well with her. Helplessly, she took out a book and started flipping through it. Too small a sect would be useless, but she didn't want to join a sect that was too cruel either. Finally, a name stood out. The Heavenly Note sect. I remember that it used to be a small sect, but they have developed rapidly in the past few years. It can now rival the Wing Lightning sect and the Black Heaven sect. Other than being reckless, the sect looks fine. Maybe I can hide there. Besides, the demonic sects have no taboos. With my cultivation, if I kill anyone who tries to pry into me within the sect, I can establish a foothold. Even if they know I have secrets, they won't act against me. The woman put away the book and headed toward the Heavenly Note sect. We're about to enter the human Yuan formation. You need to think about your destination carefully. Leaving your suitable area rashly can lead to danger, Gu Qing said as a reminder. Zhuang Hao walked at the very back. He was clear about his destination. That would be the Foundation establishment region. Perhaps the corpse realm had countless opportunities, but he didn't need any of them. If he could peacefully mine and cultivate spirit herbs there, he was fine. He lacked nothing. He had techniques, treasures, divine items. There was no need to take unnecessary risk. He would find a place to cultivate without worries. Finding a mine was a matter of luck. If he found it, he would mine quietly and increase his cultivation. If not, he would go with the flow. In ANV case, as a primordial Esterit realm cultivator, he would be much safer in the Foundation establishment region. In other areas there were others beyond the primordial spirit realm. Some were even at the return to void realm. What would someone in the primordial spirit realm do among such powerful individuals? It was akin to seeking death. Zhuang Hao felt as if he had entered the vast starry sky, with the sun and the moon above and mountains and rivers below. All right. The three elements formation has appeared. After entering the human Yuan formation, we will split up, Gu Qing said. Remember the details of the formation and its changes to avoid any problems. Qing Yu said as a reminder. Zhuang Hao thanked Mu Qi and the others, and they went their separate ways. Mu Qi and Qing Yu were at the same level. However, there were multiple regions they could choose from, so they also separated. There was only the blood-tied forest in the Foundation establishment region, so there was no need for Zhuang Hao to choose any other. After a while, Zhuang Hao disappeared into the human Yuan formation. In an instant, the formation covered his entire body. Just as he had chosen his region, he suddenly felt a summoning. Chapter 289 Chapter 289, Found the Mine. Chapter 289, Found the Mine. In the void, Zhuang Hao saw countless lines around him. They were extensions of the formation. These lines seemed simple but contained infinite power. Upon closer observation, one would notice numerous interweaving runes among them. It was not something an ordinary person could comprehend. Zhuang Hao glanced at them briefly and ignored them. Instead, he focused on the changes in the formation and slowly moved his body. Only by doing so could he smoothly enter the blood-tied forest. At the same time, that summoning came once again. It seemed to urge him to give up on the blood-tied forest and follow wherever it wanted to lead him. Zhuang Hao turned around. Based on his calculations, that place should be the Myriad Stone Forest. It was the Golden Core region. This has happened twice already. What is calling me? Zhuang Hao was puzzled. He could sense that this summoning originated from within himself and not from any magical treasure. But he chose to ignore it. The Golden Core region was too dangerous. He'd better go to the Foundation establishment region. They could fight over opportunities there. Everyone entered the corpse realm this time for opportunities. Even the people from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion wouldn't easily give up on opportunities, even if they wanted to avenge senior sister Yunru. Zhuang Hao chose the blood-tied forest and quickly proceeded there. He didn't care about the summoning. No one had mentioned the summoning to him, so he didn't understand what it actually was. Zhuang Hao arrived above the blood-tied forest. With one more selection, he would descend completely. It seemed to open a stable passage for him to enter. Such a treatment? It seems that this place is indeed unusual. Zhuang Hao chose the blood-tied forest. Without hesitation, he entered the Foundation establishment region. He didn't want to take unnecessary risk. He would follow his original plan. If he wanted to walk a different path, he could do so after becoming invincible. Whoosh! The wind whistled past his ear, and he landed on the ground, feeling a little dizzy. What came into view was an extremely vast forest. There were open spaces and dangers here. And of course there were opportunities. Zhuang Hao noticed 3 other people nearby. 2 men and 1 woman. Their attires were different from each other, but they appeared calm. At a glance, it was clear that they were disciples of extraordinary sections. However, he couldn't guess which sect they belonged to. According to Zhuang Yuzhen, the Corpse Realm flowers were not limited to the Divine Corpse sect. Zhuang Hao had asked before whether the Corpse Realm flower could reproduce and increase in number, but the answer he received was negative. The flower turned back into a seed after maturing, and it waited to be planted once again. There was no need to worry about the Corpse Realm flower being stolen or destroyed because of this reason. All 3 of them are at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Zhuang Hao silently observed the 3 individuals. He carefully assessed them. The woman seemed to be in her early 20s. One of the men looked calm and elegant, while the other appeared cold and indifferent. They all held spirit swords as their treasures. Most likely they were from immortal sections. Late sage of the Foundation establishment realm? The elegantly dressed man smiled at Zhuang Hao. Why don't the 4 of us team up? You can help us with the dirty work. What do you think, everyone? I have no objections, said the woman. What's your value? The cold and indifferent man asked. Zhuang Hao looked at the three of them but remained still. He noticed that tree that Yuzhen had mentioned. The bloodthirsty trees. If one made any sudden moves, the tree would attack and devour them. Zhuang Hao wasn't scared, but one misstep could reveal his cultivation realm to everyone. He didn't want to cause any trouble. Your value? The elegantly dressed man asked with a playful smile. Why don't you come over and test my value for yourself? No one else spoke. The four of them stood silent and motionless. I said, why don't you come over and test my value? Shut up. The elegantly dressed man took the lead. I'm Guwen. What about you guys? Zhuang, said the cold and indifferent man. Murong Qingqing, said the woman. Zhuang Hao had no intention of mentioning his name. He planned to act alone anyway. What about you? Asked Guwen with a friendly smile. Zhuang Hao. You can help us with the dirty work. The blood-tide forest has many spirit herbs, and these herbs need someone to take care of them after transplantation. You can be responsible for that. Your safety will be our responsibility during this time, said Guwen. Zhuang Hao was speechless. Take care of spirit herbs. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, is there a mine nearby? I still want to do some mining. The three of them were taken aback. It was their first time encountering someone like him. Are you from a small sect? Murong Qingqing asked. That's unlikely. He entered the blood-tide forest, and he is still standing. He shouldn't be from a small sect, said Guwen. The number of spots for entry is limited. They wouldn't let a weak person in. Zhuang looked at Zhuang Hao. Zhuang Hao was surprised. These people were so wary of him. But he didn't mind. He had told them the truth. He really wanted to do some mining. I do know a place where you can do some mining, but it doesn't produce anything good. My senior has been mining there for half a year, and he only found some relatively rare ores, Guwen said. Is the place safe? Is it suitable for planting spirit herbs? Murong Qingqing asked. Compared to other places, it's decent. Guwen nodded. Then let's go. Zhuang looked at Zhuang Hao. He wants to mine, so let him mine. The current situation was turning out to be advantageous. In any case, he would let them lead the way for now. Let's go. I'll take you to see the mine. Guwen led the way. When it got dark, the bloodthirsty trees fell into a deep sleep. They would wake up again tomorrow. However, these trees were not very common. After walking for a while, they noticed that the trees there were only ordinary blood-tide trees. Zhuang Hao walked at the very back of the line. The three in front didn't seem to worry about him launching a surprise attack or escaping. But he could sense that they were on their guard. They could quickly counterattack if someone made a move. These people had excellent talents and strong vigilance. They were much stronger than Yuzhen and the others from the Ice Moon Valley. They're all disciples of major sects, Zhuang Hao speculated. Usually, once the corpse realm flowers were discovered, they would be seized by major sections. The Heavenly Note sect existed because it was already a top-tier sect. Moreover, all their items were snatched from other major sections. Ordinary sects couldn't do something like that. There were major sects in the southern region, but they probably didn't know about the flowers yet. They walked for a day. During the journey, they encountered other people, but no one made a move. Everyone had come for opportunities, and no one wanted to act out. They also encountered some spirit herbs along the way, which were divided equally among the three people. Zhuang Hao gained nothing. We're here. In front of a pitch-black cave, Guwen pointed to the entrance. The mine is right here. If you want to mine, go ahead. We're not interested. But we'll get our share of the harvest. And of course, you can have a share of the spirit herbs. You take care of the dirty work, and we won't treat you unfairly. Zhuang Hao frowned as he looked at the cave. This mine made him feel a sense of danger. Chapter 290, Chapter 290, I've been waiting for this day for many years. Chapter 290, I've been waiting for this day for many years. That actually looks dangerous. If the Foundation establishment region is like this, I can't imagine how the Golden Core region must be. Zhuang Hao stared at the entrance of the cave. He decided not to wander around aimlessly. It was better to find a place to grow spirit herbs and ores. He had already found both locations. Zhuang Hao looked around and saw many spots outside the cave that could be cleared and used as spirit field. The spiritual energy here was abundant. Though he hadn't examined the soil yet, the nearby flowers and trees grew well. They naturally emitted spiritual energy. It seemed that both the environment and soil were suitable. They just needed some time to tend to it. This cave is a bit strange. My senior warned me that we can only mine here at night. It becomes dangerous as soon as daylight comes. He doesn't know the exact reason, but regardless of whether you're at the Foundation, Establishment or Golden Core Realm, you have to stay away during the day, Guwen said to Zhuang Hao. Zhuang Hao nodded. Entering the cave didn't guarantee a safe return. He couldn't pinpoint the exact danger, but he could feel it. In that case, let's clear space here for growing spirit herbs. We'll handle the herbs during the day and mine at night. Any objections? Guwen asked the others. None, said Zhuang. Me neither, Morong Qingqing said. In that case, you'll be in charge of the spirit fields, and we'll go out to search for things, Guwen said to Zhuang Hao. Sure, Zhuang Hao said calmly. He was naturally happy to have someone help find the spirit herbs. Although it was challenging to get blue bubbles like the ones the heavenly fragrance Dao flower spawned, there might still be a few bubbles. Moreover, there was also mining to do, which was the most important task. I have to open up the spirit fields before it gets dark and then explore the mining cave. Zhuang Hao began clearing the vegetation to create a sizable spirit field. Guwen and the other two were somewhat surprised by Zhuang Hao's agreeable attitude. Is he really so easy to deal with? They didn't dwell on it and left separately to search for opportunities. Zhuang Hao watched them disappear into the forest. These three were really cautious and stayed hidden in the shadows and observed everything. Zhuang Hao finished setting up the spirit field and built a small wooden house and a warehouse. The three of them were still not back. Checking the time, Zhuang Hao took out a mining pickaxe from his storage treasure. As soon as it got dark, the danger disappeared, and he could finally explore the mining cave. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. As for the three who were still observing from the shadows, he paid them no attention. They were overly cautious, but he didn't mind. No one would waste a slot to allow a Foundation establishment realm cultivator in if they were just ordinary. Though there might be some who entered based on connections. Some people were just too arrogant and looked down on others. Such people were troublesome, but fortunately, he hadn't encountered any yet. Before entering the mining cave, Zhuang Hao glanced at his interface. I'm still far from advancing. I wonder if mining can catch up to the heavenly fragrance Dao flowers benefit. Currently, he was at the late stage of the primordial spirit realm. Furthermore, the quality of the ores in the mining area was extremely high. After all, the mining area was beneath an ancient battlefield. There were remnants of ancient souls, inheritances from powerful beings, and even treasures. Among all the mining areas in the cultivation world, which one could compare to it. However, ores were still ores, and while blue bubbles were rare, white and green ones were still common. It was still a great gain. Entering the mining cave, Zhuang Hao felt a chill. The stone walls emitted a faint light and made the entire passage visible. It was an extensive tunnel. The air carried a trace of toxicity that would accumulate in the body after prolonged exposure, and it could even evade cultivation realms. If I were really in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, I couldn't stay here for long. With his current cultivation realm, it wasn't a problem, especially since he had the Revival of the Withered Tree ability. These toxins had no effect on him. Soon, he arrived at a fork in the path. One led to the left and the other to the right. He went left. What's going on? Nothing here? There were no dangers along the way. Why is this place so dangerous during the day? Before long, he reached a dead end. Zhuang Hao didn't think too much about it. Even if there were dangers, he could handle them. When he set up the spirit fields, he buried a golden ring, which could transport him away in 3 breaths' time. He also had the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman. It would be even faster. The only problem was that he couldn't make new talismans, at least not yet. If he damaged his divine abilities, it would do more harm than good. Perhaps after reaching the Soul Ascension realm, he could make more. But to reach soul refining, he would need at least 3 more years. After he reached the Soul Ascension realm, his potential and cultivation realm would rank among the top 10 disciples in the Sect. He would be much safer within the Sect. Sighing, Zhuang Hao picked up the pickaxe and began mining. Clang! Piece by piece, he dug out the rocks. Their hardness was extraordinary. Fortunately, his pickaxe was a magical treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how long it could hold up. Clang! Clang! After some time, white bubbles began to appear, followed by green bubbles. As Zhuang Hao continued to work, more ores appeared around him. He didn't recognize these ores and just left them aside. In the middle of the night, a piece of ore fell and a blue bubble emerged. So fast! He worked even harder at mining until he felt a sense of danger once again. It was as though something was coming from every direction. Without hesitation, he carried the mined ores and retreated from the cave. Fortunately, he left the entrance before the crisis happened. As soon as he came out, he bumped into Yuzhen and the others. The 3 of them gave Zhuang Hao strange looks as if saying, "Were you really mining?" When Zhuang Hao was putting the ores into his warehouse, they were even more puzzled. Did this guy come here just to do odd jobs? Zhuang Hao sighed. Time passed so quickly. It was already morning, and only 1 blue bubble had appeared. At this moment, he noticed the spirit herbs in the field. There were 3 plants with abundant spiritual energy, but all 3 showed signs of withering. These are the spirit herbs we brought back. We don't know how to cultivate them, and we can't just store them away. It's up to you now, Yuzhen said to Zhuang Hao. Zhuang Hao nodded and began to observe the spirit herbs. After an entire day's effort, he managed to revitalize the herbs a bit. But it was clearly not enough. They needed long-term care. When night arrived, Zhuang Hao got up and proceeded to the mine. In the early morning, he brought out a lot of ores again. Then, he continued to take care of the spirit herbs. Yuzhen and the others watched in bewilderment. Chapter 291 Chapter 291 Shocking Genius. Chapter 291 Shocking Genius. On the 3rd day after their arrival, Yuzhen, Zhuang, and Murong Qingqing stood under a big tree and observed Zhuang Hao as he took care of the spirit herbs. They were all puzzled. "What do you guys think?" Yuzhen asked. "I only know that anyone who can enter this place must be an outstanding disciple of the Sect. Even if someone got in through connections, they wouldn't be too ordinary. This person's behavior is extremely strange, and he must have his own purpose," Zhuang said coldly. "There's a possibility that his cultivation level is too low, but he might be a smart person who knows the current situation. He even brought a mining pickaxe, so it seems he was prepared," Murong Qingqing asked. "There's a chance, but these odd jobs are really effective, and the number of ores he mined today is more than usual. What does that indicate? He not only handed everything over but also never took a break." "I remember the yield my senior mentioned," Yuzhen said with a smile. Let's see how long he can keep this up. Maybe it's just a pretense and he will slow down in a few days, Zhuang suggested. I think so, too. This way, he's wasting opportunities and even hindering his cultivation, Morong Qingqing said. Probably, Guwen replied. The three of them fell silent. Regardless, they were all here to seek opportunities, and the spirit herbs were a bonus. If they could bring back more, that would be even better. The same went for the ores. These were all secondary matters. They wanted to obtain what they truly desired. Before they found it, there was no need to start conflict. After that, the three of them began searching for opportunities. At this moment, Jiang Hao, who was tending to the spirit herbs, looked up and felt surprised as he saw the three of them leaving. These people didn't have any greed. They just focused on their purpose. To them, these external resources weren't that important. Well, they are extraordinary disciples within their sections. Ordinary resources are just icing on the cake for them. There's no need for them to pay too much attention to it. He glanced at the ores and let out a sigh. Unfortunately, the ores needed to be sold for spirit stones, and he had no idea how much he would get for them. The ores weren't anything extraordinary, and their value wasn't too high. Moreover, blue bubbles were truly rare. Only one had appeared in 2 days. The few spirit herbs had only produced white bubbles. However, Jiang Hao was not disappointed. To have such gains right after coming in could be considered remarkable. It was all thanks to those three. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't know how long it would have taken him to find the mining cave. Now, all he needed to do was take care of the spirit herbs during the day. This kind of life was fulfilling. If only the heavenly fragrance Dao flower was here with him, it would have been perfect. With the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and many spirit herbs in the front, and a mining cave available for mining at any time in the back, such things could only happen in a fantasy. Days passed by in this manner. Half a month later, Gu Wen and the others brought back many spirit herbs. A night, they watched Jiang Hao go to the cave to mine. He worked harder every day. Was this really the behavior of a normal cultivator? Did his sect send him here just to mine? Wouldn't his sect be furious to know this? I feel that he's really here to mine, not to do odd jobs for us, Morong Qingqing said. What does he want? Zhuang asked. The ores were left aside. He didn't cultivate yet, and he didn't find any special treasures. He had been mining here all the time, which was clearly strange. Why would he mine so desperately without a purpose? That's a good question. I'm curious about what he wants too, Gu Wen said curiously. After all, my senior was also crazy about mining. No one knows what he wanted. The more he mined, the more haggard he became. After half a year, he suddenly stopped mining. When he turned and left the mining cave, the bottleneck that had troubled him for a long time was completely resolved, and he advanced in one fell swoop. What peculiar things are there? Morong Qingqing asked. I don't know. No one told me. Gu Wen shook his head. Don't you want to try? Zhuang asked. No, I have my own path to follow, and there's no need to go down a road that isn't suitable for me just out of curiosity, Gu Wen said. What about you guys? Do you want to try? We were targeted, so let's first deal with those people, Zhuang said. They all had clear goals. Before they achieved their goals, they wouldn't get involved in unnecessary trouble. In the corpse realm, the myriad stone forest belonged to the Golden Core region, but people of various cultivation realms were here anyway. It was all because a mountain had appeared in the middle of the myriad stone forest. The mountain was lush with trees, and a river flowed down from the peak. High above, faint shadows of stone tablets could be seen. Senior Sister Lan Qian, is this the heavenly steel mountain? A young man at the foot of the mountain asked his senior. They were both disciples of the Divine Corpse Sect. They had entered from the Heavenly Note Sect. The young man had a delicate appearance, but his cultivation realm was in the late stage of the primordial spirit realm. The woman beside him was extraordinary, with a calm demeanor and a cultivation realm in the early stage of the soul ascension realm. "There's something I've wanted to tell you for a long time." She looked at the young man beside her. "It's about Yunqi. Although he seems to have a good relationship with me, his personality is cold and violent. He's just good at disguising it. As he hasn't offended me, we can still talk. Lately, he seems to have some thoughts about my body. I wanted to deal with him myself, but when I saw him the next day, I just couldn't. He is friendly with me. He even lost that cruel and violent aura he had about him." "What do you mean, senior sister?" Yunqi asked. "Nothing. I'm just telling you. Many people know about Yunqi's true nature. Due to his identity, no one wants to act against him. Otherwise, with what he has done, he's not worthy of staying in the Divine Corpse Sect. Even if I sense something, I will turn a blind eye. But other people won't be able to do that," Lan Qian said. Yunqi smiled. "Senior sister, what do you think this mountain is all about?" "Heavenly Steel Mountain. It seems like a mountain with opportunities, but it's probably a place of inheritance. Moreover, there are deeper secrets inside. I'm not sure of the specifics, but if you gain insights here, you can advance faster," Lan Qian said. They followed the mountain path and saw an open space with a stone tablet on it. "This is the first stone tablet," Lan Qian said. 36 heavenly stars are difficult to approach, but if you find the 72 earthly fiends, you can comprehend them. You can gain insights from whichever one you choose." Rumble. Suddenly, a faint light appeared on the stone tablet. Lan Qian was stunned. "Senior sister, what does this light mean?" Yunqi asked curiously. Lan Qian frowned slightly. "I've seen it before. This is Heavenly Steel Mountain trying to summon someone. Anyone summoned by the Heavenly Steel Mountain is a genius. But the previous light wasn't this obvious." Chapter 292 Chapter 292 The Charm Goddess. Chapter 292 The Charm Goddess. In the mining cave, Zhuang Hao looked at his cultivation points and felt somewhat regretful. Half a month had passed, and they had only increased by 2 points each. In other words, there were only 4 blue bubbles in total. About 2 appeared each week. "It's slower than expected. I wonder if it's because of the mine or my cultivation realm. If the mine wasn't good enough, it might be difficult to get more bubbles. It seemed that it was harder to find bubbles if one's cultivation realm was too high." He couldn't determine whether the ores here were of good or bad quality. However, he could be certain that the ores here were not as good as those in the Heavenly Note Sect's mine. Clang. Zhuang Hao stopped thinking and continued mining. Even though the bubbles were scarce, it wasn't much different from the number of bubbles produced by the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower. Besides, there were many white bubbles here. Many bubbles flew to his body. Even if he lost all his cultivation, his spirit and strength were exceptionally strong. Especially now that they were increasing every day, it meant that his body would become stronger. As he mined into the middle of the night, he suddenly smelled a fragrance. "It's here again." The fragrance had started to appear every 7 days after he began mining. But so far, nothing else had happened. The scent wasn't of spirit herbs but smelled more like a human body. The mining cave was not a simple place, and it was normal for unexpected things to appear along the way. Zhuang Hao remained vigilant and continued mining. In the second half of the night, he finally obtained another blue bubble. He worked even harder. Zhuang Hao paused. A woman dressed in thin gauze appeared beside him. She squatted on the ground with her chin on her hands. She looked up at him. Her long, slender thighs were exposed. Her appearance was like a radiant light in the darkness. He couldn't sense her cultivation realm. Senior, who are you? Zhuang Hao asked in a low voice. He hadn't noticed her until she spoke. The fragrance from earlier was now very strong. This person had been lurking nearby for about a week. He just didn't know if she had been inside the cave all this time or had entered during the night. He appraised her. Zhuang Hao was speechless. She had used charms on him for a week. He hadn't even been able to detect it. Since his book on charms was taken away by Hong Yuye, he felt embarrassed to ask for it back. There were 2 other books on charms, but they had taught him nothing so far. However, the fact that this person had innate ability and was born with a bewitching body was too terrifying. She was similar to senior sister Yun Ruo. Considering the fact that she was called Charm Goddess, her powers might be even more frightening than Yun Ruo. If I take her body and present it to the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, will he finally forgive me? He thought about that for a moment, then shook his head. The Pavilion Master probably would hold onto his grudge. Besides, the Charm Goddess seemed like a powerful cultivator. Zhuang Hao didn't think he was any match for her in a fight. Do you want to know who I am? I'm the little spirit of the mining cave. You can call me Little May. Please don't disturb me while I'm mining, Zhuang Hao said calmly. Since she couldn't really attack him physically, she would use all the charms at her disposal. For him, this wasn't a big deal. Clang. Clang. The charm goddess looked at Zhuang Hao, who continued mining. She sensed that everyone who came into the mine had an extremely firm mind. She had encountered another miner last time. Although that person seemed infatuated with her, he eventually left at the last moment. He thanked her for her help over the past year and left. After that, his cultivation realm had risen in one fell sweep. At that moment, she was enraged at being used. She vowed that she would make him beg for forgiveness after she left this mine. She had used others, but that person had dared to use her for his gain. But now, the situation was different. The person before her didn't even spare her a glance. His entire focus was on mining. It wasn't that he pretended not to see her, but that he genuinely didn't care about her. Was it because she wasn't good enough, or had people in the cultivation world changed? Aren't you tired from mining? Asked the charm goddess. He didn't respond. I know where the good things are hidden. Do you want my help? She asked again. Still, there was no response. She didn't talk to him after that but followed him silently. Zhuang Hao ignored the charm goddess and continued mining. If she got too noisy, he would take out his saber and shut her up. It's going to be daylight soon. You need to leave. Zhuang Hao glanced at her. She reminded him of Yun Ruo. He wasn't surprised that so many people sought to avenge her. Even people at Golden Core Realm were ready to sacrifice their future and avenge her at all costs. Senior sister Yun Ruo must have been truly powerful to use her charms in such a way that people were willing to give up everything for her. This charm goddess was no exception. Can you do me a favor? Zhuang Hao looked at the charm goddess. What is it? I don't necessarily help strangers, but I might consider it, she said. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of moonlight flashed by. The blade severed the charm goddess' head. You're disturbing me. Just keep your mouth shut. The charm goddess was stunned. I was being sincere. After leaving the mining cave, Zhuang Hao stored the ores in the warehouse. The appearance of the charm goddess had indeed affected his mining. Everything she did and said carried a charm technique. Born with a bewitching body and innate charm techniques, he would have to avoid her at all costs. If it wasn't for the poison inside him, it would have been dangerous. However, one thing was certain: cutting off her head didn't deal her a fatal blow. If she were to appear before him again, he would have to use other methods. Hello, fellow disciple, someone said from behind him. He turned around to see 2 people in the Foundation establishment realm. One was a man and the other one was a woman. Their attire was different. They must have allied temporarily. What's the matter? Zhuang Hao asked. I found a mining spot. Would you like to cooperate with us? The man asked with a smile. It's similar to the cave here. You can continue mining while we search for spirit herbs. We will continue to cultivate and allocate the resources fairly, the woman said. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.